cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing in politics, right? This is my ideology.
Yeah, but...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Robert. Oh, they're dead? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from Thanksgiving break. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live yet another debate for Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Ghosty, also known as Six Hosty. Confuse them, it gets crazy, don't worry. And also Joshua Stacy. I believe they both might be restreaming this. If not, feel free to go check out their channels. Nonetheless, like, subscribe, and share. We will be discussing feminism helps the family court system. Ghosty, if you'd like to start with your opening statement, please.
Okay, sure. Thank you. All right, so today feminism is mostly a social fight. It is the fight to dismantle especially harmful traditional gender norms and biases. And I believe that although there are innate differences between men and women, we actually have more in common than differences. This includes parenting. Gender does not determine whether someone will be a good parent or who will be a better parent. A common traditional gender misconception is that women naturally make good mothers, caretakers, and are born as nurturing. This is not inherently true. Many factors like one's upbringing and own parents determines one's ability to parent, but not gender. It is due to this traditional gender bias that mothers used to be highly favored and prioritized in the family court systems. Court systems have since evolved out of this bias to a modern standard of presumption of joint custody, where the sole consideration is the best interest of the child and prohibits automatic gender bias. I will argue this change is largely in part because of feminism. The first reason is recognizing that simply being a woman does not make you a naturally good parent. Another reason is women entering the workforce and therefore not having the ability to be the sole caretaker of the children. Now, we can argue whether women entering the workforce is good or bad. I would obviously argue for its benefits, but that is not the discussion today. The fact is women make up almost 50% of the workforce today, and therefore require their jobs to survive and provide for themselves and their family. I'm not arguing that the court systems are perfect. There are definitely still changes to be made, but feminism is not what's harming fathers. So what is harming fathers? It's sexist, traditional, gender norms which lead men to believe it is useless to fight for custody for their children. Studies indicate that fathers are simply not asking for custody, since many men still believe that the court system is inherently prejudiced, therefore believing it is a waste of time and money. Another factor is that almost 90% of custody cases are settled and do not go to trial. So these custody arrangements are largely agreements between the parents. A Massachusetts study examined 2,100 fathers who asked for custody and pushed aggressively to win it. Of those 2,100, 92% either received full or joint custody, with mothers receiving only full custody 7% of the time. Another study where 8% of fathers asked for custody showed that of that 8%, 79% of them received either sole or joint custodies. These studies show that when fathers fight for custody, most of the time they get it. So, despite what many believe, feminism is not an anti men movement by definition. It, in fact, helps fathers achieve the equality they have been fighting for in the courts for decades.
Perfect. Thank you, Ghosty. And Joshua, to you, please.
All right. Well. So feminism didn't help family courts. It captured the family courts. When an ideology captures a system, the outcomes reflect the ideology, not fairness, not data, not equality. Feminism helps the family court system the same way that sugar helps diabetes, by expanding it, inflaming it, making it worse for everyone involved. So to get us on the same page, we've got 4 waves of feminism. Now, I spent some time researching this ahead of time, trying to make sure I'm using the right language, and I do hope that folks will correct me and make sure that we're all using the same words to describe the same thing. First wave feminism was basically sold as civil rights, voting, property rights, contracts. Okay, that's not particularly controversial. Fine. Second wave, now we want to lower the standard in the workplace and remove barriers. Okay, fine. Third wave is when things get completely weird. The shift goes from equality to identity, hierarchy. We're talking about oppression narratives. There's collectively groups that are guilty and collectively groups that are innocent. All individuality is lost. And that's where ideology started drifting away from the real world outcomes and into moral storytelling. Now, with fourth wave feminism, and this is the joke that writes itself, women can be men now and occupy the same protected category that women fought for. It's not progress, it's programming. And in a programming, when a system drifts so far from stable behavior, we call it regression. It's a sign that the code needs to be replaced, reverted. Feminism now is just a set of cascading failures in the courtroom. So, heard some real interesting points here from Ghosty about the way that fathers apparently can get custody whenever they want it, or with some much more generous standard than the courts are actually applying at present. The premise here is we need to harm people that look like the historic oppressor, even if they themselves never oppressed anyone, and even if they themselves are struggling. So even if the data is showing that outcomes hurt everyone, this includes men, women, children, everybody involved, except for, of course, the attorneys and those that are benefiting from the economic engine here. This isn't correction. This would probably be a good point to split the sales pitch for feminism and what the goals were versus the outcomes. And I think we can divorce the two and acknowledge that equality under the law is a human ideal that goes through 250 years of our jurisprudence. Like we love that as a country. That's where our laws have always been pointing. But in application, what we've done is basically allow ideologies to replace courts, and now we've got an absolute nightmare. Now, I think we've got plenty to work off of here. I've got a little bit more, but let's just point to one really interesting argument that also Ghosty brought up here. So feminism's foundational claim was that women bear most of the child rearing burden, and that was the justification for everything. Well, women's lives are harder because motherhood is hard. Okay, well, fine, but a massive percentage of women are not having children. The ones that are having children aren't having as many, and with the various household appliances and a modern economy, that overall contribution is a lot less effort. So we still have lower standards for women in academia. We still have lower standards for women in the workplace. We still have all sorts of programs working to help and support them on the idea that they're having children, but they're not even having children. So I think if we're looking at a system that has more broken families, that has more children without fathers, we're watching basically what we've watched is the government is taking the place of the father and kicking the dad out. So when we have fathers punted out of their children's lives, when we have families broken up, and when we have things like no-fault divorce that primarily not just create an easy out, which is, the arguments that a feminist would go to is to say, well, all of these women are in abused relationships. But by and large, these no-fault divorces are more along the lines of, I just didn't like the way I felt anymore. And at that point, fine, no one should be trapped. But the institution of marriage is a commitment, not just a passing convenience. The ultimate beneficiary of the marriage actually isn't the couple, it's the children. The purpose of marriage is to bring children into the home. So when we're watching the institutions that are supposed to protect families literally rip fathers out of their children's lives for what? This isn't good for their children. This isn't good for anyone in society other than perhaps, again, the institutions that are engaging with it. With that, I don't have nothing else.
Perfect. Thank you so much. As a kind reminder to the audience, we will get through the debate. We will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will move into open panel dumpster fire. So if you have something to say, you will have the ability to jump on panel and say it. Lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor to you.
Okay. So I heard you saying that feminism is doing a lot of harm. The only harm that I really heard, like specifically, was that the whole no fault divorce thing is that basically women can split up families without a legit reason to do so. Other than that, where exactly is the feminism harming the court systems? Like how is it tearing, in your words, tearing children apart from their fathers?
Well, so you pointed in your opening to something that I'm just going to assume that you meant to present accurately. So 50-50 custody is not the modern custody agreement. Now, Kentucky recently switched to a rebuttable presumption of 50-50 custody. And the divorce rates in Kentucky went down by 25%. Now, to be fair, nationwide over that same time period, they went down by 17%, but there's an 8% swing, which makes you wonder why. Why would that one change have that impact? Fact of the matter is, the family courts. Are you familiar with the? And I don't want to belabor it if you're already familiar with it, but are you familiar with the Duluth model?
No, I don't think so. Not from the new
So
movement.
So some academics got together and put together a doctrine that said, well, if a woman is claiming there's violence, then we should probably believe her. And it created this foundation that essentially an application is all men are guilty, all women are innocent, believe all women. And beyond that, a real tangible flashpoint for me, a couple years back, there was a sitting Fifth Circuit judge, Kyle Duncan, and he was at Stanford, and he was going to be doing a presentation on, I think, free speech or something like that. And the dean of DEI, along with the whole audience, or at least the majority of it, heckled him to the point where he couldn't get in a word edgewise. Afterwards, he described it as a bizarre therapy session he did not want to participate in. And Stanford, again, a well-respected law school, fired the DEI dean, fine, but that doesn't change the fact that we have a whole bunch of attorneys that are in this pipeline now that came from academic bubbles like that, where they put ideology over logic and reason. And with over 250 years of jurisprudence on the books, I don't think we should be abandoning that for zealotry.
Wait, but isn't the harmful ideology the previous ideology that favored and prioritized mothers?
So that's not the prior one, that's the present one.
Well, okay. So you did say it's not, there is no federal 50-50 law, right? But it is 20 states. It is 20 states. This is a more modern thing. Feminism is also a more modern thing. So, and also you see that most of the states that do start at 50-50 are blue states, which are more liberal feminist kind of people. So, and I do have a map of them if you want me to like actually tell you which states exactly. But so it's 20 states. This is something that feminist liberals are fighting for, is to start a joint custody, not have any gender bias in the courts, therefore helping fathers. And if there is still that bias, I would argue that is from the previous harmful traditional gender norms that are still like lingering in judges and lawyers' minds. So, but feminism will dismantle that, like, ultimately, ideally.
Feminism at an academic level said, let's abandon the concept of competence and let's abandon literally the laws that we've established and lower standards and literally codify preferential treatment for women in the workforce. I mean, let me ask you this. Do you at least agree that that's one of the things feminism did?
In the workforce?
Right. So, for example, with affirmative action and diversity hiring.
Yeah, no, it's not coddling or lowering standards. It's giving an equal opportunity. So women who are being hired don't have they're not like they're not hiring unqualified people for these jobs, right? They're not like, well, you're not qualified, but you're a woman or you're black, so you're hired. They still have to meet all the qualifications, but there's sometimes now a certain number of people, which like we can argue if that's good or bad, but the fact is it's DEI is just giving an equal opportunity to sexes, religions, races, homosexuality.
Well, so I'm talking about feminism in the family courts. So let's bring this directly to the fact that law is not based off of vibes or emotions. We have this whole concept of if you can tell the story the right way, then that's how you win over a court. And that is taken hold. I gave you an example of an event that happened at Stanford. It's generally respected as a high quality business and law school. And they had an entire class or like a classroom full of students heckle a sitting Third Circuit judge or Fifth Circuit judge. For those not familiar, the Fifth Circuit, once you go up from the circuit, that's the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So a judge sitting at the second highest level of court in our court system is getting verbally assaulted using harm language, right, by the dean of DEI. And then the classroom goes out and they go past the bar and they go become attorneys and they go become judges. And I think that's deeply problematic because they're not bound by the law, and we need to be bound by the law. No?
How are they not bound by the law?
So all right, fair. So can you imagine a scenario where someone going to law school, going to a presentation with a circuit judge, heckling them? Does that sound like an academic experience, a lecturing, learning opportunity, or does it sound like tribal pack behavior?
You could categorize it as that, but ultimately, isn't it up to the judge to withhold the law and reprimand the lawyers who aren't doing it properly?
So the point here is the institution that feeds us lawyers, where lawyers come from. They go to academia, right? They go to get their undergrad, then they go to law school, then they pass the bar, right? While they were in law school, this behavior was supported by an entire dean, and they didn't fail the whole class. They didn't make any of the students apologize to the judge. They showed just utmost disregard off of these very emotioned experiences. Again, the Kyle Duncan, the judge, he said it felt like a bizarre therapy session he did not want to participate in. So do you think that after those students passed the bar, then they all of a sudden found morals?
I'm confused what the behavior is exactly. You're just saying heckling and using harm language. Like, are you saying they were arguing out of their emotions and not like the law or something like that? Or what is the heckling or the
no, so fair question. So imagine, if you will, I'm assuming you've been to some college and there's a lecture hall.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you're a student, you're going there, you're going to see this judge present on something, and then cutting off the judge's presentation, not allowing him to give the presentation, the whole audience basically hijacked it and started shouting at him. And they assumed control over the room, and they wouldn't let him say anything. And then when he asked for a dean, they got all mad and they said, "What makes you think she's not a dean?" And then the dean of DI says, "Is the juice worth the squeeze?" And it made no sense at all what was going on, other than we had an ideology infest an Ivy League school, and that we've let the lowered standards get so low to the point where we think we can heckle a circuit court an appellate judge. It's wild.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like I would have to witness this to make a really determination. Like, the other argument you could say is that these were just really passionate students who are doing their job, which is like arguing to be future lawyers, right? And speaking out and what you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what being a student is. But I wasn't there. I would have to see exactly how this was handled. You might be right. I could agree with you that they were totally out of line and maybe should have been disciplined or something. But I'm not, like, I can't really tell from your description. But I still don't really know what this has to do with, like, the family courts, though.
Okay. So because where do family court attorneys and judges come from? Academia. And we've seen a shift in the way that the courts have been leaning on things. There's this at the appellate level, a lot more of the time it's very by the rules textualism, and at trial court levels, it's very narrative driven. So these attorneys go to school and they learn how to argue and advocate and push and assert. And what ends up happening is they end up pushing every line known to man because they think the ends justify the means. And when you lower this down, go ahead.
You still have like a referee there though. That's like what the judge is for. And lots of times they use case law. Like they're like, it's not like lawyers are just arguing like out of their ass. You know what I mean? Like you might not agree with how they're doing it or something, but it's up to judges to withhold the law. So if a lawyer is out of line, they will get reprimanded, and it's up to the judge to determine what's right and wrong.
So how would we? So if a future judge went to Stanford and they were engaged in high activism because feminism and progressivism make them lean that way, and they're being taught that use the law as a tool of activism, how does that not feed directly into right? How do we avoid that dripping into judges? Because judges come from the pool of lawyers almost universally. So if we have a major sort of significant generations of ideologically driven alumni coming out of high caliber law schools, and then they go out and they become attorneys, and then they become judges, aren't they going to be, if they're activists while they're in school and they're activists as attorneys, wouldn't they be activists on the bench?
I mean, even if they were, I have 2 points to that. So first of all, they still have to uphold the law, like no matter what. So even if it goes against their ideology, they still have to uphold the law. Judges don't have to do that.
No, in fact, if
it's
that
up
was
to their judgment, but ultimately, like, a judge will get in deep trouble for not handling. Like, there's mistrials.
You can still appeal if they interpreted a law outside of case law precedents. If they're not sticking to the guidelines that the state provides, so on and so forth. You could still appeal it and go upwards.
And secondly, my whole argument is that feminism is impacting legislation and leading to fathers getting more joint shared custody for their children, because legislation only started in the late 1970s, and like you said, we only have 20 states today still, which are mostly blue states again, that start at 50-50 joint custody. So, and it's because of things like feminism, women going into the workforce, also seeing women as just not naturally caregivers. Like we also see that women are getting more fair, and this still needs to be worked on, but we're seeing women getting more fair sentences when it comes to them being abusers, like women getting arrested. I don't even think it was like illegal to hit your husband until like a couple decades ago. This is all because of feminism. That's my argument, and that is actually helping men and fathers.
So there's one father in West Virginia who had a judge go so rogue that he had to take it to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. What she did is, I'll explain the scenario so that the claim makes sense. And this is a feminist empowered female judge. So in case we're wondering what the impact is, right now I have a female judge in a family court acting like an activist instead of acting like an attorney, and instead of acting like a judge, instead of acting like someone who took an oath to the Constitution and has some morals. What she did is, so one year or so after the divorce, and it's Gibson v. Goldston, it's in the Fourth Circuit. This judge heard a motion. The ex-wife said, he didn't give me the things, the umbrella stand, the DVDs, the whatever. Okay, fine. So the judge then says, sir, what's your address? Then the judge, the bailiff, the ex-wife, and the ex-husband all go to the ex-husband's house, and the judge conducts a search and seizure. And the Fourth Circuit said, absolutely not. You can't do that. In fact, that's so bad. This thing that normally protects you on almost anything you do, called judicial immunity, you lose it. And during the oral argument, they said this wasn't an isolated incident. They'd done this 11 times. So when we have judges literally leaving the bench to go conduct executive searches, which is a violation of the separation of powers, to go out and defend the mother, ex-wife, what would you make of that? You're saying that the judge has to abide by the law? She didn't.
Well, I
And
mean,
a lot of guys get
eventually,
steamrolled because they can't push back. I'm sorry, go ahead.
eventually they did get caught, though, right? Is that what you're saying?
The other 10 did not.
Okay, yeah, and that's bad. But I'm sure I could present you like 10 other cases where judges were very unfair to women and whatever, not seeing. No, that never happens.
You're gonna
I'm wondering
struggle.
if because you're slightly like circling around the scope of the prompt, like you're talking about judge behavior, lawyers, what they're learning, so on and so forth. But I think the prompt is specified more around the actual family court system and what is going on within it, and like what's coming out of it, right? Versus judge behavior, lawyer behavior. I can see where you're leading into it, but it's still like I think if Ghosty would have known you wanted to talk about judges' behavior and lawyer behavior, or like academia and what they're learning or doing, I think she would have prepared a little more differently. But I think, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Ghosty, but I feel like the prompt is scoped around what is actually happening within the court systems with fathers and mothers and child custody cases, and the current like split, because most states are going to 50-50 default, child support calculations, so on and so forth. I think up to you, Ghost. I just
think the
wanted to
last
bring that
point
forward.
is kind of fair. Yeah, I definitely didn't look into like judges, how feminism is affecting judges, but I see it as a fair point. I still, I mean, like this, you could say that for like any judge's ideology, though. Like, we could say that before feminism, which was like mostly all male judges, that women were given unfair circumstances, yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? So, like, if we have super radicalized judges, I obviously am going to agree that's bad. I don't know if that's the typical standard, though.
I think feminism is an extreme ideology. Like, the fact of the matter is, it's very strange to me that we're talking about the family court, right? And who's in a family court? A judge, attorneys, and families. So we're talking about judges. We're talking about attorneys. These are the ones in courts making the moves, making the decisions, making money off of this, making these decisions. And so if you don't want to talk about that, that's fine.
I mean,
but that's
I'm
the machinery that makes this happen. And I think that we've got a wide sweeping problem because of this huge, huge deluge of bad ideas.
I don't think it's because of feminism. Like I said, many studies have shown that when fathers actually fight for custody,
don't do this one.
That when
Go ahead.
fathers fight for custody, they get it. They get joint custody.
No, they don't.
It's rare to get sole custody, but when
There's a
fathers
study
fight
for
for
it.
custody, they get it more than 50% of the time. It's closer to 70% of the time. But most of the times, custody arrangements don't go to trial. These things are usually settled outside of the courts. And fathers have been told, because of people like you, that it's a waste of money. They're going to be looked against. They're going to be discriminated against. So there's no point in fighting for their children, when really that is just a lie. And that is what's harming them.
So the broad data supports what I'm about to say. I am going to go to my personal experience, which is I spent over $600,000, or rather, on my ex-wife and I, between both sides, over $600,000 on litigation. I have a custody agreement right now that says I can see my daughter 4 times a week. I've seen her less than 5 hours in the last 5 years. It's not because I haven't been trying. It isn't because I haven't spent a ton of money on it. It's because my ex-wife is represented by a law firm that is exclusively female attorneys who operate with extreme ideologies, and they got in front of a bench with a judge that also has extreme ideologies. Fact of the matter is, my situation isn't unusual, except for the dollar amounts at play. It's very normal for this to happen. In fact, a statistic maybe you've contended with, men are apparently 9x more likely to take their own lives after a divorce than women. What do you make of that? Is that because of how fair they're being treated?
I think men are just more willing to take their lives in general. I don't know if that's because of testosterone or what, to be honest, but I think that's just true in general for men.
So you don't think that men are pulled from the lives of their children and literally just ripped away from everything they build for isn't being ripped away from them?
I'm not
Right?
denying that happens. I know
And
that.
but you're not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. I know that happens, yeah, but I don't think feminism is to blame for that. There's other problems in the court system, and I think that a large part is because we are still catching up with modern times. So, there was something else I wanted to say about. Are you willing to share what state you live in? If not, that's okay.
I live in Nevada. The case is Virginia. I'm currently suing 4 sitting state judges over this.
So Utah is has the lowest amount of father custody.
So all of your stats are premised. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just saying, a lot of these states are left behind. They don't have the 50-50 start at joint custody arrangements, which is what I would fight for as a feminist.
No, feminists chose the no fault divorce. Feminists chose lowering standards. Feminists chose the Duluth model that basically starts off assuming men are the problem and women are not. Feminism has already done the damage. It would be nice if it could clean it up.
There's no
but would
fault
that
divorce.
Be a fifth wave?
There's no fault. There's no fault divorce, but there's also no alimony anymore. Less than 10% of marriages are awarded alimony, and if it is, it's temporary. It's usually reimbursement or restitution alimony, which only lasts a couple years.
Can you demonstrate that?
So
you're making some claims very inconsistent with the universe I'm familiar with.
Alimony is very rare to even get. You have to prove that, for instance, and I'll use my anecdotal just as a kind of an idea of why they don't allow it anymore. I was working when I divorced, so even my lawyer told me if you even want to get alimony, we might be able to get some a few months supplementation to just make you right and let you kind of tier into your new financial situation. But she said it's incredibly difficult to get. So basically alimony is viewed as only supplemental. So even if the mother wasn't working for 20 years, right, and she was a stay-at-home mom, the judge would still expect the woman to go to work post-divorce, but they would allow some alimony supplemental to aid in her getting back into the workforce.
In the gap.
To basically it's a gap plus supplement, but it's not just handed out like candy the way it once was, because feminism, most women are working, making lots of money and doing genuinely or generally pretty good.
Yeah. In Texas, you can't even get alimony if you haven't been married for 10 years. That's a new law that they put in. I don't know the exact year. But the alimony considerations are the length of the couple's marriage, each partner's financial contributions to the marriage, the income disparity between the couple, each partner's age and health, each partner's realistic employability chances based on his or her skills and experience, if the couple has a child support order, how much one parent is paying the other in child support, the standard of living established during the couple's marriage, and each partner's non-economic contributions to the marriage. So those are some considerations. And like I said, it's awarded in roughly 10% of all divorce cases. Alimony payments average around $1,200 a month and are typically temporary, with 40% ending within 5 years. That's the data I have. But so even then, you could say women are getting divorces and stuff, but I don't. Of course, divorce is going to, if you actually look at the men and women outcomes, women usually end up worse after divorce than men do.
Well, that's because they're bad with money.
Do you have data for that?
Yeah, because they get into a lot more debt.
They
right?
Actually don't.
When a divorce
actually,
happens,
men hold more debt than women do.
If I may, what happens after divorce is typically the man will cut back on his spending. Women may or may not. Guys will live on an air mattress in a basement with a TV and a folding chair and be mocked for it, for their and women just don't. And so the fact of the matter is, if you look at literally who holds consumer debt, it's by and large a different group than the men.
That's not true.
Eh,
The only
I look forward to
category
getting the fact on
the
that one.
only
Go ahead.
category of debt that women hold more in is for education. Men hold more credit card loan debt, auto loan debt, personal loan debt, all kind of debt. Men hold more debt in, except for education. Women hold more like college debt than men. That's the only category.
And who primarily pays alimony when it happens?
It's
And who's primarily homeless?
3 out of 100 men get 3 out of 100 alimony awards are to men. So it's 97% women. Yeah.
So I want to go back to something a little earlier. So I said there's this judge that did this illegal home search. You said, well, at least they were caught. And I said, well, there's 10 that weren't. You're like, well, but at least one got caught.
I said that's bad.
Is that roughly what happened?
Of course, people who break the law, I am against. But that's why there's a law in place.
Right. But here, 10 people didn't get any justice because they couldn't afford to deal with the system that was thrust upon them. And so my question to you is, if the roles were reversed, let's say there were 11 essays. So 11 instances and 10, they got away with it, but we got one.
I mean,
would we then pat ourselves on the back and say that that's a good job?
This happens all the time. This happens all the time, but we understand that the court is broken and there are things to fix in the court, but I would not blame feminism for either of those situations.
Okay.
If you want to blame that our court system is largely driven by money and what lawyers you can afford, yeah, I would blame that. I'd say that's a pretty bad thing that our court system needs to start to work on. I don't know if feminism is to blame though.
Right, and I'm saying that activist academia programs are creating activist attorneys who then get to argue in front of activist judges, and the whole thing becomes a closed circuit where there is no neutral trier of fact. It's just one tribe beating on another tribe, and you seem to reject any of that framing at wholesale. Like I literally gave you example, a case I gave as an example. This judge went on a robeless, shoeless search of a person's house and thought that judicial immunity covers it, and said she'd done this 10 more times before that. And it seems like you're just glossing over that. That's kind of a big deal for me.
That it's illegal what they did. So, I mean, I don't have a case off the top of my head, but I'm sure I could find throughout the country judges doing illegal things that put women in harm's way in these situations. And, hopefully they get caught. I'm against all of that. So
what I'm saying is the derivative threat on this is feminism, though. And all I'm hearing from you is a generic, no, it's not.
It sounds like a radicalized kind of idea, that, like what you're mentioning, which obviously there are radical feminists that are harmful, and I'm against radical feminism. But just basic feminism, which is fighting for gender equality and social respect pretty much from men for women, I don't understand how that would be affecting courts. Also, like, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to mind wipe every lawyer, every judge? I mean, maybe you could start fighting for more conservatives to get into law or something. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can really do about people's ideology. The only thing we have is legislations and laws to keep people within proper boundaries.
So, no, you just described exactly the problem, right? We do have a solution for people with radical ideologies. It's what we're doing right now. We're talking, not legislating them into a box where they're forced by the power of the state and the gun and men with boots to comply with the worldview that you ascribe. That's tyranny.
I don't think so. I think protecting men, like the guy that you said got screwed over by that one judge who was breaking the law, is a good thing. Protecting people like him from judges who break the law.
Right. So if let's just imagine we found out that every law student that roasted marshmallows in law school was just the worst. They were just completely the worst judges ever. They don't play by the rules. And we knew which judges did this. Would we just ignore this data point? Because a through line on feminism is a starting point that men and women are different and not different. They're not different because they need to be treated the same, but they are different in the sense that men need to apparently lower the standards for women, and it's not balanced. And so there's this inherent balance that never gets resolved until you get all the way to the end. And so what I'm not hearing you say is anything about acknowledging, for example, well, maybe this will make it cleaner, right? A judge is supposed to be a neutral trier of fact. They see two or more parties come up, they listen to it, they don't have a dog in the fight, they say this, that, the other thing, boom. That's what we want.
Yeah.
And because that is so important, one of the judicial ethics is that they must avoid even the appearance of impartiality.
Mm-hmm.
And the rhetoric of feminism is men are the oppressor and we need to be protected, and we need to, and it inherently creates a bias. Do you not, at least an appearance of a bias, if you're saying things like, you know, I mean, do you see where I'm going with this, or am I not being clear enough?
I mean, women in the past have been oppressed, and there are still lingering effects of that, which still affect women today. And women are more vulnerable typically in marriages and relationships. So yes, we still fight for some protections. I don't think that's unfair.
So I'm gonna shift this just a bit. What do you believe that women from the law are disadvantaged in any way in American society?
From a law standpoint, no, but I would say that there are probably some inherent social judgments that still affect juries in situations, like how a jury will judge like a woman's testimony differently from a man's, like little things like that. But you know, and it also goes the same way for men. So it's just like feminism to me is just fighting sexism in general. I don't like sexist bias at all. I think it really fucks with people's minds when they think about the people they're dealing with. So that's like my fight in feminism. I think a lot of like normal feminists agree with this idea.
Well, so are men victims or oppressors?
They can be both. I wouldn't like whole judge all of
Okay,
men.
because let me ask you this. Do you understand why folks sort of with my framework literally don't understand? There's sort of this internal contradiction. You're saying you want equality but preferential treatment, and equal is and preferential are not the same.
When did I say preferential treatment?
So I think that we've tipped the scale so hard it's gone in the other direction. So you're saying feminism is women needing to be protected, right?
In certain circumstances, yeah.
Okay, from who?
Lots of times from men, yeah. Or
okay, so why is it gendered?
Power systems. Why is it gender? Well, feminism is specifically talking about women. That's not saying that men aren't victims in other situations too. But if we're talking about feminism, we are specifically talking about women's protections. So that's not to say like, oh, men aren't victims ever. Men are only the oppressors. Men can't be victims. But when we're talking about feminism, we're specifically just focusing on protecting women from vulnerable whatever situations and stuff.
So why should a 25-year-old woman today get preferential treatment in the workplace, for hiring, or in academia?
Why should they? I don't think.
Yeah, I mean that's a feminist win, right?
I mean, it was fair decades ago, but now we're pretty dominant in the academic, so I wouldn't even mind if we did it the other way around a little bit and started preferring men in academia a little bit to balance it out, because women are like kind of overwhelming the education system.
So how can you promote both?
Equality. That's the promotion.
Well, no, if you're promoting something, right? I've got a stack of red and a stack of blue. If I'm promoting the blue stack, I'm not promoting the red stack, or vice versa. You can't promote both.
I mean, you can promote without demoting. So you can promote something without demoting something else.
So the whole academia model works currently partially off of the supply and demand of, they have X amount of seats that they can fill in an academic calendar, and they try to sell those seats. So if they promote one gender, that is, because it's a sum zero, it means they're going to have less of the other one, which is why I don't think you can promote both. I think because they're countering each other.
That's what I'm saying. I think at this point, I would totally be for doing a more promotion of men now in education specifically, and programs like nursing programs and stuff, because we see these fields are way over dominated by women now. Because of the promotions, that did help us, and I would say it was beneficial for most women. So yeah, I think.
What about not even going that far? What about just ending preferential treatment in academia and in the workforce and in government contracting and across the board? Just say, fuck it, we're done with gender.
Again, like you say,
isn't that equality?
You say it's preferential treatment. The whole point is to benefit society. It's not like we're just like.
No, it's not.
It is. Having more.
Well, then we're failing horribly.
Having a more educated society is a better society.
Well, so. Right. So I said, so this is at the intersection, I think, of where we disagree.
Okay.
I'm on team. Yeah, it's real interesting because I find it really interesting when you can find that fault line. I think if we're really doing equality, and I believe that you care, right? Okay, we want just fuck gender. We're done with it. Everybody's a human. We have no more prejudices. We're all colorblind and gender blind. And okay, everything that you're feeling when you hear me say that you want, say, no, we still need to. I think that's the friction point. So I'm really curious to know more about that.
I understand your point. I do. But I do just think if we're talking about specifically education, I do think it is important to, if men are currently lacking in education and they need help, I don't mind doing that. And when we're talking about like promoting, it's not like people say this with DEI, with like race a lot. It's like, oh, we have DEI programs for race. Okay, it's still overwhelmingly white people. It's just now there's just a little bit more minorities that are in the group. It's still like overwhelmingly white people though for most of these like programs and stuff. So it's like you can call it promoting. It's just kind of like a little boost. That's how I see it. So, and with education, I just don't see that as a bad thing. If there's a certain gender or certain disparity for some reason where people are lacking in education for whatever reason, and I would even say we could look at our grade school education systems. Lots of men have said that education systems don't cater to the way men learn. This could be the disparity in why men aren't going to college or aren't as successful in college, which therefore would, I think, deem necessary a little promotion for men in school.
A few thoughts. One, the reason why men are not going to college as much, and that's been a 4-decade trend, is because they've been pushed out. It's not that they haven't participated. It's not even that they're not capable, right? You have folks that are performing very well not being admitted because other folks are being preferred. Now, on top of that, a lot of guys are just going into the trades. A lot of guys have said, look, I'm just trying to make a buck. Let me learn a skill, go make a buck. And they're not racking up any school debt. I'm a college dropout. For most of my career, I've done pretty well. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an engineer. I'm a self-starter, all of these other wonderful things. But for me, college wasn't necessary for me to be able to find success in the workforce. So a part of the foundational problem I have with any sort of equity-based program is they operate off of a sum zero model, meaning there's only X amount of opportunity and we need to choose who can have the opportunity, not how can we create more opportunity. So I think what's actually happening is a lot of women are getting stuck with debt on education that isn't actually proving to be as valuable as they thought, partially because they were encouraged to go into programs to learn things that are not actually useful to know. And then a lot of guys bypassing that altogether are finding more financial stability and just going down a different career path. Like I really do, like my personal life mission is to democratize access to information technology and opportunity for everyone, which is a part of why I get so offended at anything where it's discriminatory based off of fill in the blank, because the ultimate discrimination is socioeconomic. The folks that are poor stay poor. They are denied opportunities. That's the class that's really getting left behind. So every time that we want to polish this up and say, oh, it's this group, oh, it's that group, like, no, it's the folks that are stuck constantly behind that can't get ahead and need a little bit more of a leg up. And, you know, having a little bit different melanin profile at Harvard doesn't really change that.
Okay. There's something I was gonna say. I forget though.
It'll come back.
Yeah. Do we want to kind of go back to the family stuff?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I wanted to keep like reeling it back in, but at the same time, I'm hoping that like Josh, you would wrap it back in, like into the prompt, because I feel like we're just veering off. I understand that feminism ideology kind of touches a lot of different things, but Ghosty gave a lot of really great information on her opening statement, and I'd love for you guys to dive into that and actually argue those pieces.
All right. Well, it's just a general criticism on that point. The whole notion that fathers aren't getting custody because they're not asking for it is batshit crazy. So I didn't get those stats ahead of this. I'm happy to look at whatever sources you have. That is not at all what's going on out there. In fact, the other story, the real story, and the Kentucky divorce numbers tell it, is when you disincentivize the no-fault divorce with the 50-50 custody, the biggest tool that women will use to beat dad over the head is the kids. And so with 50-50 rebuttable presumption of 50-50 custody, you disarm that weapon, which is why I suspect those divorce rates went down. So I have never seen anything that supports the notion that men can get custody if they want. And there's any number of men that I know personally and otherwise that just die on that hill. The reason why these guys settle these, right? You say, oh, it usually settles. It settles because they know they're going to get their ass handed to them by a rigged system.
But that's
to
what
go
you're
back
saying.
to the prompt, to go back to the prompt, rigged system based off of feminism, especially second and third wave.
That is the problem, that people like you keep telling men that they are, it's just no use to waste your time and your money and blah, 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 blah. But when you actually look at the stats of men,
Why do you think I should lie to them?
Because when you actually look at the stats of men who do fight for custody, most of the time they end up getting at least joint custody.
And what I'm telling you right now is I believe that stat is complete bullshit. And if you send it to me, I'll be happy to look at it. That is so far disconnected from reality. I have a hard time humoring it beyond that.
No, I reviewed this study a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but like maybe 2 years ago. And it shows pretty strongly that the more active a man is in fighting for custody, the more likely he's going to do it. Also, if the couple during divorce settles outside of court, they're more likely to have like 50-50. But the bulk of men that the study shows don't file for counter. They don't file for custody. They don't want custody. And of course, if you don't show up or if you don't counterclaim or do anything like that, then it's just going to happen whatever the original filing person wants. But yeah, the study shows very strongly that most are just not showing up. But if they do get what they are looking for.
Or it's agreed to, or it's just agreed to.
I'm very interested in seeing the study, and anytime it's agreed to, the guy knows he's going to get destroyed in court, and it's going to be a vicious, ugly system where they can go ahead. 85% of people get married without a prenup, which means when that divorce happens, which doesn't need to have a proof, but they argue for more, punitive awards have been happening for a while. And maybe, you know, I'm going to go as far as acknowledge there've been some shifts on it. I like seeing the Kentucky shift. I like that we're even having the discussion about the 50-50 custody. That's a nice balance that's going to buy some peace. But the fact of the matter is, at a minimum for the last 15, 20 years, if a guy wants to go, he knows he's going to lose. And if he fights, it's going to hurt like hell. And you shouldn't, this is the core problem. A man shouldn't have to fight to be in his kid's life. If he wants to show up and love his kid and be involved, the court should want that and support that, but they don't.
They should. I agree. But like, again, one of the key elements I feel like coming from feminism, is women feeling like they have, and I know it sucks to call it a burden because being a mother is obviously like a blessing and everything, but lots of women kind of feel burdened with the full duty of taking care of their children, with men kind of not stepping up and helping out. I'm not saying that like men do that on the regular or anything, but back in the day, lots of women, a big argument from feminism was women feeling burdened with taking basically 100% care of children without help from the men. So I don't know how you could say that the feminist argument is the thing that's hurting fathers in court. I agree that we could say it's the money thing. Maybe there should be more help for struggling fathers, getting money for lawyers, like mothers do. That's kind of like a men's activist thing that I totally support. But yeah, I don't know. And again, like most of these states that don't have the 50-50 are red states that are
Why are you even
anti-feminist.
bringing that up? No, why are you even bringing that up?
Because they're anti-feminist. So
no, here's
why
the
aren't
thing.
those courts doing that? If you say it's a feminist problem, but the most feminist states start at the 50-50 custody, then that's my argument.
No, so I reject the idea of categorizing states as a feminist state or not a feminist state. I think folks are too interesting for that. For example, in the great state of Virginia, a lot of it's very red, but Northern Virginia is very blue. So overall, it becomes a purple state.
Same in PA,
it's an accurate, right? So I think that's painting with too broad of a brush. You know, so I want to go back to one of the first things you said in that about there is, I think it's perfectly fair to say that being a mother is a burden. Doesn't mean it's not worth it. Doesn't mean it's a miracle. But I think a lot of times women do try to tell themselves, oh, this is supposed to be such a blessing. But like, it's fucking hard. Like, these are tiny humans. They're literally tearing a body open at times. My first time with my daughter's birth, we're doing the pre-birth course. And they're like, do you know what an episiotomy is? And I was like, that's a terrible thing. For those that don't know what it is, go ahead and Google it later. All that to say, yes, it's a challenge, man. Don't Google it.
No.
Yeah.
You'll never unsee that.
But like the whole point is, like, the whole foundation of marriage was meant to help with what you're talking about there. Back in the day, before women had the right to vote, obviously a better time in some ways, maybe not because of that reason, but women could also take their men to court if they didn't pay the bills. Because that was codified into our culture, was the men had the obligation to actually take care of the wife like that, because that was the family unit we were protecting. So at its core, marriage exists not for mom and dad, but for the kids. And so why do we have family courts to enforce that men take care of their children? Well, to make sure that men take care of their children. That's important. The perversion we've arrived at is the system that was supposed to encourage that has now become the obstacle of that. And the engineer in me just can't reconcile that. It's so hard to wrap my head around.
Weren't you the one earlier? You mentioned something about tyranny, though, and the law kind of keeping everybody into boundaries that they shouldn't have to be and stuff like that. That's how I feel about no-fault divorce. If people don't want to be together, they shouldn't stay together. And lots of times you even see, like, obviously, yes, a divorce is hard for kids, but if two parents are living together that are just in turmoil, kids watch that. That's going to be their example for when they go on. It's actually better to give them a display of a healthy co-parenting relationship than two parents who just aren't getting along, aren't showing affection towards each other in the same house. So
right. Well,
yeah.
and where we disagree foundationally, and this isn't a moral judgment, isn't whatever. It's, I think the sky is this and you think it's that. Mm-hmm. Is, I think when I got married, my first marriage was in a Mormon temple, very, very conservative. And that commitment was for better or worse, all of the betters and all of the worse. Now, my ex-wife has a degree in we'll call it a feminist category, and consistent with the numbers, she was the one that filed for divorce. Imagine my surprise. I marry this woman, ultra conservative, blah, 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 boom. So bring this up because the model was designed to protect, making sure that the mother can take care of the children and the family stays intact. So with feminism, what we've done is this no fault divorce. I agree with you. Fine. If people don't like each other, they shouldn't be with each other. But at that point, I believe those two people are having a moral failing where they're unable to reconcile with their marital covenant, and they should double down so the kids don't have to suffer. Like you're saying, the kids should have parents at home that are loving and providing a stable environment. But even if they don't, the outcomes are still better for the kids if the parents stay together than if they have a contentious relationship. I'm not saying I like it. I'm a super pro marriage. I'm super pro family. I'd like to see everybody get along. That's the world I'd like to live in.
So another feminist tenet, which is why you're saying people aren't having babies, which is why people aren't having babies, is because people are having babies later. They're not getting married super young with kind of the first or second person they're with and rushing it in order to find more successful relationships so that they don't have to go through divorce in this. So like in the beginning you said that we're not having babies, blah, blah, blah. If we don't replace the baby boomers, that's not really us not having babies. It's just there's a lot of fucking baby boomers. And if just we're having babies a little bit later and we're having a little bit less kids, that doesn't equal no kids. Like, people see that if we're not meeting the replacement rate, that equals women not having kids. People are still having families. People are still having kids. They're just doing it a little bit later in life to hopefully find more successful partners to have a more successful relationship instead of getting married when you're like 18 with the first guy, whatever kind of shit. You know what I mean? So again, like, this is more feminism kind of helping families from my perspective.
I call bullshit. Feminism has this lie. It's got a number of them. One of the most pronounced is this lie that you can have a career and a family. Fact of the matter is, we're having more birth complications. We're having fertility issues, and it's no coincidence that the average age of marriage, I believe in the U.S. is 31. I forget what it is for having a kid. The culture I grew up in was Mormon. Mormons routinely will get married in their early 20s and stay married for their entire lives and pop out lots of kids and have happy lives. These are communities I've lived in. Now, I'm not saying everybody should be Mormon. In fact, I think it's great that not everybody's Mormon. I love the Mormons that we have. Wouldn't mind some more. I don't think we need a full Mormon overthrow of everything. But as neighbors go, they get along. They love each other. They're engaged. And so I guess my question to you is, do you agree that what's being told is have kids later, start your career now, deal with you now? Because what I really think it is that women are more comfortable, and I get it, having a more comfortable lifestyle, and they're not willing to go down on lifestyle in order to have a family earlier when it's the safest for them and all this other stuff.
I don't know if it's really about, I mean, obviously for some women, it is about lifestyle. Just like for some men, some people are obsessed with money and want that super luxurious, rich lifestyle. I think for the average woman who wants to go to college, it's because her parents told her, I don't want you to have to rely on a man, because I've seen too many people do it and end up really hurt. Lots of our own generation watch this with our own moms go through this thing. So it's more about...
What generation is that?
Huh?
What generation are you?
I'm a millennial.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, so lots of us watch our own parents go through divorces, and our moms kind of get like screwed over, and watch their single moms and whatever. So it's more about just having a backup plan than I'd say being like you're being materialistic over family. It's more of a backup plan, a safety plan for you and your kids, really, in the end.
So isn't that sugarcoating, like, and for the kids? Like, the fact of the matter is, like, when you delay childbirth by like 10 years, biologically, that's a non-zero impact. And so you can say, well, it's not because they want to, drive a Mercedes Benz or whatever it is, but like it's about self-interest and choosing self over family, like facially. And like, I'm not even making a moral judgment on it. It's an observation. If you can spend your first decade, call it, 20 to 30 in school, work on your career, or you can spend it starting a family. You can't really do both without impeding on the other.
You can't do both unless you have support, really, is what it is. But you're talking about marriage too. Lots of people are having kids out of wedlock. So I don't know the average age for the birth rate, honestly, off the top of my head. I don't know that. I would assume it's like in your late 20s, like probably like 27 or something. That would be my guess. I have no fucking idea. I could be wrong.
No, that's fair.
But yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a super bad thing, is to kind of figure out your life first and then have children when you're more prepared.
Well, and this is, I think, again, a good fault line. To me, the goal of the marriage, the whole point isn't, for example, walked into my first marriage. It wasn't for my joy and satisfaction. It was to build a family. It was to join with another person, bring some tiny humans into the world and take care of them. And in that environment, a lot of times folks will say, oh, Mormon faith, it's very patriarchal, and it is. It's very misogynistic, and it's not. But for the most part, men are sacrificing their everything to take care of their family and their community. And somehow they still get blamed for being the victim. These are the guys that go out, they do all this. This is how they spend their lives. Then they go to a family court and they get told they're the bad guy, and they get the rest of their careers destroyed. So this way, someone can, it sounds like you are of the opinion that this is a pendulum that is already shifting.
Their careers
so
getting destroyed from their divorce?
Oh, God, yes.
Because, I mean, I don't know about, like, I'm talking about outside of Mormons. Again, I did bring this up earlier, but women...
Me too.
Men fare better after divorce. Maybe not emotionally, but financially, women fare off worse usually after divorce than men do. But,
yeah, and I said it's because they're bad with money.
Yeah, and then
I remember your facial reaction to that one.
And then we went over the debt and whatever, yada, yada, yada. We don't have to go over that again. But
we found our differences of opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that the things you're talking about that are wrong with the courts have to do with feminism. But
what would you attribute it to then?
Again, like I said, the way that you kind of need money to have a more successful court case. We see that in criminal law. We see that in family law.
Did you know that in family law, the man usually has to pay for both attorneys? Which means the woman, the mother here, is not actually suffering any of the direct financial consequence of that. In fact, they even exclude it from property separation.
I'm aware that happens in certain cases. That was not the case.
It's the law in Virginia, and I'm sure in other states. I haven't looked through all of them. But this is what's codified into our law, and this is the wood chipper that has been destroying men. You seem genuinely surprised that divorce damages a man's career. It's one of, so I do a lot in the startup world. I build businesses. That's what I do. If you look at a portfolio level, so like a venture fund that invests in a lot of startups, one of the things that they'll look at is a percentage of their cases their companies are going to fail. And divorce is literally something that they list as they go. And this is a thing that will literally nuke. These are companies that put millions of dollars into companies that just crash because of a divorce. And so if you're not saying it's feminism, which has led to these outcomes, I'm real curious to know why it is that we're not, because it looks like one side consistently gets pushed over, and it's in the direction that the feminists have been pushing. So if the feminists have been pushing one way and we see a guy falling over, that's where I end up on it.
Like, again,
court fees, I wanted to throw that in there because the court fees, typically men don't, it's not automatic. It's not something that's guaranteed. If the wife makes a significantly lower amount, the judges will usually run a calculation. So if you actually have financial, like a financial disparity, for instance, or if she's not working at all, right? Then that turns it into marital assets. And then that would come out of, like, when they start doing the 50-50 or splitting this or splitting that, the legal fees get split accordingly as well. So but it's not automatic. It's not guaranteed. If the wife is working and the husband are both working and she's making a reasonably good amount, she'll have to pay her own legal fees, but it doesn't come with the territory.
It's a risk, boys. It's a risk. It's a non-zero risk.
You have to actually like request it, and you have to show like huge financial disparity differences between the two. Yeah. Like it's a lot of work to do it.
So it really depends state to state. And some states are actually pretty good about staying on top of things. Like another area is when a man has a reduction in income, loses his job, loses hours, something like that. Some states have a really good system for, here's my pay stubs, let's get this adjusted. Others don't. And so you end up just having the snowball or rearage that under federal law can never be bankruptcied out of. You can't run from it. You can't hide from it. It's just coming. So if there's a very heavy enforcement arm on the back end of any mistakes on this.
Yeah, and I would say that's another issue, but again, I don't think feminism would be to blame for that. That would be just the what's the word? The ability of the court systems to kind of function. Like, ideally, if a father ends up losing employment or losing hours or for whatever reason, ideally he should be able to go to the courts and be like, look, I lost this much money, and then child support or whatever will be adjusted accordingly. And that's kind of supposed to, like, the ideal system. But I don't think that's an issue of feminism. That's just an issue of the courts not being ideal, which I did say in my opening statement too. It's that they're not perfect. I need to be better.
Right. So you'd say it's a bug, not a feature. Meaning it's something working incorrectly, not a bad workflow that was designed this way.
It's not because of feminism, basically.
So it might be a feature of the system, but it wasn't a feature installed by feminism.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else we might have to cover here.
I don't know either.
How about you, Ghosty?
Let me look through.
While you're looking, I'm just gonna relax a little here. It's been a long day.
Like, from most of my research, I just saw on all different legal websites, because I was going from different states, whatever, and just from all the different websites, repeatedly they would say things like, there is a narrative that there is a wide disparity between men and women receiving custody, but this isn't always true. And then I do want to say there was a spike during the pandemic because mothers ended up a lot of mothers ended up like working from home more, so there were more stay-at-home mothers, so there was a little bit of spike of women getting more. But before that, it was like mothers get custody around 58% of the time compared to fathers around 42% of the time. So yeah, that's like a slight difference, but I don't think it's not as big of a disparity that most people think it is. So again, I would just tell fathers to expect to fight for your kids. And there are some I don't know exactly what it is, but there is some help for fathers to be able to pay for lawyers for family courts and stuff through. And I'm sure you're a Republican, so you're probably against welfare and all these things that go to help fathers, like needy fathers and stuff. So just saying, it's another liberal feminism idea.
No, like why is that your rhetorical angle?
There's actually a lot of great, I mean, even here in Maryland, they have where if you can't afford a lawyer, they have a whole library. You can actually go and sit and talk with people who are allowed to guide you in the right direction. They can help you fill out the paperwork. They can kind of guide you through the rules or any type of law that you're kind of working with, and so on and so forth. But you can get free lawyers, or even if you want to represent yourself, you can still do like self-guided stuff with them. It's very nice how they have it all set up.
I'm just trying to prove that like a more liberal mindset is going to be more beneficial for struggling fathers.
Well, but you're presupposing some things about me, and I do take offense to that. I'm not typically hard to offend. And let me finish, if I may.
Okay.
Like, I'm not particularly bothered by it, whatever. We're having a debate. This has been interesting. It's been nice. I appreciate you engaging with me on it. But what you did to me is a cardinal sin, and it's fine, whatever. Again, we're just debating here. But you said, you seem like you're a Republican, so blah, 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 blah. You painted me as a monolith when you don't understand me, and I'm literally right here. If you wanted to ask me a question, hey, Josh, are you this? Are you that? You could explore it. But instead you go, I think you might be a Republican, blah, 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 blah. And it's fine. You can have your opinion. But if we're engaging in something here, I wouldn't mind if you actually confirmed I believe the way you think I do before you attributed it to me.
That's fair. I was just assuming based on everything you said tonight that you're conservative. But yeah, I don't know. Like, do you believe in like welfare and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely do lean conservative. I'm a constitutional conservative.
Okay.
Generally, I distrust the government because of its ability to mess things up. And I try to lean more towards individuals, families, and community support as the way that we manage things. I like those sort of more. But even at that, not all conservatives view things the same way. And I think that, a part of why I appreciate everything Sarah does in debates and discussions like this, the panel verse in general, is that we are trying to have discussions with people. And I'm not looking for reasons to be offended. But on the same token, I know rhetoric I use in ways I talk to people sometimes gets their ears all pointy and gets them all worked up when I'm not trying to. And so at a minimum, I do think it's helpful if we're aware of that. You might not have assumed that I would be bothered by you saying, "Oh, well, you're Republican, so you eat goats or whatever." It's just we're so much more interesting than that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't,
get it.
for example, just to wrap it here, I wouldn't say you're a filthy libtard. I wouldn't say blah blah blah. I think you're ghosty, and I think you've got your views and your ideas, and I'm interested in exploring those. And I prefer those types of interactions with people over, just spurging out at each other over, "You're wrong. No, you're wrong."
I don't think I used a demeaning word towards you. I did just make an assumption about your judgment, though. And I shouldn't have done that.
I appreciate
she
that.
kept it pretty open though. And she said, I think you might be this or that. So if so, wouldn't you appreciate this more or something? I didn't feel like it was like it didn't sound derogatory by any means.
Yeah.
And I think
I
it's
do
safe.
that with sometimes, though.
I think it's safe. If you're coming into a debate, typically people research their opposition. So I think that would be safe for her to say that, assuming she did that type of research, and assuming if you're going against feminism ideologies, and assuming you're going against like all of these things that would lead to that assumption. I think it's a fair assumption.
It was fair, and my criticism was more on arriving at the assumption of one thing and then just launching down a logic train that might not be true. And the only reason I even really am bothered by it is it just gets in the way of good discourse. And I think, Ghosty, I think we've actually had some nice moments here in this discussion. I really appreciate you here. I know some of it can be rough, but I try to also be clear on the fact that, it can be challenging to navigate these discussions. So I don't want to be too aggressive.
No, for sure. You're honestly pleasant to debate.
Fair enough. Well,
people.
If you guys didn't have anything else, we'll go ahead and move into closing statements, and just roll into open panel, and maybe some more voices can come on and add more to the topic. I think there's a lot of shit talkers in the chat, so we should be able to have, I'll make them all come up. Don't worry. Joshua, if you'd like to begin with your closing statement, please.
Yeah, I just, one of the things that I will say I don't always have the opportunity to enjoy is actually having my views or perspectives challenged when I do have debates or discussions like with you, Ghosty, and thank you for joining us here tonight. I do try to understand something about the way the other side thinks because they don't think the way I do. And if Ghosty doesn't eat babies, and if she seems like a generally pleasant individual, then I'd like to understand how she arrives at the way that she arrives, because it isn't based off of a love of the suffering of individuals. So these discussions can be challenging, and I do appreciate that we got to be able to actually engage in some frameworks here. I do think there's some genuine points of discussion. I think one of the things hopefully Ghosty will follow up with on those statistics of allegedly fathers just aren't asking. Gentlemen, I reinforce, be careful out there. If you get a chick knocked up, she can kill it. You got no say in it. She can put you on child support, 18 years. And on top of that, keep you out of your kid's life. Now, feminism that I'm hearing, the same feminist motion from the first, second, and third and fourth wave are now pushing towards men's rights. So since I guess it makes, it all makes sense now, because if fourth wave feminism included trans women becoming women, then by the fifth wave, we need to start arguing for men's rights as well. So maybe it's a self-correcting loop here. Isn't that great? I will say, I do think that the pipeline for how we are educating attorneys and the way the dispositions they have heading into the bar and then going on to be attorneys and going on to be judges means ideologies like feminism can spread like cancer. And I'm grateful for this American experiment. We've got different states doing different things, and we've managed to see some good case studies of maybe some better outcomes. And I will say I was pleasantly surprised and delighted that Ghosty brought up 50-50 custody, because I really do think that if someone is saying they care about men too, that is an issue to be bringing up. So tip of the hat to Ghosty for bringing that up in her opening.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Ghosty, to you, please.
All right, so yeah, kind of on the same token, I understand where lots of men come from in these conversations because they do have experiences that were unpleasant in the courts. So again, I do understand that. I just personally usually don't blame feminism for those things. And again, he's telling men to be careful and stuff. So this is from the dadsdivorcelaw.com, and I found this all over the internet, everywhere I looked. It says the most recent available census statistics show that fathers represent around 1 in 5 custodial parents, an improvement over the 16% custodial parents reported in 1994. So from 1994 to today, we jumped what's that, at least 5% or something like that in 20 years. Could definitely still do more improvement, but like I said, there's only 20 states that start at 50-50 custody. So I think that is something we need to work on. And it says, however, studies indicate that dads simply do not ask for custody as often as mothers do, and courts generally do not award what is asked for in that regard. So again, if you are doing the custody thing, don't just think that because you're a father, you're not going to get custody. My advice to you would be to fight for it. And I know that sucks. Divorce and custody, none of that is fun. None of that is going to be fun for people. But I really do think in the end, feminism is trying to dismantle these biases that women are the better mothers, women can't be abusers, women can't abuse children, fathers don't care about their children, blah, blah, blah. Feminism is supposed to show that gender has nothing to do with your ability to parent. So in that regard, I do think feminism has helped the courts and has helped promote this type of legislation that leads to better custody for fathers.
Perfect. Thank you, Ghosty. All right. And we're going to read the super chats, but I also want to tell, again, all of you shit talkers, click the link, get your butt back here, and you need to come to talk your shit on screen instead of staying in the comments.
Be nice
all
to
right.
Ghosty.
Be nice to Ghosty. I think there are probably more of them would come to you.
I hope so.
This was a pretty
Let's fucking go.
chill debate, so
I'm glad you felt that way. I really do try to connect with people, and it's really hard to actually understand them if you're I can pressure people. I don't like to. I'd rather actually understand, right? I believe as long as you believe what you're saying, I want to understand it. And so yeah. I don't like the tricks.
No.
Plus, if I'm nice to people, they're nicer back to me.
Exactly.
I'm just not nice to anyone. Makes it easier. All right. Jen sends tomato tax. Thank you so kindly. And I'm actually disappointed in a lot of you. I know you've all had a nice little 4-day break from the tomato. Yeah, that's all fun. I get it. But you've had 4 days of not paying your tomato taxes. So please pay up, pay well, and yeah, let's go.
Or get fined.
Or I'll put the chat on members only, and then yeah, I'll really piss you off. Robert says, when I make a BLT, I'll think of you. Now I'm hungry, Robert. I'm gonna, after we open up the panel, I'm gonna go totally make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is anybody else hungry by chance?
I am, actually, but
a bunch.
Fair enough. Iotin says, I know a man whose ex quit her job and moved in with her parents to request higher child support. At least that's how he tells it. He barely gets to see his kid because of all the needed overtime. He's a 26-year-old. I can actually speak to this. If you on purpose get a crappy job, or don't you quit your job just to adjust child support. Men can't do this either, right? If you as a man quit your job tomorrow and said, Your Honor, I don't have a job, I have no income, I can't pay, the judge will still review the last 3 years of your and consider it potential earnings. Same thing for a woman. And even if, let's say, she was a stay-at-home mom for 5 years and then you got a divorce, they'll still hold her to, you have to get a job, right? So with this story, Iotin, she could certainly try to request higher child support, but she has to show what her prior, you can't just go in and say, I want more money just because I'm not making as much. Something detrimental. It's called
change in circumstance.
Yeah, it's yes. And it has to be something completely crazy. Like maybe I got in a car accident and I am on disability for the next 6 months, right? Things are going to be different if I was paying child support, right? So the courts require a lot. You have to work a lot to try to make this happen. It's not going to happen. It won't happen. But a lot of people like to say that.
I'm also not denying that there isn't people who abuse the system, but like, again, I just don't put this on feminism. Like, it's just a shitty person at that point. Like, there's tons of contentious divorces and parents, like there's a lot of shitty people who do really shitty things to their spouses. And, you know, there might be some stupid woman who's out there saying girl power, but that's like, in my mind, that's not feminism. That's just somebody being a shitty, selfish person.
Mm-hmm. Any thoughts to you, Joshua?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you're a man and you're making money and you lose your job, they can just assume that you're doing it to screw with them, even though they've been putting you in the meat grinder. So I would say, guys, do not listen to any siren or soothsayer saying, oh, it'll be okay. Just assume the worst. And I'll tell you, I hope I'm wrong. I hope you get the 50-50 custody. I hope you get the no alimony. I hope you get, and here's the other thing too on this issue. I do have fiery passion because at the edge case, a lot of destruction happens, but there are a lot of women who will just divorce a guy and not be a bitch about it. And those are, I admire those women. And so if you're a woman, if ever divorced a man and not just upended his life, thank you. That was damn decent of you.
Most people are reasonable. Rude Mud Crab sends in the $5 and says, $600K on family court. That explains the $6 haircut. You really spent $600,000 on, how long has your court case been going on for?
So from filing in March of 2017, I think, to the final order of divorce, I think a little over a year later, between both sides, it was about $500,000. I paid about $300K of that. We're still fighting. At this point, I've been remarried for almost as long as the first marriage. And the fiery eternal abyss is still saying, no, we're right, even though I'm saying, no, they're wrong. But yeah, this is, and it is a bit of an edge case also in the sense of, and I don't mean this arrogantly, but like at the time the divorce happened, like I had just built a multi-million-dollar company from scratch. So I put $1,000 in a credit card. I had a healthy business. I was bringing in good money, like, and then it crashed. And then the system's like, we don't care if it crashed or it's your fault that it crashed. And like, that's a heavy edge case on it. But yeah, and then it's just, it's like works like clockwork for those guys. It's crazy.
Sucks. I'm sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not tax deductible either. It's super bullshit. I wish I had $6 for a haircut. I'm sorry.
Right. A shout out to Plumpy for sending in a tomato membership. And it looks like Flo's backstage. He's plugged in. He's getting memberships over on his end from Smoking Auditor. And he says, stop in before work to light up. Hit the like button. Thank you so kindly, Auditor. All right. I will go ahead and get us kicked off with our panel. I've got 3 backstage right now, but I know we're going to have some fun with these 3. And Joshua, I believe they are all coming for you on this one. Here we go.
Wonderful.
That's a first for me.
I'm a good lady.
My button not clicking. Am I frozen?
Oh. All right. I see what we got here.
It is us, the three amigos.
Hello, gentlemen. Which of you would like either one of our asses first? Just mine. I'm not offering anyone else's.
I yield to the other two. I didn't watch the I'm going to let it. Let them build up the attention.
Fair enough.
Dusty.
Yeah,
that's fair. I think my system's like freezing, so if I interrupt anyone or something, I apologize. I'm like getting every other word from you guys, but I'll let Effigy, since Effigy was talking so much shit in the chat, kick it off. And also, before you start, Effigy, the gauntlet is officially open. Start making your way over there if you already know where you're going. Otherwise, I will drop the link and we'll shut down Tomato Side in 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Effigy, let's hear it.
To go with the original prompt, I think there are tons of things that feminism has helped as far as family court. Even if you don't want to take account for all the things that it has helped women achieve, feminism is the primary reason that children in courts are no longer basically considered chattel. They're not considered the property of their father.
Right, the property of the mother.
Their interests are now. Well, but it's
their property of the parent
that are taken into account now, and they're not treated as chattel. Basically,
yeah, I mean they are.
That was a huge difference.
They're literally used as a leverage point to get more money and fuck on a guy. It's just now mom's using it instead of dad, I guess.
They're placed. The court takes their interest into account as to where they're placed. It's no longer just a matter of property. It's
okay.
Whether or not you want to say it's not, but that was that's old English common law. Basically, is that children are property.
Okay.
Literal
like a dog or a cat.
And like additionally, now women can also be on the hook for child support, and that happens plenty as well. So
yeah, and it happens 3 out of 97 or 3 out of 100.
That was alimony.
That's alimony.
Yeah, I'm not sure about child support, but
alimony is rare regardless, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it is.
It's rare for the people that aren't paying it. She said, what was it, 10%?
It was like roughly 10% of divorces are awarded alimony, and it's like almost always temporary.
So 2 million weddings a year in the U.S. That's 200,000 of them. Well, cut it in half, get a divorce. So that's going to be 100. What is it? Yeah, 100,000 per year that are going to go on it if those numbers play out.
But
that's something.
Again, like even in Texas, you can't even ask for alimony unless you've been married for 10 years. So
there's also states where you're married for 2 minutes. Yeah.
This might be a personal question. You might have answered it already, but approximately how big of a net worth did you guys have to divide up to come up with a $600,000 bill?
Well, it was primarily the value of the future earnings of a software company that I had built.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got leveraged into debt over debt over debt. Ballpark total net assets around 5 million.
Okay.
Which is different than what was liquid and on hand. I got tapped out. I had to fire staff. It was my staff took a huge hit during the divorce. And then actually 2 of them got fired because of it. Had nothing to do with business, just economics.
Are there not systems in place to negotiate like fees and stuff if like your income drastically changes? Like those have to exist, right?
There are. So there's a judge on the Fairfax County Circuit bench. There's 4 of them in particular, but one well, there's more than 4. One in particular, her name's Judge Christy Leary. She heard my ex-wife testify point blank. She makes $100,000 a year. Original support was based off of making $0 a year, and the judge struck my motion, claiming I hadn't met the burden of proof because for some reason, beyond any recognition, she thought that
$100,000 a year increase from $0,000 per year increase was not a change of circumstance. There's currently an appeal sitting in the Fourth Circuit on that one.
Wait, your wife made $100K a year?
Right. And they still told me I had to pay her as if she made $0K per year after she just testified that for more than a year, she'd been making $100K a year. And I had to collapse. Yeah.
It probably has to do with the percent of the calculation. So when you run calculations, like you don't have to. I know you mentioned earlier that you're supposed to have your daughter, I believe, 4 nights a week.
I should be able to see her 4 days a week. I've seen her for 5 hours in the last 5 years.
What?
But now, does your wife or ex-wife live in Virginia and you live in Nevada?
And no matter, and my ex-wife won't comply with the custody agreement. We literally had a trial about it. I brought all of the evidence. My ex-wife admitted to the things that I claimed that she did, and then the judge just handwove it and said, "Oh no, this is nothing."
Is she there for her job or something, or?
Yeah, I mean, we had ties. That's where we got married. And my daughter does get excellent support. My daughter had 4 brain surgeries before she turned 2. The fact that she's alive at all is a miracle. Her doctor wasn't sure she'd live to 3. She turns 11 next year.
Oh,
so that's something I'm very happy about.
Yeah, that's
How long have you guys lived that far apart?
Well, so I was her primary caretaker for like the first 6 weeks she was born while my ex-wife was recovering. We were married at the time. And then I saw my daughter 3-4 times a week for 3 to 4 hours until she was 5. And then I couldn't afford to live in Virginia anymore, so I moved out west.
So that's why the mom's getting favored at this point. She's been the primary custodial parent for so long that you got a big uphill battle to go.
Also, jurisdiction applies like where the child has been living for the past couple of years.
Dusty, you're out of your mind. And jurisdiction is perpetual under the Uniform Custody Enforcement Agreement, and there's no question that Virginia has jurisdiction over it. Generally, a family court certainly in Virginia, whenever they start the case, they're going to retain jurisdiction until everybody moves out of the state. So as long as one party is still in that state, they retain jurisdiction over it until the end of everyone.
Your mic's kind of cutting out, but
it might have been because I threw the music in. You got echo cancellation on, but it should. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to settle in on people's mics.
What I understood was that if it the jurisdiction is determined by where the child has been living for the past 5 years of their life, or 3 or something like that, but wherever the child has been residing. So if she was born in Virginia and has been living there, then from what I looked up, that's where the jurisdiction would
and parents typically courts typically run off of precedence of what the child has been doing versus what they could be doing in the future. So for instance, if your wife lived in Virginia in the same house for the last 5 years, then anything going forward, they're going to try to keep the child as stable as possible and not if you're living across the country, right? I could understand maybe some holidays or summer times or something to that degree, but they're not going to send the kid to you over 4 days on 4 days.
Not even claiming that. I'm saying literally the custody agreement says I email my ex-wife on Sunday the schedule for the week, then I go. It's not permission. It's a question. But she doesn't do it. She doesn't comply with it. I document everything. I go to the court, and the court says we don't care.
Well, can I ask, how are you? Because you have 4 days a week. How are you expecting to have that when it's a flight? If requires a flight for your daughter to get there?
Well, so for example, what we're blowing past is, for up until about 5 years ago, I lived there. In fact, I was within walking distance, and my ex-wife still wouldn't comply with the custody agreement, so I couldn't exercise what was in the custody agreement. So I had 2 options: stay somewhere I couldn't afford, or get the hell out and try to grow somewhere else. So that's what I went with. Fact of the matter is, the judge is derelict when they sit there and they say, I hear evidence that, for example, the mother's violating the custody agreement, or I hear evidence that the mother has had a change in income. And then the judge says, I don't care. that's where zealotry gets in. To get back to the point here, this is a judge that was in her private practice. She was proud of the fact she was a top 50 woman attorney. I don't know why the fact that she was a woman had anything to do with anything on that, but that was a contest she won that she was proud of. And so she seems ideologically based. The law firm that is getting away with everything they want, they have a close relationship. A lot of what happens in our courts is the bar associations and the local attorneys, they all see each other in court on a regular basis, hearing lots of different motions. And so they get comfortable with each other. And what ends up happening is there's a culture that decides how these things go, and they abandon law over time, especially when they're all in the same tribe.
So what
Let
do you
me interrupt, and I'll give it back to you, Flo. Sorry, I'm sorry. We're moving over to the gauntlet now. I'm officially shutting down the tomato side. I dropped the link into the chat. If you know where you're going, head on over now. Otherwise, you're going to catch the raid. Thank you so kindly. Flo, to you.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You moved away 5 years ago, and you're still fighting for a 50-50 custody enforcement.
No.
What is it? No. Okay. What is exactly are you requesting the courts do? Or
what I would like is for them to enforce the fucking custody agreement that already exists.
Which is 50-50.
No.
Which is what?
Like, are you touched?
Well, I think he's asking
you could be touched.
clarification.
What is the
clarify? Because you already said this. No, if I let me go at him. Dusty, 4 times a week for 3 to 4 hours. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Okay,
is that what
great.
you're supposed to get?
So this is the point of the clarification, and my apologies.
I'm asking you what the terms are.
It's 4 days a week for 3 to 4 hours.
Okay, so you want that. That's what you're requesting they enforce.
That's what we had agreed to. I'd like more than that.
This is why they're treating you like a douchebag.
Is it actually in the court order?
Yes. Explicitly and unambiguously.
Do you think that your daughter would enjoy getting on a plane twice a day for 4 days?
Dusty, you sound like a fucking retard. What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
see, this is why you're not winning. You don't give a fuck.
Well, Dusty, he's saying
this
is how it was. He's arguing this is how it was happening before he moved, right? So.
Well, I wanted to ask too, because you said your daughter had a lot of medical issues very early
Sarah,
on. Did the medical issues like dive in on, like, impede on your ability to see her? Like, was
I
that
might never see my daughter alive again. And my wife's attorneys get to play this tug of war, and Dusty here isn't even making arguments that are based off of anything that's actually happening. Literally, my
learn what's actually happening
to go along with the custody agreement that we agreed to. And he's making some interesting justifications based off of some theories of things, not knowing the timeline. And it's fine. I don't expect him to be.
I'm asking about right now. Right now, I don't give a fuck about 7 years ago. Right now, you're requesting that the courts enforce an order that says that you get her 4 nights a week for several hours.
No, I just want to visit her.
Why
I just want my daughter to know that her dad's in her life.
Why is it hours a day instead of consecutive days? Isn't that like yeah, why?
Well, that's just what they agreed upon, I guess. But
so we'll clarify a big chunk of this. So my daughter is nonverbal autistic. The fact that she's alive at all is a miracle. At one point, she was having 60 seizures a day. So she is medically fragile. One of the ways that my ex-wife has weaponized the courts is by, even though the custody agreement says my ex-wife will keep me updated on medical issues, she doesn't. And when I tell the court she doesn't, then they say, well, you don't know how to take care of your daughter because of this, that, and the other thing, ignoring the fact that for years I did take care of her, including medications. And so they put the mother in a situation where she can bottleneck and gatekeep the information and then beat me over the head for not having it. And then the judge just openly disregards the actual law of Virginia. That's the intersection of the problem. If the judges were actually following the law, this problem wouldn't exist. But when zealotry exists, then we don't need to go by the law.
Well, have you? I guess no. I'll let Dusty go.
Have you requested a modification of the child of the custody arrangements, or has she requested one?
Yes, we both did, and there was a hearing. And right now there are 2 subsection 1983 lawsuits against a total of 2 attorneys, a law firm, and 4 judges. One of them is sitting under the 4th Circuit right now, and there's a good chance that it's going to be an interesting opportunity for the 4th Circuit to reinforce that this doctrine called Rooker-Feldman doesn't apply automatically to family law cases, and that when courts abuse the function of law, they can be held liable. So we're actually
answer my question.
State with anything.
That didn't answer the question.
I asked the jury to note that the defendant did not answer either of our questions. When I asked why, it was several hours.
He's the judge. He's the plaintiff. He's the defendant.
No, so what? So Ryan, try it differently. What I want you to do is move. You make an oral motion. If you're gonna play, I'm trying to. You want to play the game? Play the game.
He makes oral motions all the time. He does.
Oh my God. So
because then I can grant
it. I'm trying to get the timeline. So when your daughter was born, right? The mother was medically kind of to the side because she was in recovery, right? So you were doing.
She had just had a C-section and her body was healing, and
right. So you were kind of like full-time dad mode. You guys were married?
Yeah, up until my daughter was about 2.
Okay, so you were with your daughter and your wife full time for the first 2 years.
Yeah.
And you lived there and everything.
Yes.
Okay. So then 2 years old, that's when you file for a divorce.
Well, that's when she filed for a divorce and we separated.
She filed for a divorce and you separated. Now, when you separated, did you leave the house?
Yeah, and then I came in and saw my daughter 3-4 times a week for till she was about 5, for as long as I lived in Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing really strange there.
You moved.
I appreciate that.
You moved.
Well, in that part, but then
no, because here's the thing. I've talked to like 3 attorneys in the Fairfax bar, and they're like, "No, you're fucked." And they're like the most disturbing thing of all, and why I had to go the federal route was. I talked to an attorney. He's been an attorney for 40 years. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to figure this out. He goes, is there any way you can settle with her? No, she hates me. I'm like, well, you're fucked. I'm like, oh.
Well, but I think the part where you did move away would be like the impeding factor that changes everything. So you said you had everything was fine and dandy up until she was about 5, but then you moved.
No, things were not fine and dandy. My ex-wife would not fully comply with the custody agreement, even during that window.
Yeah, you're trying to jam her up against the rules. You're trying to shove her out of bounds when obviously you moved away, and unless you're requesting residential custody, you just don't get once in a few hours every day visitation. It's not plausible. That's why I asked about the modifications and what happened with that, because that should be the first thing both lawyers did is request a modification.
But you said you went and saw her a few hours, like 4 or 5 days a week, up until you moved.
Well, right. So my ex-wife wouldn't always abide by the terms of the custody agreement, but I could usually see my daughter 3 or 4 times a week. But because everything was deteriorating and it was very expensive to live in Virginia, I was living just outside of DC, I got the hell out to try to go look for opportunity hours. The other thing is I do startups and tech stuff. Like there's nothing in the DC government belt that's particularly exciting for someone like me. And so professionally, it's just not a great place for me to be.
Well, I mean, your daughter's pretty exciting. You know,
right?
Like that's how I look. And let me do a couple of super chats and then I'll kick it back. Steven says, divorced in 2005, never again, and enjoyed my life the way. By the way, just because. Thank you, Steve, for the just because, and I'm glad you're at least doing better now that you're doing your own thing. And Carpenter Tom sending the big 50 over on the gauntlet side, saying just sliding in to say, hey, thank you, Tom.
Sliding in. I see you.
Hey. So, I mean, to me, like, for instance, I would have loved to have moved away. I wanted to go to Texas and do all these things, but I wanted to ensure my daughter could see her father. Could I have been that bitch that like just got up and went and did it anyways before anything was filed and done and over with? Yeah, I probably could have. But to me, the important factor was she has 2 parents. They need to see each other, right? But I would also, if the roles were reversed, like I would stay I would stay wherever my kid is. I mean, I understand the entrepreneurship and wanting to move somewhere where you can capitalize on your career and so on and so forth. Essentially, we want to say that's the best interest of the child if dad makes uber ton of money or does well. However, like we sacrifice a lot of things for our kids, and being close to them is a very important one for me.
So after, if I may, after building a
I'm with
multi-million
you,
dollar
Sarah. I
company from
stayed in a really shitty
effigy.
city as well until my kid turned into an adult.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead, Joshua.
I built a multi-million dollar company from scratch, got it leveled, and left with almost $1 million in debt. You can't treat a guy like that and then say, oh, but he should stick around for the kid. I obviously wanted to be around for my daughter. That's obvious in everything that's happened. And the fact of the matter is, they've had to literally violate the laws of Virginia to do the things they've been doing. And it's forced me into an uphill battle to go all the way at this point to the Fourth Circuit to push what should just be my actual rights. I shouldn't have to do this. I'm grateful for a system where we can file complaints against judges and attorneys and be able to be taken seriously. But no, I got scorched. It was intentional.
So what was her reasoning? What is her reasoning to not allow the child to see you?
A few thousand miles.
No, I mean, aside from that, but I mean, she's got to have some kind of strong case or some kind of, it's from her perspective, some kind of reasoning as to why she's saying he can't see her because XYZ.
Well, so Dusty, is there anything else you'd like to get out?
No. I think that, look, and I do feel for you less the more time goes on. I feel for you less the more time goes on. But I do feel for you. I'm not trying to be callous, but here's the deal. For the past 5 years,
you're being a fucking inbred, dude. You're saying things that aren't true. You're not sticking at all.
I got custody of my daughter, motherfucker, so maybe you should listen.
I'm so glad the system worked for you. And I have some great news. Children usually do better with their fathers. I'm happy for you. Still don't understand why you're being a bastard about this. Makes no fucking sense.
You need to wrap your head around the fact that you've been living across the country for 5 years, and what you want the courts to order is not in your daughter's best interest at this point.
So let's test that.
Okay.
So do you think it's in my daughter's best interest that her dad can stop by and say hi and hang out with her for a couple hours, a couple of times a week?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's all I fucking want, you dumb twat. What is so fucking
Can you do that?
What's
can
that?
you do that?
No, I can't do that.
Do that. Logistically, can you do that?
You're across the country.
Logistically, yes, but they won't let me.
Literally,
I was
fly there every day. You're gonna fly her out.
Shut the fuck up. I was in Virginia for 3 months. I could have driven up to see her anytime. I have emails back and forth with my ex-wife explicitly saying she's not going to respect the custody agreement. She's not going to do it. So you're attributing some of this on to me and ignoring the fact that if I say, great, here's the schedule, I want to show up, and she goes, eat shit, I don't have recourse.
Yeah, you
How
just
long has
take
it been
your
since
custody order to the police station and they can enforce it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
pretty sure the enforcement or the order was violated when you left the area.
They say, go talk to the judge. And when you go talk to the judge that already says, I don't care if they're violating the custody agreement, do you think they'll all of a sudden care if they're violating the custody agreement?
Is there some type of caveat where she has discrepancy?
Nope.
Of when to, like, or is it hard? I mean,
is it at all that you're sorry?
Sorry, is there like a set schedule in the custody order?
Not as such. The custody order says I email within certain parameters. These are the days, these are the slots, and I go over. It doesn't say she gets to pick and choose. That is the language that we had agreed to as well. That is what she said yes to, what she signed, and she's not making good on what she agreed to.
So would you be able to see that your daughter if you agreed to whatever your ex-wife wanted as far as like visitation, or is it a no nothing?
No, her position is very clear. She'd like me to waive any parental rights and not be in my daughter's life. There's no, by the way, there's not even allegations of any abuse or anything like that. My daughter adores me. There's lots of cute pictures of us together. When I did get to see her, there's none of that. But the system is so heavily favored
towards women, largely because of feminist movements, and she has a very sympathetic story. Part of the reason, like, for example, when she filed for divorce, I didn't file a counter complaint. I didn't go after her. I just thought, this is a really tough situation. I'm going to try to bear the brunt of it. And then it never let up.
So has this been like the main, like for the debate, has this been like the main thing you're leaning on, is your own experience?
Ghosty, did my own experience even really come up during the debate?
Came up maybe once or twice, but
Okay.
no.
I was just curious. I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not.
He wasn't.
accusing you of
Ryan
having-
didn't
okay.
watch the debate. So.
I would say a lot of the premise of what you were talking about does sound like it rotates heavily around your personal experience, and you're tapping into spots of the debate that you have personally been affected by. Like bad judges, bad lawyers, all affected by feminism, the educational system for lawyers in that community, all affected by feminism. You did utilize an actual anecdotal experience and talking about, like, everything just kind of circles around the entirety of your argument. I'm not saying you were doing that on purpose, but it is very circular around it.
Well, and I do think my personal experience is not, so my personal experience is unique to me. The formula and the framework of what happened is very ununique. This sort of thing happens quite a bit and a lot. So, like, one of the things I pointed to was literally the way that colleges are training attorneys is training them to teach the law as activism, and I think the law should be the law. So structurally, my argument is feminism is bad for the family courts because it teaches them to supplant rendering law as a neutral trier of fact and enlist them as zealots in an ideological movement.
What if that message or the training that it's activism is taught to men's rights activists, hypothetically? Like, can you connect feminism to it directly?
I don't understand the question.
You said that your argument is that law schools are teaching that the law is activism instead of structure. But activism is wide open to any sort of activist. It could be feminist, it could be men's rights, it could be anything. So that in and of itself doesn't connect it to feminism.
I agree. I was using some shorthand. I'll elaborate. So we have at Stanford University, a very well-respected college, they had a Fifth Circuit appellate judge. You can Google this. I'd encourage you to. His name's Kyle Duncan. He went and presented, and he got bawled out by the audience, which was law students, and the dean of equity, or DEI, who ended up getting fired. But this is a snapshot. If you look at the video, these people are engaged in an emotional, performative engagement, not the pursuit of truth, law, or reason. And so it
kind of feels like that's what you're doing, what you just said.
How do you mean?
Like, it feels, well, at least like since I've been here, right? I'm hearing a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, like, the topic has been about your story, but like, I'm not hearing, like, I mean, maybe it was during the debate, like you were citing like statistics about these things and like backing it up with, but like right now, since the panel's open, like all we've heard is like anecdotes of like your experience with the system and then making like broader conclusions about it based on that, which it just doesn't.
People have been
like, it's certainly not very convincing to anyone who didn't watch the full thing, I guess.
Yeah. To be fair, we have been asking you questions.
Yeah, that I would say that's our fault for asking and prying.
I blame you guys. I wanted to move off it.
It's always
well. I think there's a lot of
feminists up here.
It's the curiosity is like, how could a case get to that degree? And usually, what I've experienced with most panels, when men start saying, "Well, my ex-wife took the truck, the kids, the dog, the house, the this, the that," and then we start breaking it down, and then come to find out there's a lot of missing pieces that weren't brought forward. Sure. And I mean, for Joshua's situation, I'd say a lot of it has to do with him moving outward, right? But also not utilizing the law to his advantage. If you're emailing her saying, "I will be there at this time on this day," and you show up at this time at this day, if that's why I ask, was there does she have the discrepancy? Is there a requirement that you have to agree on the time and day? Like, all of these things are backdoor access that a lot of people can get away with. that a lot of people can get away with because the lawyers were too stupid to fix the writing to make it a set schedule. That's why you have a set schedule. This will happen. You can always leave room for flexibility if there's an agreement otherwise, but if you don't have a set schedule, the parents can do whatever they want, and that's when you start getting fucked over. But that's because the lawyers just are too stupid to write it otherwise.
Like,
go
sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay. Like, I do know anecdotally with me, my one friend, she got pregnant. Guy she was dating, he turned out to be a piece of shit. He didn't want the baby, but she didn't want to get an abortion, so she kept it. He was mad about it, and then he kind of, like, she didn't want to be with him anymore, and he was trying to kind of use the baby to keep the relationship together, but she was trying to get away from him. So one time she was supposed to pick up the baby because they had 50-50 custody. She was supposed to pick it up. He locked her out. He wouldn't let her get to it. She called the police. They did do what you said, Joshua, and they said, well, you have to go to the judge. And eventually she did bring it to the judge, but eventually, like, she was able to fix that, so she was able to, like, get her baby. It didn't happen that day, but it was able to be fixed. So I guess I don't know how it, and I'm not, like, blaming necessarily you. I don't know your situation, but usually courts do fix these things, I think. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just a really like outlier shitty situation for what judge you're dealing with or something. I'm not sure, but
And it's also, I think there's a good reason that these sorts of things are handled in courts with both sides presenting their issues, right? Rather than on YouTube panels where we only hear one side of the story, right? We literally only hear your perspective on this. And like for example, have not heard any explanation of why like you said, it was only like the agreement was for 3 to 4 hours per day instead of like multiple days consecutively, which I mean, like, I think it's interesting, and I feel like there are missing pieces, as Sarah was kind of pointing to. But then to use this as like, well, because the judges are biased, this has happened to me. Because the law is biased, because they teach about activism and feminism in college, and that's why the judges did this to me. Like I don't know. It's a very I just don't buy it.
No, here's the thing. I'm Ghosty. I appreciate you pointing out that you guys have been asking questions about my position. I came here to discuss feminism in the courts, not whether or not my ex-wife and the courts are dealing with me fairly. Mm-hmm. It seems like that's what this has sort of become. And I don't think that that's fair. In particular, when it sounds like all inferences are being drawn in favor of, to the point of even this issue this issue happened well before I moved out of the area. So the idea that has anything to do with it when it predates it substantively, and there's no new movement really in that, is just a real indication we're not even, it's fine. Like I say, I'm fine with us not talking about this. I think the broader issue is, why do things collapse? And that's why I pointed to not my story, but structural issues, such as what happened at Stanford.
Well, I think maybe we don't have to necessarily tap into your personal stuff, but I think it's this this facade that people have that all courts are biased and against men and all of these things. But then when we actually start bringing up the data and showing otherwise, then people go into, well, that's not what happened to me. And that she took everything and that's not how it works here in this state and blah, blah, blah. And everybody always goes into that. But then the data says completely opposite. So a lot of people sit there and blame the courts for being biased or feminist or pro women or whatever they want to do. But what the reality is that most men aren't doing what they're supposed to do, whether it be filing counterclaims, whether it be the data shows it. There's a whole study on it. It's a very large study that actually
I can't wait to look at it.
All of these things that men are not filing, they're not showing
Sarah,
up, they're not asking. Like
I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited.
I'm surprised you don't know about it, because it's the same one that comes out of all of the same data that you pull when you say 70% of women file for divorce and most women are financially worse off, and all of the other shit you were quoting tonight all comes out of that same fucking study.
I mean,
but this is where it sits for the divorce rates and what happens in the child custody. And usually it's actually a lack of men taking action or pursuing it. So they always blame women bad, judge bad, my lawyer fucked me, all of these things. But in actuality, most of them just don't show up.
So in the Fourth Circuit, Judge Mary Louise Goldston fucked over 10 people before she finally got caught on the 11th.
You're talking about one judge doing shitty shit who obviously got caught doing shitty shit and is getting called out for it, and the law is doing what it's supposed to be doing. None of us have said, oh, that judge doing shitty shit is good. Like, I'm going to go get that peanut butter jelly sandwich so bad. Nobody is saying, oh, yes, we're proud of a judge bending rules and breaking them and doing things that she shouldn't. Nobody has said that. Nobody, even Ghosty didn't agree with you. She was like, well, that's bad. Why would she do that? We have laws to take care of that and fix it. But nobody is in agreement that it's good.
Well, but Ghosty also won't admit that it comes from feminism, or won't agree. Admit means that there's some truth that's preordained.
Did
but
the
won't
judge
agree.
say that feminism was what caused her to do that?
So what I'm saying is these are indications of feminist ideals downriver. And you didn't like that. You said it wasn't even related to the debate, so I sort of moved away from it. The other thing is, if I may finish,
one judge breaking rules is not like an indicator of feminism or shitty circumstances.
Two things. I'll do the second one first because I tried last. Okay. I have a transcript of these judges being shitty. I have transcript of attorneys literally perjuring themselves in the middle of a trial. I'm literally in active litigation on this. It's not the whole point of this, but you're saying, oh, people hide the facts. I have transcripts. I have receipts on all of this. But more importantly, it's not just my story. This is something that happens a ton. So let me ask you this. How do we know this is not feminism?
The burden of
so you're saying it's a bad judge and not feminist. Just bad judge.
The burden of proof is on the positive claim.
Because feminism doesn't get tired like that. Feminism doesn't get exhausted of talking about intersectionality. Sorry, I didn't change my mic or anything, but feminism doesn't get tired of quoting old statutes, old laws that exist. And so it is of my opinion or belief that it would be difficult to isolate a court as the culprit of, or feminism as the culprit of something, because it's a theory. It's just a theory.
We can look at the laws. The laws are written in a neutral way, right?
Right.
In family court.
If the laws were feminist laws,
did feminism
that were actively...
nefariously change the laws, or did they just argue things that were already in the law that weren't actually being applied?
Yeah.
No feminist came along and was like, we're going to infiltrate the courts and subvert these laws and rewrite them in these ways.
There probably were
laws are on the books.
They didn't win.
There probably are some, right, but the laws aren't actually based on feminism to the point where it's like actively harming fathers and men, and my whole argument is that it's actually helping them. But like if you're talking about rogue judges that don't do a good job, I'm sure I could find plenty of cases where judges have treated women unfairly or didn't believe their stories or yada yada yada.
Well, that seems dishonest though, because you're saying, well, if someone did this bad thing, it's not because they're a feminist. It's not, they sure, when they were a private practice attorney, they hung their hat partially on the fact that they're a woman. Sure, they associate with these different groups. And sure, the law firm that was arguing and is cozy with this judge, 47 women, only attorneys, right? Law firm, only 47, or there's only 47 attorneys, and they're all women. And you're telling me this isn't, and they say on their website, we're progressive, we're supporting the trans rights, all this stuff.
What do you think?
And you're saying this isn't feminism.
Is your attorney a man?
I don't have an attorney.
I was gonna say, what about law firms?
My attorney in my divorce was a woman. What's that?
Like, what about law firms that are all men? Are we gonna assume they're all like anti-women because?
No, I think we need a sliver of proof. So, for example, if we had a man judge, right, and he ruling against a woman, and it wasn't good, we should be able to point to the law and say, oh, well, the law says X, and he ruled Y, and he was supposed to rule X because that's what the law is, so he wasn't treating fairly. So if he always leans the wrong way and it's always with women, I would say that's a second.
But that's what ended up happening
in the need judges.
That's what ended up happening in the case that you brought. It just didn't get caught right away. It took a couple examples until they got caught, right? Like you said, it took like 10 times, which we could say is arguably too much. But the point is, it's not the feminism in the law. You could say a feminist broke a law, But that's not
That is what I'm saying. I'm saying the feminist, that was a judge, broke the law, partially because she was a feminist, and in her worldview, that was okay. That's the claim.
I guess we'll see when your appeals court.
So now feminists believe that breaking laws is okay? That's a part of feminism now?
According to the Fourth Circuit's published opinion in Gibson v. Goldston, yes.
Wait, so you're saying there's, wait, I'm sorry, what's that ruling about? Like, you're saying there's precedent now for them to use feminism to break the law or whatever, and that's
that they've been breaking the law, leaning in feminist ways. So if it's not feminism,
that court, you're referring to a ruling that upheld that?
Gibbs, yes, it's Fourth Circuit. I know you like looking stuff up. I'll give you the details if you want to look it up.
Well, I guess all I'm asking is if the courts upheld it, is it possible that they upheld it because it was actually legal, whatever they did that you're alleging was illegal?
No, the court rebuked it in the strongest possible way and said what this judge was doing was so far off the rails, she didn't even have judicial immunity anymore, which is nearly impossible for a judge to lose.
Illegal.
Yeah, it's a published Fourth Circuit opinion, Matthew Gibson v. Mary Louise Goldston.
Sure, I was just trying.
And the oral argument from the Fourth Circuit was brutal on it. They really went into separation of powers. It was a very resounding decision they made.
So it sounds like that was resolved well then.
I think it's a strong signal that things are moving in a different direction. And then for those that didn't catch the whole thing, one of the things that I did share is I think one of the things that Ghosty mentioned in her opening was pushing for 50-50 custody. And I will say, though, I do think feminism is cancer. If the feminists are saying 50-50 custody and they're arguing for that, then we're finding some common ground, and that really is an issue that speaks to men's rights.
So, Joshua, really was it better when women didn't have equal representation under the law at all?
I don't understand what that has to do with feminism in the courts.
Well, feminism fixed that problem.
Because that's the whole reason they have equal representation under the law.
It seems like you're finding
opposition. I think it's better that
you don't have to. You can just not include feminism. Yeah, you can just not include feminism too. Like, to what Effigy and Coder are saying, like you're bringing up all these specifics that I'm just never going to agree with because I know it's weird to say, but I agree with feminism. Does that not make sense?
Because you have a vagina.
That's fine. You can agree with feminism. Ghost, I'm gonna ask you this. I got two questions for you. Question one is, do you think that we agree on everything?
No, of course not.
And two, do you think we found some common ground and understand each other a little better than we did 2 hours ago?
I think we came to an understanding of perspective, I would say. Like
3, would you consider being his next ex-wife?
No, I can't do two. I will just die. I can't have more than one. One's too many. No, I tell my current wife, just shoot me. If you're done, just take out the shotgun. We'll be done with that. I accept my fate.
Like, I don't know. I can see where people get these perspectives from, but like, I guess my whole argument is when you do kind of look at the data and the statistics, it just doesn't follow through. And also the things that you're blaming the system for, I don't think have to do with feminism. I think they are problems that are just outside of feminism that have to do with just the courts in general that, don't lead back to feminism.
And if it's not feminism, then what is it? I guess you're saying it's just individual moral failure.
It's just the courts not being perfect. I mean, like our courts just have problems that they need to work on. Like I think that's everybody can agree with that.
Uncle Reefer, I do. I'm divorced, and I've won 2 custody battles. So suck a dick.
Well, good for him, man. Basically. He used to sell adult drugs, and here he is with custody. That's nice.
even with the full.
That's why I had to do 2 custody battles for 1 kid.
There we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. There's hope, boys. There's hope. I'm a cautionary tale, but there's hope.
You got to file for who filed first. I mean, we can move off from your personal situation if you want to. I'm not trying to keep dragging it back there, but
she did, and I got blindsided by it.
Filing first is really like that's the thing. Do you agree?
Yeah, and I think the thing is she had already basically gone full scorched earth mode, and I never did, and that created an asymmetry that was partially choice. I was less aggressive, partially because, and I don't think this of my ex-wife, but statistically, some women who have disabled children find the burden too much and they drown them in a bathtub. And put it bluntly, I want
That
my
took a
daughter
dark
to
turn.
continue to be alive.
Yeah.
So if my ex-wife beats me up a bit, my daughter lives longer. That's where my head was at. I would have done it differently, not because I don't feel that way, but like I just was trying to play over dead and wait for it to be over, and then it's still not over.
Well, okay, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to just kind of steer my brain away from your personal
my main
situation.
argument is still going to be that and just to pull it away from Joshua's personal situation. My main argument is still going to be that feminism is the entire reason that the family court system moved away from an ownership and fault system to being based on things like equity, safety, and best interest of the child. Like that's entirely feminism that did that.
Literally prohibiting.
I think that's my main argument.
Prohibiting gender bias in the courts.
Well, it created a different kind, but effigy. So my opening, did you hear the opening? I'm not going to assume you did unless you did.
I didn't catch the very beginning. No, sorry.
No problem. My take is there's 4 ways of feminism. Feminism, wave 1, we should vote and be able to own property, whatever. Okay, fine. No one's bothered by that one. 2, we should have lower standards in the workplace. We need to have academic preferences, all that. Less okay with that. Still not a big deal. 3, third wave is there's a victim, an oppressor class, and we've got hierarchy. We've got these universals. We've got that. And then 4th wave is that, where we're at now, where, we've got the trans as probably the most signature move, where we've got now the men can identify as women and then go into women's protected spaces. And then I think what we're seeing is maybe 5th wave is, since men can be women now too, maybe they should be treated equally as well. And now we're seeing the 50-50 custody and whatnot. So I mentioned all that effigy to say, I think that we probably started off in a great place, and then somewhere along the ways it went off the rails, and we need to correct. Do even better. So if we think this is better, then we should do even better. Let's just strive for better.
Better than 50-50?
Sure.
Well, there's only 20 states that have
with
that.
any growing belief, there are people who believe, different stripes of that belief. So,
yeah. And what about
I don't think most
just
feminists
social...
are the extreme feminists that people talk about so much.
Why don't we just advertise things like mediation, or mediation, and other sort of means of providing education around relationships and divorce, instead of saying, well, your option is either this beautiful no-fault divorce option, as it were, or you can go through that, like, the months, years long process of ugly discoveries, ugly testimonies, ugly legal battles, paperwork you don't understand, and you can just do a divorce. And you have that, or you have a no-fault divorce, or you can act like an adult.
And do what?
Yeah, no, I think you're hitting on a really
talk about
good
feminism.
A really good intersection there, which is, why don't we make the existing process smoother for everybody? And the answer is, well, the folks currently in charge, the family lawyers, right? Ghosties pointed, well, we should get more money for men for attorneys. Why do we need money for men for attorneys? Why don't we have equality under the law? I think anything we can do to get away from making money be the tool that you're using to beat each other up, to fight over kids, is going to be a huge step in the right direction. So good mediation services, property settlement agreements, encouraging people to behave better, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
But what incentivizes those people then? Like, money's the most side neutral thing I could think of. If it's not money, then you're going to have to assume or hope that they have a personal interest in the outcome of that event, and you don't want that.
Well, a lot of attorneys get into a lot of debt, and they want to go make a bunch of money, and so they build practices and ways to make money. And the way you make money in family law is by charging families a lot of money. And because the kids are at stake and the sanity's at stake, and the stakes basically couldn't be higher, you're able to pressure people into paying however much you can. Take that incentive out, most of this falls apart like a wet napkin. But
So
that is
but you're, I guess it doesn't math that the economic incentive for the attorneys is what fuels the continued litigation, when nothing can because nothing can happen without the request of one of the two sides, right?
Oh, that's not true. Well, I mean, let me back up. You just need one side that's angry.
Right. Yes, correct.
And so as long as there's at least one side that's angry, everything works.
Right. Yeah. Once in anything, it only takes one side to make war, but two sides to make peace. Right. That's always the case.
Yeah.
But the attorneys, It's not like the IRS where they're going to kick in your door and say, "Hey, man, we got to do an audit." You know, everything in family court is requested. Almost everything.
Well, but the thing is, the family court attorneys go to the bar associations. They make nice with the judges. They go to the court a bunch. They get to know each other. They know that the attorneys know they can charge more if they get better results. They know that the more that they, for some clients, the more money their clients spend, beating up the other side is literally the win metric. So that's how you end up in these prolonged litigation, like sort of struggle sessions, and so the attorneys keep making a bunch of money, but beyond that. Yeah.
What's up, dude?
You're saying all this stuff that has nothing to do. Come on up. You're saying all of this stuff that has nothing to do with feminism. I don't understand. What are you talking about tonight?
Yeah, a lot of that's capitalism. I mean, lawyers want to make money, right?
Yeah. Also on the no-fault divorce thing, I know the no-fault divorce thing has become kind of a big kind of touting thing for feminism. But if everyone remembers, the no-fault divorce came about in California under Ronald Reagan. No-fault divorce was invented essentially by rich dudes who did not want discovery in their divorce proceedings.
And God bless them for it. God bless them for it. I love no-fault divorce. I'm the biggest fan of that shit. I can't imagine why anybody would want to incentivize abuse in order to have two people who don't want to be together.
Perjury trials. That's what happened before no-fault divorce.
Don't sass me,
Yeah, you have to have a trial in order to get divorced, pretty much.
Yeah. Also,
I also just find it really. I find it really funny that like a lot of the people who advocate against no-fault divorce nowadays are like these like red pill guys who talk about masculinity and stuff a lot, but it's like literally like the most pathetic soy like loser mentality to want to use the state to force your wife to stay with you. Like that's so like what an embarrassing thing to like advocate for. Like that's so sad.
Why do you assume that that's the way they frame it?
Well, they don't frame it that way because
they don't frame it that way, but that is
they don't think about the implication of what they're arguing for. They just,
you've been.
No, I said why did you frame it that way? I didn't ask what they framed it as. I'm asking why you framed it that way.
Oh, because I mean that's the implication, right? That's like what else is getting rid of no-fault divorce except for using the state to prevent
the problem is
from leaving you.
The problem is a lot of guys go into marriages ready to provide and sacrifice for their families. And in a no-fault divorce, they get screwed the hardest because the more they tried to be the good guy, to be the more traditional guy, the more modern no-fault divorce wrecks them.
Yeah, but no-fault divorce works both ways. So in your scenario, it's a guy.
I don't disagree with you on that one. We're asking about what's the biggest thing is people who got married 30 years ago had a certain idea about marriage, and that's not what's going on in the courts today. That's why I'm a huge advocate for prenups. You and your partner decide what you want, not you, the state, whatever iteration it is at the time. And so what ends up happening is when people want a divorce, they're going to act in their best interest. And so if someone goes to, right, let's say some mother goes to an attorney, you're in a no-fault divorce state, even if the guy's already been busting his hump and already bled everything into it, she's just not feeling satisfied anymore. That guy gets thrown in the wood chipper. And like, that's really not cool. That's why there's the concern. That's why this narrative gets framed this way.
Yeah, I think normally the problems are bigger than he doesn't feel satisfied anymore. She's bored, right? We hear that touted a lot because in no-fault divorce, you don't have to state the reason. Just irreconcilable differences is the simplest way to move forward. So that's what people put, but that's not really reflective of the situation within the marriage.
Yeah, some people actually
you both have to agree to it. There's usually a 6-month separation.
Some people I chose to do irreconcilable differences only because if I chose the adultery route, it would actually have turned into a big trial. Because if you go with the I have a claim and here's why, it's going to cost you a lot more.
Now you have to prove the claim when otherwise you wouldn't have to.
And even if they admit it, even if my ex-husband had said, "Yep, I fucked around and found out," it wouldn't have mattered. I would have had to have actually hired a PI, had a third party proving my case for me. Even if he admitted it, it wouldn't make a difference. You have to show fault, and you have to prove fault no matter what. So going with irreconcilable differences is easy. My ex-husband already was like, "Yeah, I fucked around, whatever. So let's do what we have to do." And we were as peaceful as possible. But we saved a lot of money. And we saved a lot of stuff. We just avoided the prove route because that wasn't important to me. Like, why am I proving something that I don't need to prove at this point? And so most people just do that.
And you saved a lot of stress on your kids,
a whole
and
lot of
you're
time.
an absolute
But you have to
gentlewoman for
hire a
doing
PI.
all of that.
You have, and that's part of the psychological stress of anything traumatic is you have to hire. You have outside people managing your business in like a bureaucratic way, and that sucks. That's never fair, right? Like, so like, imagine even you're a judge and you're trying to split the difference here, and you just have to wait for the facts. How do you even steer litigants in a divorce trial toward like a healthy way to coexist and exist with themselves after this? That doesn't exist. Like that's
in most cases, it's actually more healthy and better because judges don't actually want to make the decision of who gets the child for this, who gets that. They don't want to make the decision. And actually, most cases where they settle outside of court and they just get a judge to sign off on it, most of those are happier splits. Everyone gets a good, solid, even balanced split. They're not arguing over fucking beanie babies and shit. And those actually work out. Most people do that. And those are the ones you don't hear about. Those are the ones you don't throw stats across at each other on a panel and shit, because most people don't want to acknowledge that most people actually can do this shit together and work through it, and everybody walks away happy. But people don't want to recognize that. It's the extreme cases that most people hear and talk about and thrive on, when those are actually the more rare ones.
They are, and I love, and this is the thing I'll tell a lot of people. Like, if your experience is better than mine, I'm happy for you. I like that this is. I don't think it's the absolute exception, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of folks decide they're not going to work together anymore, and they actually do the right thing. And to my view, it's you look at the kids and you say, how can we make this the best transition for them, and then let's split this up and make sure the kids are okay. And I will say one of the nice things about the way our legal system works is it does let people actually do that. You don't have to go through the court system the way that, you know, folks like myself and others do. Like, you can have your own agreement, say we're going to do it this way. So, yeah.
So I have I guess two quick things. Number one, I actually earlier I looked up, because one of the first things we brought up was like how a lot of women actually pay child support, and you suggested it was like 3 out of 100. Looks like it's about 1 in 5, 1 in 6 maybe on the low end.
About alimony.
Alimony.
Yeah, 3 out of
you might have been, okay,
3
sure.
out of 100 was men who received alimony. Yeah.
Okay, well, just for the record, so you know for the future, that with regards to how many women pay child support,
and how much, what's the difference typically between what a woman pays versus a man? So you're saying 1 in 5 pay child support? How much?
I mean, I'm not saying I have that number. I'm just telling you.
Okay, that's fine.
Specifically,
I was curious.
I'm agnostic on it until I dig into that. But the second thing I wanted to point out is that when I said what I said about no fault divorce, your response was to tell me why some guys might feel that they do want to use the state to keep their partner in that marriage. You're justifying doing it instead of like acknowledging how horrifying of a thing that is to do to someone. And kind of
no, I'm not justifying that, and I reject that 100%. I'm not saying that's what it should be for.
Do you believe in no fault? Would you rather? Do you like prefer no fault divorce or no?
So my personal feelings on it are I don't like it. I will say if you have to pick a team, and if you're going to do, for example, no fault, you need to make sure everything lines up with no fault, right? You can't have a traditional view on marriage where the man's on the hook forever. Like we talked about how you said, like, for example, in Texas, that you can't have even ask for alimony unless you've been married for 5 years.
10.
That's absolutely within the last 70 years thing, right? Probably a lot more recent than that.
Yeah.
So if you're switching from that to no fault, I think there's other adjustments that have to be made just so it's compatible. So it's more of a balancing. So if we're doing at fault divorce, then things look a certain way, and if we're doing no fault divorce, there needs to be adjustments so that way it's not leaning one way too heavy.
Well, I think even like with fault divorce, that would lead more towards penalties, right? Like, because if you guys are just agreeing with, oh, there's no fault, we just agree to split up, blah, blah, blah. Whereas if there's fault, that's kind of assuming that somebody, is at fault, and therefore the other person's going to receive more rewards, right?
Yeah.
Well, and the
which
thing
of
that
the two is going to lead to a
often-
more
it often
amicable
means-
relationship too?
No, well,
Yeah, it usually
Like
means
the,
there's
the
a
battle of a
solid piece
at
of
fault divorce or
paper
the
that is
agreement of a
sat
no
down
fault?
in front
Yeah,
of both
the-
people that they can
the-
agree on, irrespective of anything else.
if there is fault, that's where you can take more shit. That's where you get more weight in deciding, because you're proving that they broke a contract. You're proving that they went back on their word, and they like, the only reason you're having to divorce them is because they did something wrong to the marriage. And the state recognizes a marriage as an entity, to people entering in an entity just same way a business would. So if you break a contract, you pay penalties. So in the instance of you prove fault, you're going to get fucked over 6 ways to Sunday, and you're going to be losing a lot more than just having to pay a little extra or something like that. You're going to lose a lot of shit.
Right. And so, like, if it's
A lot of no fault divorces
fine.
are at fault situations, though.
Yes.
What's
but
the
they
effigy?
treat it he's saying that a lot more no fault divorces are due to fault, and they can be proven, but most people like myself choose just to go look, we're just going to split up and call it a day. I don't care. Right. So even though the other party is at fault and you can prove it, you're still choosing to just do a 50-50 across the board and call it a day.
Yeah, I think
most men are actually spared by no
People
fault.
already get there for a reason too, right? Like if no fault divorces are often because both parties see that there was some like a logical inference here is that you'd be doing that because people grew apart or something. There wasn't particular cases of abuse. There's not some particular reason both people can't be in the same household. It's just no longer really viable as a single unified unit. I know that sounds really brutal to say, but
What are you saying, Doc?
Well, I mean, even with abuse, like, sometimes it's easier to just go no fault because, like Sarah said, now you're going to have to prove the abuse happened and possibly be stuck with this person even longer. So it's just like an easier way to get out of the marriage faster.
Here's the thing. No fault.
Right. And which one of those two is better for the kids if there are kids involved, right? Going to battle with them or not?
Effigy. I cut myself off last time. I want to cut you off this time. No fault divorce paired with 50-50 custody, no alimony. Boom. Fine. That's a sensible equation.
That's like mostly what's happening today, though.
And if we could get fully there, that'd be great. I'm glad even the feminists are agreeing with us. This is wonderful. Praise Jesus. Or whatever deity you worship or don't worship. Make an offering, I guess. Burn some sage.
They worship Baal. That's where they sacrifice their abortions.
Like I said, most people do that. Most people settle outside of court and get everything exactly how they want it, and everything's done happy and copacetic. The stories you do hear about are the other stuff, but it usually stems from the idea that either the men aren't showing up, they're not filing, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, or or they want to just
Sarah
yell.
Clay is here to read us scripture. Thank God.
Go ahead, Clay. It's time to YOLO, Clay.
I
Is
have
Jason
no
still here? I haven't seen Jason in chat. You might be lucky. I don't know if he's still here or not, but maybe you got lucky.
I have no scriptures prepared for this, but if Flo wants me to
straight to hell.
If Flo wants me to read some scriptures, I'm sure I could find them for you, Flo. Is that what you would like?
No.
I'm fine. We can pass today.
All right. Well, just make sure to bless us before the end of everything. So,
all right, you can tell them about the cuckable mug then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Buy the cuckable mug. Wonderful product by our good big bro Dusty, made specially for each one of us. It's low price of $25. Actually, I believe you're running a special at the moment.
I think that I thought I meant to set it to expire after Black Friday, but I think it might still be in effect actually.
Okay. Well, hey, you know what?
Maybe not. I don't know. You can try it. The BLAC, capital BLAC was the promo code that got 11% off. Y'all can try it if you want.
Hell
Damn it! I should have gotten a prize for being like one of the first people to buy it.
Yeah, you were the first one. You bought it before I did.
Have you guys heard the cuckable mug song?
Paid full price for it too.
There's a
I
Cuckable
have not
Mug
heard the
song. I
song
don't know
yet.
if you guys have heard it. All right.
Let's
This
hear it.
isn't only gonna
I don't
take-
need to hear
this
the
is only gonna
song.
take a
We're
second.
okay.
I
No,
want to hear the
don't want to hear
Duckable
it.
song.
Oh yeah.
When Andrew
Ooh.
keeps repeating.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
That
It's
Andrew
actually,
only
it's actually
speaks
made.
of
I just haven't uploaded it yet.
When
Sorry.
Andrew keeps retreating.
Duck, you ever wonder why you get booted?
Enough.
No, I don't think he
Cuckable
does.
Mug, open the door.
Spends no time
Let the
thinking about
Cuckable
it.
Mug, open the door.
You know what,
Let
Duck?
the Cuckable Mug, open the door.
Duck runs
See
circles
your
around you all.
heart.
Andrew
Duck,
is such a
if
cuck.
you ever want to come
Yes,
an open
Andrew
floor
is
with
such a
pure
cuck.
silence to sing your song, just let me know. Yeah, I apologize. These rude motherfuckers weren't giving it to you here.
Oh, you hate it when people sing on your panel.
I wasn't giving it to him
Product,
either.
folks. It's a product, folks. You support the
I
man.
wasn't
you
liking the
support
song, and then he hit the chorus, and I was like, I dig this.
You support
My
the distribution
aversion to
motion.
people randomly breaking out in song is less than my affiliation, my affinity for people promoting my products.
Just
I hate
remember,
that dog, though.
yes, Andrew is such a cuck. Buy a Cuckable Mug.
Okay.
No,
should-
you're
you
pissing
should,
Mama off, Doc.
just
Be
use AI.
careful.
Oh,
You're
no.
pissing Mama said,
I'm
shut up, Doc.
unaffiliated. I am
Careful.
unaffiliated. I am so sorry.
Right.
Mama, I am sorry. I am unaffiliated.
Just use AI. It's a lot easier.
So much easier.
And it sounds better.
way better.
I don't know.
Anyways,
Duck sings pretty good.
What?
Well,
Oh
what
my
else?
goodness. You
What
know you
else,
lied.
Joshua? Do you think? I feel like we've run through a few scenarios that I feel like we've all actually had data to back up why what you're saying is not true. But I mean, what else do you have that you think is like feminism harming the family court system?
Well, I mean,
Oh, sorry.
I
Or
think
just
so,
feminism in general. I'm just curious too, like, because
Yeah, we can expand.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't like my argument, which is when you have feminism as ideology in academia, the downriver is the courts become places of ritual and ideological practice, not courts of law. So it's not that I haven't said it. It's not that I haven't made the argument. I get that you reject it, but I think there's some pretty tangible outcomes. Ghosty thinks if the 11th time they get caught, then, well, clearly it wasn't feminism, even though it was, a female judge acting the way that is consistent with feminist ideologies. So I struggle to see how that isn't relevant.
What was the feminist ideology though? Like she was just. It sounds like. Where's the foundation for her feminist ideology and what she did? Like she was just overly protecting women, or
Guilty of being a woman.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the feminism thing. Did she say something feminist to say, I'm going to go check his house? Or was she just trying to take the law into her own hands and go search his house for whatever items that were supposed to be turned over already?
Well, was this the one that Josh mentioned? Said she was like proud to be a woman judge, or a woman attorney, or whatever it was. Like proud to be a.
No, that's a different.
No, that was
thing.
the lawyer or something. I did put the case back. I did put the case back in the back chat.
Oh, did you?
Well, so you guys, so Sarah, you say there's been evidence presented. I haven't had before this, and I still don't know if I've seen any, but I haven't been presented any of it. You guys are saying, here's these studies, here's these things. One of the most offensive, from a logic perspective, one of the most offensive arguments that Ghosty presented, and not that I find you offensive, Ghosty, but the argument was offensive, was that 90% of the time guys don't pursue, right?
No.
And it's like,
it was 90% of the time custody cases are settled outside of court and therefore agreed upon. So these arrangements are just agreed upon.
so do you think that those 90% are guys saying this is a better deal than what I'll get in court? Or do you think they're saying, I really like this deal and this is a fair deal and I'm willing to live with it?
I think it's both. And I think the men who are saying the first one are misled. And that's why they're not fighting. That's oftentimes, I mean, that's what the studies are saying.
Also, I'm not pro-feminism, but in this instance with what Ghosty is saying, she's saying that feminism actually helped men as well in the court system and helped all of those, she took my house, my truck, my dog, my kids stories, the feminism movement in the court system to balance the system. allowed both men and women to sit with a mediator and have the fair opportunity to go through stuff before they take it to a judge and worry about all of those things, and allowing them both to file stuff and allow them both, because most states recognize 50-50. It's
That's not true. Not even by Ghosty's estimation.
It's 20 states right now, actually.
Yeah.
So
That's
a little less than half, but
but then even the others go based on child's best interests, correct?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure all states prohibit gender bias in general now. That started in the 70s, because mothers used to be prioritized 100%, and that wasn't illegal before. They were just automatically.
Is there like feminist history? Is there like feminist history behind like the sort of this? Like, because the 70s seemed to be like a very important time for the feminist movement. So I'm curious if there's like also social context that sort of informs the legal jurisprudence behind both supporting children, but also supporting women that find themselves alongside their soon-to-be ex in this situation.
I think a lot of it has to do with women entering the workforce in general. And then,
as you get means, you have access to the law because the law costs money.
That, and just like mothers are like, okay, well, I'm working too, and I shouldn't have the full burden of taking care of the kid while working, and then, you know what I mean? Like, he needs to help out too.
I understand.
Yeah.
I think even the idea of
also,
women...
before we move on, to speak on what you guys were just talking about, because I have some experience in this personally. A lot of us guys, especially those of us who live in places, states where our legal systems have extremely bad reputations, like a lot of like Josh has been saying, we have an impetus to make an agreement outside of legal proceeding. I know personally in my life, I bent over backwards to keep my son as far away from the legal system as possible. I did everything I could to not have to go through legal means, to not have him anywhere near the system, mostly because his mom's crazy. But that's I think that's what drives a lot of it, is this idea that, hey, if I go into the system, I'm going to get fucked over.
Yup.
Yeah, that's
yup.
Well, but even at that, the true question is, and this is what my ex and I agreed on, do we want some random judge who knows nothing about either of us coming in and telling us what we are going to do with our children? We made these babies.
In hindsight, how do you
What?
In hindsight, do you agree with that assessment?
With my ex-husband? Yeah.
Because I think that I trust a random judge more than I trust my ex-wife, for sure.
Well, for you, yes, but my ex-husband
right.
is a good daddy. Like he definitely takes care of my daughter and our son very well. He's a good man overall, aside from him not being able to keep his dick in his pants. But outside of that, he's a good dad, right? So I had no reason to take him through the ringer, because and I don't want some judge making that decision either, when that judge doesn't know anything about us. All she knows is what we present in that moment and just what's on paper. That's all they know.
Well, and judges will have a whole speech they give about this, where they're like, look, we're here for 2 days, 3 days. I don't know you guys, and I have to make a decision. I'd like you guys to resolve something, because whatever I give you, you're not going to like, which means whoever's the angriest and most unreasonable can force everybody colliding into that. And that fear is what Effigy was talking about. And that's very real. And Ghosty, if I may be so bold, I think guys should be warned. I think they should think of this ahead of time. People should go into an understanding there's risk.
I understand, but would you rather just settle and agree with kind of, if the woman has the upper hand and she's like, oh, well, I want, 2 weeks and then he gets weekends or something like that, and you just agree? Or if you think you have a better case, fight for it and actually get 50-50. That's the thing. Lots of guys think it's pointless to fight, so they just take whatever the woman proposes, because they're like, oh, well, I'm gonna get screwed anyways, so we're gonna settle this outside of court and just agree upon whatever. But if they actually fight for it, the statistics show 70% of the time they get joint custody.
What's the split, though? You keep pointing to that stat. You say 70% they get joint, but how joint? Because you're not saying it's 50-50. 70% of them get custody for 1%, then that stat's legitimate. But this is why I really like to look at these.
Joint custody is balanced. Joint custody means, well, like there's physical custody, and then there is
legal custody.
Legal
residential
custody.
and legal.
Right. Yeah. So depending on what your joint custody essentially is, probably you have legal say, and you like, you guys both are communicative, you go to all the medical appointments together, you like make decisions, you can't get a passport without the other. So that's typically joint, means you both have a say in everything that kid does until they turn 18. And then if it's joint physical, like that can, the timing can vary depending on your schedules, and does mom and dad live in the same school zone and things like that, or if you live outside the school zone, are you within a reasonable distance to get the child to school without driving like 3 hours, right, or something like that. So but joint is typically like, it balances out to where you have shared physical custody. So even if it's summers at dad's, holidays at dad's, and primary school time with mom, or vice versa, whatever, it's still joint.
So this study says from, this is based on records in Wisconsin, showed that awards of sole custodies for mothers dropped almost in half between 1986 and 2008, from 80% to 42%. While the proportion of parents with some form of shared custody jumped from 8% to 45%, 27% with 50-50 custody. So it went up from 8% to 45%, and 27% of them had 50-50 custody. So I guess the rest
there has been a big jump.
Yeah, have
but still not anywhere near equal.
Huh?
What?
Also, custody arrangements, you can't really draw too much from that, because there's a lot of contributing factors that lead to it. You know, a lot of times people who don't get 50-50, it's because of work and stuff like that.
Location, whatever,
and there's also
school.
the caveat of allowing a flexible parenting schedule. I had that in place for my daughter, where this is our schedule, here's how it is. However, we have a flexible parenting plan. So if for any reason I say, hey, she wants to come see you, are you free tonight? And he says, yes, sure, I can allow that, right? And he can allow that. And like, so, and then as they get older, kids, it's why it's very important to have a flexible parenting schedule, number one, outside of your locked in template, because as kids get older, they have friends, social events, birthday parties, sleepovers, all of these other things built into place. And you want to be flexible to the other parent, because you want it to come back the other way. But most reasonable people and lawyers will allow that caveat to be in place as the child gets older, to allow, even though the schedule may say one thing, doesn't mean that they're only getting them 30% of the time. Most of the time.
But it doesn't mean that it isn't, right? Honestly, Sarah, it feels like we're like saying like, oh no, it can't possibly mean the thing that Josh is saying. But like, I'm seeing a lot of excuses on it. And I've said several times, and I mean this, I'd like to see the study. I'd like to dig into what it is.
I've been trying to find it in between.
I could send you
stuff,
all my
yeah, that'd be great, Ghosty.
notes.
Yeah, send me over whatever you got. I mean, because the fact of the matter is, like, we're also just talking about one state. Like, it's a bigger issue than just that. But even on that one sample, if I just say this is representative of everything, guys aren't getting anywhere near 50-50 custody. Like, it's not down the middle. And so there is a disparity in how that's shaking out. And I don't think it's just because guys don't want their kids. I realize it might be a hot take.
That's just.
I mean, I think it is.
I mean, no,
it's not. When you frame it that way, I would agree with you. But if you frame it like guys don't want sole custody and women do frequently, then that changes things, right? Because I think that in your case, in Sarah's case, I mean, I think that all y'all had arrangements outside where agreed that the dad wouldn't have primary residential custody, right? I think I'm the outlier here, where I did file for sole custody.
And I would argue a lot of that mindset is because of like kind of the traditional value, where it's like, oh well, children should be with the mothers more.
Well,
like mothers.
It's
are
also
more
just
valuable.
logistics, right? Like I made more than my ex. I mean, I think that's the same for all of us who have been divorced here, right? That just is the way it is.
I'm looking for it. It's such a like often quoted.
I have it. So the one that says the 70% thing was the Massachusetts study. So the last one I just gave was Wisconsin. The one I gave in my opening was the Massachusetts study that surveyed 2,100 fathers, and then 92% of the ones that fought got some kind of custody, and 70% of them got joint custody, with only 7% of the mothers that got sole custody. And then it said 8% of the fathers that was the thing, only 8% of the fathers fought for the custody, and out of that 8%, it was 92% who got it. But hold on, if I get you
It's
on
also
Discord,
like a super tiny sample size. Like I'm happy to look at any of it.
No,
but
there is a national one. That's the one that I reviewed a couple of years ago, and it lays it out pretty. I just got to find it.
I was also looking at like law websites from like a bunch of different states, and they were all just repeating this information over and over and over again.
So let me ask you
it's
another
very easy to prove it, to find the studies they based on and prove it.
When
I'm looking forward after this to look at it and see the light.
When you got divorced, you must have been pretty young.
What makes you think that?
You don't look very old right now. Yes. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm 41.
Are you really?
No,
Yeah.
that's not. Yeah,
God
that's
damn.
not too young. That's not too young at all.
Okay. So then let's call it 30. Whatever. What kind of car were you driving before your life fell apart?
What's that?
What kind of car were you driving as a young millionaire before your life fell apart?
Was a Volkswagen Jetta, then there was a Chevy pickup, and then after the divorce I got myself an Aston Martin. That really pissed off my ex-wife. Really pissed her off, the judge off, the attorney off. They were so bothered by this. You spend $140,000 on a used car once, they think you're a billionaire.
So just for the all the data we were just talking about,
2015 Vantage. Hold on, Ryan. The important question was asked. 2015 Vantage V12S.
So like 2 or 3 years old, probably.
Yeah.
Did you just say 2015 vintage?
Vantage S.
Vantage.
It was the sixth fastest convertible in the world at the time,
car.
according to Car and
That's a
Driver
good choice
magazine.
for sure.
That is a nice car.
Those are
man.
sick. That's a V12, isn't it?
Yeah, naturally aspirated.
naturally
No turbo. I
aspirated?
drove it
Hell
from
yeah.
DC to LA. It was a blast.
That's sick.
I think it was too fast.
So did you get pulled over?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I got straight up. I got a
Can we
ticket
just
from
talk about the
Officer Good
cars?
No, fuck the cars.
No, we need
No,
to talk
don't fuck
about
cars. They can't consent.
Fuck the cars. Fuck them in the
That's why you
exhaust
fuck them.
cone.
That's why you fuck them. They can't complain either.
All right, now would be a great time for Duck. Duck, are you still with us?
Not anymore.
It is your
I
turn to sing because Locksmith Jeremy wants you to sing.
All right. Let me get these lyrics up. I just got to get the rhythm in my head. All right, let's send this one to God, folks. All right. When Andrew keeps repeating that all he does is farts, when Mr. E keeps retreating, but you can't seem to get enough, let the cuckold mug open the door. Let the cuckold mug open the door. Let the cuckold mug open the door. To your heart, my love, open the door. Let my love open the door. When Rachel pees all over and everybody seems unkind, she'll invite someone over to take the worry out of your mind. Let the cuckold mug open the door. Let the cuckold mug open the door. Let the cuckold mug open the door. To your heart, my love, open the door. That's all I got. That's all I got. When everybody
Bravo.
keeps repeating, you're never gonna fall in love. Yeah.
Wow.
All good, folks.
What in the hell?
I hope y'all enjoyed.
That was so good. Can we get a round of applause for Duck?
It was beautiful.
Where's my royalty? I need my residuals check. No,
I wish I had
I
that.
don't do
I'll
this
give you
fucking
props.
industry.
And since we're on the verge of rounds of applause, Clay, have you been working on your yodels, sir?
Not really, no. Dusty does owe me a beatbox.
I owe you a what?
A beatbox. I paid for it.
When did you pay for that shit?
Well, it's either a yodel or a beatbox. I'd prefer the beatbox personally.
Did you pay for that? I don't think you paid for it.
Oh, I did. You just haven't done it yet.
You're playing games with my heart.
I didn't know you guys were such musical people over here.
I know.
Yeah, you're next.
Welcome to the Panelverse. Go ahead, Clay.
Karaoke night.
Feel like power of our
Yodelay. That's a $5 yodel. Next time, send 10, Jason.
You got all the way up, bro.
Well, speaking of Mr. Jason, Jason has put my favorite red color up on the screen, although he did it in the Buy Me a Coffee Cash app. So you all have to make up for the red on the screen and light up the chat with lots of tomatoes, please, because I wasn't even paying attention, but Jason was. My goal had ended and you guys failed it miserably. You only got 1 out of 10 on the fucking donut. I'm sorry. You had 4 days off. You have a lot of making up to do over here. So Jason sent a full hundo and he says, I'll save the delinquents again. So you all owe Mr. Jason tomatoes in the chat right now. If you put anything else in the chat for the next 2 minutes, the mods will just delete and time you out for a full minute. So do it.
But if you're on my chat, you can put whatever you want, and it will still be able to see it interrupting the tomatoes.
I can disconnect your chat, you fucker.
You can't disconnect.
Just remember, Jason saved them the show as well. So I did find one study that shows as of 2018, nearly 4 in 5 as of 2018, nearly 4 in 5 custodial parents were mothers. And that's 79.9%. And this is out of it's like 2 million. Let's see, this is nationwide, and I believe it was 12.9 million custodial. I fucking 21.9 million children, 12.9 million custodial parents. But it's got this big piece on here that says, as of 2018, nearly 4 in 5 custodial parents were mothers, and that's 79.9%. But the statistics go deeper than that. Not only does the mother get custody of the children more often, the parents agree in more than half the cases, 51%, that the mother should have custody. So these men are choosing to do this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this in the private chat. I'm going to keep digging. This isn't the original one that I looked at, but it looks like it's the 2018 one, or at least pulling from those numbers.
Yeah, we're the 1 in 5 custodial parents. We're fathers, and
it's like taking a plea deal and say, like, even if you don't have a good case, right? Even if you're innocent, if they got a good case, you're going to be likely to play a plea deal. So when we take a look at fathers agreeing to this out of court, if you know you're going to go into the wood chipper, agreeing to something to avoid going to the wood chipper doesn't mean it isn't under duress.
It's not the same.
So I guess that's what I'm curious.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah, well,
no. Take a plea
I'm wondering what's your
divorce court's not the same.
It seems like you have the idea that there's this baseline, like it feels like you have like data supporting that they are going into the wood chipper, and I guess I'm wondering, like, what's that data?
What is the data that men are going into the wood chipper?
Where
where
men are like unfairly not getting 50-50 custody.
Yeah, like it seems like your default state is explicitly counter to the data they're arguing with, and so are you citing like?
So let's parse data versus argument. Data says 51% are settled without court. That's a data point. We'll just grant that and assume it's true. We're all trying to have a reasonable discussion here. Assumption is they're taking that agreement voluntarily and not because they're afraid of what would happen if they went to court. Idea is, so what it's being presented as a voluntary, we both agree, and isn't this nice? And sometimes that happens, and that's beautiful and wonderful. But a lot of guys are saying, I know if I go to court, I'm not going to be getting a fair fight. So I'm going to accept terms under duress. So I don't think you get to say for free and unchallenged that all of those are them just agreeing to it because they think they're going to be treated fairly. So that's what they agree to.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you where you get that part you said there at the end where like they know that if they go through they're going to get like shafted. Like
where's
where
the
does
data
that
that shows they're not getting a fair fight?
Look, he's saying that that's an argument. So what you're claiming is an argument, and then what he's claiming is an argument. However, Joshua, I do have a problem with your argument. If your argument is that they are under the impression they're going to get shafted and they don't fight, I blame them. I blame them because they are the fathers, and as the father, they have a responsibility to learn the law, to know their rights, and to exercise them and go to court. That is their job.
Sure. Before we go down that rabbit hole, though, because I think it like
I wanted to correct. It says 90% of, based on this information, 90% of child custody cases are without a judge's ruling. So out of that 90%, 51% of them both agree that the mother has more time.
Okay.
So even with that, like. What you're hearing and talking about is less than 10% of cases.
No, you and I are fundamentally
having to go to a judge and deal with a judge and lawyers and all this stuff. You're doing all of that. That's less than 10%. This is showing over 90% of cases are done outside of court, settled without a judge or anything like that. So that's a good thing.
So I hear what you're saying. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
Because she's a woman.
You're saying that the only reason the men are allowing the mother to have more time or more custody or whatever, they're agreeing with that, is because the men are too afraid of what could happen if they don't.
What I'm saying is that 90% is skewed by the fact they know what they're going into if they become on the 10%.
So that's what I'm trying to ask.
The data for that, though.
Yeah,
that's what we're
like. Where are they getting that knowledge from?
Where is the
You're being presumptive on intentions.
Yeah, like where's the data to show that they are getting they are going to get screwed over if they go through the court system, through the trial, that they are just going to be not.
So we're shifting it here, and I just want to be clear on this point: that 90% that don't go to court. Is it the contention of all of the people in the top here, except for me, that those are not being skewed at all because the fathers are under the impression? So we don't think the fathers are under the impression they're going to get walked through the wood chipper.
I agree with that, and that was something I said in my opening statement and throughout my argument. And my whole point is, I said they're being misled by people like you who are saying that be careful if you go through trial because you're going to get screwed over by the court system, when the data that I keep seeing over and over again says that when fathers do fight for custody, they get it more than 50% of the time. So they're overwhelmingly going to get it if they fight for it through the courts.
If you have this data, why haven't you been able to provide it so clearly yet?
Because everything is on my laptop, so I don't have you on Discord. I can send it to you.
Okay, that's fine. All I'm saying is it sounds like a core disagreement is the position is, unless I can demonstrate in some way that the 90% of people that are agreeing to terms outside of court are not like you're assuming that it's not true. The assumption is if they settle out of court, they're not afraid of the pressure in the court and that's not skewing their decision.
That's not my assumption.
Okay, Ryan.
I'm agreeing with that.
Yeah.
And but you're saying it's a false fear. You're not validating their feelings.
I'm saying the reason they do that. Do you want to try to explain it? Sorry, you can go ahead, Ryan.
I feel like he knows he's like this is ridiculous.
Well,
right?
even at that, you're assuming intentions, right? And like I said earlier, even with the no fault concept, most people choose no fault because even though they have a at fault case, they still say, you know what, don't feel like going through all that. I'm just gonna pick no fault. Fuck it. But the data would show, most divorce cases pick no fault divorce. That means like all of these women just say that they have irreconcilable differences and they just were unhappy, right? And they assume all of these intentions, when I've already given you an example of a perfectly good thing where no fault was just the best option, even though I had an at fault case. So you are assuming the intentions of these men, which I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm looking for the data that would show that the bulk of men choose to settle outside of court based solely on the idea that they're afraid to go to court and not because they actually do agree with the terms that they're working with their spouse.
And
All right, so I would say talk to literally any fucking family law attorney that's done more than 10 cases, and then listen to what they say. If you had a client that was a man and he wanted to get custody, what do you think his odds of success were, and how would you advise them in negotiations to settle out of court? Would you advise him to push on custody or to let go so he can have peace?
I did talk to 10. They said to fight.
Yeah, and regardless of whether we talk to any attorneys, I guess what I'm asking, you're saying the way to get this intuition, which I think Alexander's pointing, I didn't read the full chat, the super chat we're about to see, but like it sounds like you are asserting that men are justified in this belief that if they fight, they're likely to get screwed over by the courts. And like that's what you're arguing, but like you're not presenting how they know that, except I guess if they talk to a bunch of attorneys and like, I mean, so we have to call an attorney to figure that out. Like, what? Like, do you believe that just because you talked to attorneys who said that, or do you believe that because there's data that you've seen that backs that up? That's what I'm asking.
So, it's funny to me with arguments like this, and if we were going,
he's just going to keep avoiding it every fucking time. What a fucking clown, dude.
You have more to say, Ryan?
Yeah, I was calling you a fucking clown because you've been avoiding this question for 10 minutes. Like it's fucking embarrassing.
I think the premise is fucking insane. What you're essentially telling me is from all of your data, you're so
I'm not talking about my data. I'm asking you about your belief. I'm asking you where
I'll give you a data point here, you dumb cunt. Okay, men are 9 times more likely to kill themselves after a divorce. Do you think that would be an question? Let me fucking finish, you. Look, God, if a guy 9 times more likely to kill himself after a divorce, do you think that's because the system's overwhelmingly fair to him, or because it's something that's screwing him? Is that a data point?
I think you're avoiding answering the question still. So
you asked what data point? I gave you a data point, a suicide stat.
So because men are more likely to kill themselves after a divorce, you're saying that proves that they should be afraid of the court system.
So you said, what data point do I have? I gave you a data point.
And I just asked you if that point substantiates what you said, and it doesn't, obviously, because everyone can see it doesn't.
So if men going through a divorce are 9 times more likely to kill themselves, and like I asked you the question, do you think
are they more likely to kill themselves if they go through the court system, or are they?
Do you think it has nothing to do with it? You think it's a I'm
asking you the relevant. I'm trying to identify the relevance to the question that we're focusing on.
All right, since you're so fucking stupid, I'll make it real simple. You got a guy and a girl. They both go through the same tube, right? They both go through the same tube, except we notice when 100 pairs of these go through, the men are 9 times more likely to be dead after they go through the tube. I'd think the tube is bad for men. So the tube here is the divorce process. So yeah, this is enough of an outlier,
right?
Where
not the custody argument, which is what I'm asking you about.
Well, I'm gonna throw a really bad, non-empathetic. I'm gonna be a total asshole, and everybody's gonna think less of me for like the next 5 minutes. But if a man chooses to unalive himself during a hardship, do you think that he would have been a good role model for that child to begin with?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the guys that are doing are the ones that feel bad because they're getting fucked over by a system where they're being screwed over and villainized.
Wait, hold on. You're telling me that someone who has sushi side tendencies is a good role model? That's a good role model? Tell me the truth.
Someone in that's an enormously stressful situation.
I would say that is not a good role model. I would say that person, he might even have drug and alcohol problems, typically, and I would not want that type of person. I don't want that type of person around children. I just don't.
My question would be, I mean, that's a pretty scary thought to think if a father does have those types of tendencies, would you even want the children to be in their care at that point? Because if stress throws them through that much of a loop, and I pity it, I really do. Stress is one hell of a thing, and most people have to find ways to cope with it, and some people just can't, right? And they internalize it a lot, and I do have a heart for that. However, I also don't have a heart for people who take the easy way out, or
Sarah,
do things that that are, I'm sorry, do things that are will have a negative effect to everyone around them by doing this thing.
But Sarah, the only thing I thought of is that like a conversation which doesn't invalidate any of the things that you're saying, to me is like, well, how do we as individuals and as parents view our activity and behaviors inside and outside of the home or the household, right? That just seems like a conversation that both parties in any divorce court could share with their attorneys if they're at that stage. And it also seems to alleviate pressure from divorce proceedings. If like, why would someone go through that pain or that realization if they can have a simple conversation instead? It's not logical.
Well, so Ghosty, I'm going to push on something here because I think you're the most likely to have the right temperament to really engage with it here. If we had a statistic that said women were 9 times more likely to take their life after fill in the blank, I think we would all agree that that's probably a women's issue, right? No?
Yeah.
Sure.
So if
Rhea said Ghosty or Dusty?
I said Ghosty, not Dusty, in case that was part of the miscommunication, but thank you. So why is it that when I bring the stat up, and I do bring the stat up a bunch, I don't hear anybody jumping to the sympathy of men? And I appreciate Sarah speaking her piece. It sounds like she said what she believed, and I always appreciate that. Why the hell aren't we sympathetic? Why aren't we saying, wow, this is messing with these men so much that it's a 9x, right? I spent a lot of time looking at numbers. That's a huge data point.
It's still, I mean, no, I understand what you're saying. It is still the minority, though, right? Even though, like, the more of that thing is for men, it's still not the majority of men. And I said it seems to be more of a male tendency to begin with. So it's not like I'm not not unsympathizing with these people. Yeah, like I think we all have sympathy for people going through this, right?
Yeah. To be clear, I've never expressed any idea that I'm not sympathetic to these men. I am extremely sympathetic to these men. My frustration wasn't about, you bringing up suicide stats. Like, I am sympathetic to these men. What I'm not sympathetic to is you using this as justification to then say that men are actually fucked over in these court systems and argue that that's a good reason for them to be confident that they should not go into these court systems and fight for custody, which has nothing to do necessarily with that stat because you haven't defended how it's associated with that stat.
And those dudes don't deserve custody.
Well, I don't necessarily.
And honestly,
I agree. I agree, Ryan.
If it was women, like, I'm sure people would be saying the same thing. It's not like women are overly. It's not like people are overly sympathetic with women all the time either. If it was the opposite and it was 9 out of 10 women doing this, I'm sure we would be hearing this all the time. Like, this is why women shouldn't. This is why children are better with fathers, because this is another data point that women are offing themselves all the time. Like. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the thing is so unaliving yourself, right? And this is an interesting conversation to have that, it's kind of hard to have on YouTube, and I'm glad that people are recognizing we're on YouTube for that. When you're talking about this situation, these young men who are having these troubles quite often don't have purpose. I hate to do the Peterson thing, but he's 100% right. They have to find purpose. When you go to court to fight your custody battle, that is a massive amount of purpose. And so by staying outside the bounds of fighting for that custody battle, you're actually, in my humble opinion, making it way worse for yourself and those that you care about. My opinion. That's just an opinion. You should fight. You're defending, actually.
Yeah, but okay, but here also
you should make your goddamn bed.
Can you guys hear me? Give it a rest a little bit too, because guys forget. We have a lot of confidence and we're also resilient just because of our chimp nature and our testosterone. Double-edged sword, right? So give it a break. Let your brain work a little bit.
It's just you, Doug.
No, I'm being completely serious and honest right now.
I don't know what chimp nature
let
is.
your brain do some of this. Your brain has to do some of it. Your heart has to do some of it. Your arms, your legs, your feet have to do some of this, right? And so like it just doesn't make sense why everything in the conversation and then everything in the process we're talking about is so oppositional. Like I get so sick of it. Just be nice to each other. Be nice to yourself so your body can work and your brain can work.
I'm confused what
Yes.
the argument is right now, actually.
Well, Dusty's just
I
talking.
don't know. Duck.
Actually, I'm
Duck
eating a
always
cereal.
sucks. While you guys are thinking about it, Alexander says he's arguing from an intuition, the common fear for men that they will get screwed in court. He's saying because of that fear, whether or not they are allowing the women to dictate custody.
I mostly agree with what Alex said here. This is what I've been trying to say, except for one piece, because I think that Josh has actually been saying that not only is it because of that fear, but it is a real justified fear they have. And what I've been pressing him on is why he feels that fear is justified. And he has not substantiated that even once, unless he did it before I got here.
Because Ryan's too fucking stupid to understand that when you have one group that's distressed so badly that they're taking their own lives, it's an indication of external stress, just like that 41% self-unaliving number with the transgenders. It's a sign of internal distress. And we can say these men are weak, but the fact of the matter is they're getting thrown into a wood chipper. They're getting told to pay money they don't have. Their kids are being taken from them, and they're being told they're the villain. That's very, very, very damaging to a man's psyche,
And they
especially
take
if they're
a
a good man
coward,
that
selfish
cares about
way
things.
out.
I don't know.
I mean, the data I'm looking at, American
Thank you, Dusty.
Institute for Boys and Men, and it's showing that the rates were already going up on their own, anyways. I haven't seen any. I'm looking to find like a reason to say that it's because of divorce or separation. But what I'm seeing here is that rates have already been on the incline, particularly since 2001 to 2003. There's a huge increase already happening.
Well, what would be interesting to look at in this context that would kind of like narrow down to the point I feel like I feel like a lot of us were trying to focus on would be to compare those rates to men who are divorced and who don't choose to fight for custody and men who do choose to fight for custody and to compare those rates between those two groups. That would be an interesting thing to look at. And it could be that the men who are fighting for custody are ending up being more likely after that to do that. And that would support your point. For example, that would be stronger evidence towards your point. At least it would be some evidence towards your point. But what you're saying is not evidence towards that point. You're saying that men who are getting divorced at all are more likely to do that, which is it is a problem. I agree. And most people who do choose that route, they do so usually in after a heartbreak and stuff, which is a tragedy. But yeah.
In fact, I would say it's
women
the
actually try it more,
misinformation
men
that-
succeed more.
I would say it's the misinformation that's driving them to that point.
Yes, exactly. Well, maybe not to that point, but what we're
Or-
saying
yeah,
here
yeah.
is it says in the super chat, he's saying because of that fear, whether it's real or not. So like if we're telling fathers don't fight for your children in court because you're gonna get screwed over, I think we need to see some data to show that they are actively getting screwed over when they fight for their children, because all the data that I find shows the opposite, that when they do fight, they are more likely to get at minimum joint custody. So
But you're using really soft language. You're saying go fight this huge ugly fight and you might get 1 day a week. That under your statistic, when you're saying joint custody, that would check that box. And it looks like, and I haven't looked at everything, you're linking to lawyer sites where lawyers say, give us money because we can make this happen. Fact of the matter is, if you call up the local court, and this is the best thing you can do, call up the local court referral service, try to talk to a family attorney, see what they're saying. No one is surprised by this when I'm talking in any of the districts that I'm familiar with. Maybe there's great, wonderful places. Again, Kentucky did some good things on this. But on the balance, men get screwed on this. They know this, and their attorneys will say, you can give me 25 grand and maybe you'll get an extra weekend. That's the advice that attorneys are giving their clients. So Ryan, I don't know what more authority what your value system is, but if we have family law attorneys that are practicing in these courts that are giving advice, does that count or no?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're just telling me they're saying this, but
Maybe we shouldn't allow men to vote since they're too emotional.
maybe.
Oh God.
I mean, I
that
see
would
I
be
see
the
your
argument
argument.
used against us.
Yeah, Yeah,
I mean,
I don't agree.
you know, going through a divorce, separation, relationship breakup. I mean, women, they cry pretty hard and have some Ben and Jerry's and, you know, call it a day. But and then I'm not making fun of the idea that they're harming themselves. I still think that is very sad, but I still have no pity for anyone who does that. And I never will. I never will. It doesn't do anything but harm everyone around you. So, but if the numbers have increased, and I think I found a study that might support what you're saying, maybe, although I don't think I should be having to do your work for you, but I think I found something that says, let's see, it says divorced men had a 2.8 times greater odds of death by unaliving than married men. Separated men under 34 years of age had eightfold greater odds of unalived than married men. And men's risk of unaliving after a breakup was further heightened by factors such as unemployment, pre-existing mental health conditions, and social isolation. So it does show that there are other things involved. Wilson said that a vast array of risk factors can lead to unaliving behavior in men. The risk factors associated with intimate relationship breakdown must be recognized and addressed. I'll drop this link backstage. Again, I don't know what this is. It's just the only thing I found so far supporting what you say and the most recent. But I have no pity. I have none. If a girl breaking up with you and all of those things is enough for you to do bad thing, maybe you shouldn't be a partner for anyone or a parent at that matter, because you're not safe for anyone. Alexander,
real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think that's that
don't be a narcissist. It's
Hold on,
insane.
I think that contributes to an absolutely horrible stigma. If you are someone who struggles with those sort of ideations, like the best thing to do is not to, you know, remind or like take Sarah's advice and remind and convince yourself further that you're of no good to anybody. The best thing for you to do is to seek mental health support, and to have access to that mental health support, which is something that we as a society need to improve upon and reduce the stigma around. And I think that was just demonstrated here by Sarah's callousness to the topic.
And tell them about vertical, not sideways.
Well, legal work is a great application for that.
Well, I'm just going to say Ryan and I are going to agree completely on this one. I think if anyone takes their life for any situation and any reason, I think it's sad. I intrinsically value all life. I don't like especially with that 9X number, I think the number should be 0 on both sides. And I do think when we look at the way that groups internalize stress, the self-unaliving rate is an indication of the distress of the group. But yeah, get help.
I mean, I would even go as far as throwing it the other way when women are, and only just to be an asshole, right? That at this point, I'm just doing it just to be an asshole. But when women are raped, essayed, so on and so forth, you guys, oh, she's being emotional, or this, that, or another. It's always like emotion. It's like, okay, well, then we're going to throw it back at you. You know, so, but yeah, men shouldn't.
Do you think that rape accusations aren't taken seriously?
What is the okay? Do you remember
Not really.
Kavanaugh?
There was a big case where the public opinion was, oh, she's a hoe, look at what she's wearing, like I don't believe her. I mean, even the Johnny Depp case, right, came already with a stigma against the woman. Now she was an asshole, and we were able to
about that case,
go and prove that, but there are a lot of situations where the girl automatically comes with a stigma, and it's like she has to prove way more than what he has to in that case. And that's, you know, and the emotions of going through those things are pretty traumatizing, probably more traumatizing than your spouse leaving you because somebody's actually harming you and doing physical things and damaging you inside and out. And a woman has to relive that to tell the whole thing. And most of them are afraid to do it. And we have data and statistics to show that. But they're afraid to do it because of the stigma surrounding it. But we have data and statistics for that.
Johnny Depp was also a degenerate drug addict, right? And so you would walk into a guy like Johnny Depp's house or apartment, wherever he lived, and the way the Amber Heard trial went is you would imagine that Johnny Depp has girls they're just sitting on the couch not doing anything. There's drugs on the counter. And so anytime Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard case was invoked, they wanted to imagine this degenerate psychopath, sociopath who knew no boundaries. And this is because of his upbringing, right? This is because of what he knew from living in Hollywood. And so even these are conversations that a reasonable or perhaps a rational person would say, well, a lot of this shouldn't have been televised. A lot of this was, if you're just going to fight about money, there's really nothing else that you are actually talking about. And so you're telling people that it's still okay to just fight about money, right? This was not a trial that was ultimately about justice at all, even in the slightest. And so I just want to say that just because you are afraid or unaware that this degenerate drunk addict brought drama into his life, that's not an excuse for absolutely anything.
That entire trial was
not even money.
That entire trial was not about money. The entire trial was just about getting his reputation back. He didn't give a fuck. He was not even expected to win.
They crawled into your brain. What they did is they crawled into your brain.
Just sing the Cuckable Mug song, Doug. That's all we need you for.
Listen to every single.
Doug's showing us how big his penis is right now.
Thing that Johnny Depp's lawyer says. Listen to everything that Amber Heard's lawyer says. Wait till they take the stand. This is going to really change how you think about things and really change how you feel about things. And boy, you better do something about it.
I read court documents. I read court transcripts. I listened to all the audio. I watched the entire trial. My channel started on the defending Johnny Depp. That's literally how my channel started. But anyways,
I'm suing for the.
Imagine that you're a Johnny Depp fan.
I am. That's how my channel started. It's funny, but
I think they were both bad.
He's not a perfect person, but we could say people who have been abused don't treat their abusers very good. You know what I mean? Anyways, I want to say though, even just on these panels, when I tell stories that aren't even as deep as rape and assault, I don't get believed. People just assume that I'm making up stuff and that I'm lying. And it has happened many, many times. Even when I have told personal stories or anything, people call me a liar. It has happened with many different people.
Does that really happen though? Or are you making it up?
Brett Kavanaugh was the first case that you were talking about.
We don't believe you. We don't believe you, Ghosty. You're just being emotional.
What were you wearing when they didn't believe you?
I'm playing victim again.
Well, there is something that will help. Buy a Cuckable Mug. It will help.
Well, so there is a reason that the Me Too movement failed.
It didn't.
It didn't?
Yeah. Why do you say it failed?
I would say I wasn't fond of the Me Too movement. I was insulting to women who have actually experienced shit, and I felt like a lot of people were just coming out saying shit. It was very insulting to me.
The people who abused
what about,
it.
Yeah, sure.
It's insulting to the women who didn't get Me Too'd.
What about Harvey Weinstein and shit? These are people directly related to the Me Too movement. These are people who explicitly face consequences because of things that they did.
Yes, and people got released because of the false accusations that became from the Me Too movement.
Ryan knows because he got Me Too'd.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I understand that, and I understand the false accusations are horrible, but I wouldn't take away all the progress that the Me Too movement actually did make, in spite of all the people who abused it.
I felt like it became a trend. It became a trend to hashtag Me Too on your Facebook profile or on your whatever social media page, and then all I was seeing was hashtag Me Too from all these girls, and I'm like, some of these people I knew.
Sure, but that's just the trend, though.
Look at the federal data. 1 in 5 women have been
saying something.
Wait, if you look at the federal data, 1 in 5 women have been. Hang on. If you look at the federal data, 1 in 5 women have been either raped or attempted or had attempted. So
the other 4 are ugly.
That sounds like you. It sounds like if we look at online and a lot of people are sharing their stories and saying Me Too, it would make sense that we see a shit ton of people. There might be some people who are lying.
Everybody gets catcalled.
It's not shocking at all that if a fifth of women have potentially been attempted to have an assault against them.
Ryan, are you just mad because you're getting catcalled?
If not more, I don't
know. He says the 1 in 5 thing. Yeah.
Alexander.
I mean, what CDC data? Do you have better data?
Literally,
Yes.
Yeah,
Dude,
the NIH. The
it's-
I would
NIH is going to be
actually,
way
well, I would
better than the
actually
CDC.
go as far as saying it's actually probably more than 1 in 5. That's just
Yeah.
probably the data of people who report it.
Sure.
However, not everybody wants to talk about it. Not everybody wants to make it a big deal. Not everybody wants to like
Well, yeah, of course.
trend it
Hold
like
on.
it's cool to talk about it. And
Some
it
of them
was,
were
it was
wearing
just very
skimpy
in-
skirts.
right?
But you're talking about the catcalls too, right?
Yeah, a
Well,
lot
we're
of
talking
it
about
was,
attempts.
Yeah,
Attempts
okay.
also count, like even if it's not.
No, I'm talking about. Hey, you look good. That's
No,
being.
we're not talking.
All the girls do
the
look
majority of
prettier
girls-
Yeah,
at closing
that
time.
is
You can talk
included.
about the extreme, whatever crazy TikTok people you see on Twitter, or AI videos, or whatever. I know those people.
It was
exist.
included in the in the survey that I actually took at the college.
Okay, I'm. It's a super fucking common thing where I would not be surprised if it's definitely more than 1 in 5. That's like just what
90% of statistics are made up 100%.
I think it's 6 out of
on the
5.
spot.
Well, I'm happy to post the my source for the 1 in 5, which references the CDC. I mean, this is a little bit older.
Is
so
that from Cada?
Before
Nice.
even before the Me Too movement.
WPATH? What?
All right. Alexander asks, can you ask Joshua if he feels that the fears Can you ask Joshua if he feels that the fears are valid even today, or if it's mostly men without a support system to push them to fight? Either way, it sounds like that's an impossible thing to prove, or possible to prove thing.
So I think those are valid fears today that are falling on better ears. I think there is more sympathy for male suffering, although there still is not a whole lot. The fact of the matter is, I think a lot of the guys that are dealing with this stuff right now, an increasingly common story arc that is, I believe, helping is literally when state courts are violating rights, there's subsection 1983, and a lot of dads are actually taking this to federal courts. I think in the 10th Circuit, there was a case recently. Basically, the pry bar they used, the federal courts will use to avoid engaging with any sort of bad acts with courts is called Rooker-Feldman. It's one of them anyway. And increasingly, the courts have been getting, over the last 20 years, they haven't been able to punt with Rooker-Feldman as much. So I think what's happening is for the guys that are dealing with the fight, they're just going straight to federal court now, saying, I'm not going to put up with this. Or it's not even, I'm not going to put up with this. It's, I don't have another option. This is the only potential course for recourse.
Can I ask you a question, Sarah? Could you, so 1 in 5 people, you said,
women,
were sexual assaulters.
That was Ryan.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
That's to be clear, the data is 1 in 5 women have been either
so
or attempt or either attempted or completed rape is what they're saying. That's what it is.
Okay, so can you divide that by 48% of the population that we have?
What?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because that'll tell you exactly how many people you think are rapists. I'm sorry.
Some people just well, yeah, there's a lot of, most of them are repeat offenders. Like I don't think it's a one-to-one.
I mean, I'll buy. I mean, I don't think it's a bullet that's that hard to bite. Yeah, I would say it's actually it's scarily common for men to attempt this. Yes, it is. This is just the first part. Right? Isn't it a scary implication?
Really?
Yes. I gotta lead you down the road here.
The weird road.
Can you?
By the way, I just want to say, when you look at
woods.
children, it's not even that far different when you look at little boys too. Like, so the statistics really aren't that hard to believe.
Are you still with us?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
On that road.
I'm hoping. I mean, if not, we don't have to, but.
I thought we were waiting on you.
Yeah, I'm waiting on him to do the math. Yeah, so
Oh, it's a lot.
48.
15 million.
Seems
It'll be
like a
15
big mother trucker.
I'll do the math for you. It'll be 15 million. Go
Beefy
ahead.
boy.
Huh?
15 million.
15 million. Okay.
Yeah.
So 15 million people is what you are saying are
15 million living, breathing souls. Yes.
Per year would be the stat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't check the math, but that if it is, that would be like people who
I
attempted
just,
or completed.
I just took 350, divided it by 2, which would be half the population, and then took the 10%, which was the stat, which is 15 million.
I'll accept the math. It really doesn't matter, actually. But the fact that you think that many people
in the United States, oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's
bad, right?
That's less than a quarter of the population of California. That's barely anybody.
It's not barely 15 million. 15 million people is
what? It's 0.3% of the population of the U.S., isn't it?
I don't even think it that sounds right. Matters. Like the point is, it's happening.
5%, right?
3 to 5.
Yes, it is happening.
We're also talking about on a yearly basis. So, if you want to add up like how many years, like then that goes 30 million if you're 2 years in, and 45 million if you're 3 years in. Like,
what?
That's pretty horrifying. That means if you walk around the mall, right? If you walk around the mall, that means you're, when you.
I don't know, man.
McDonald's or
People who are so aghast at this kind of statistic to me just like have lived a really sheltered life.
Just look at your sex offenders list.
Like,
I'm pretty sure you have
seeing the things that I've seen. Like it's just really easy to believe, having lived my life. Like I've seen people do fucked up shit.
Duck, I'm pretty sure you have no issues with this issue right here. Don't worry. Just don't worry, bro.
Yeah. So also wouldn't so if we're looking at would it be 0.1 or 0.2 of like wouldn't it be 20% of men, like if we're assuming that if we are just kind of for simplification like removing repeat offenders, right? If we're assuming that it's like 20% of men who are assaulting 20% of women, then it would be more like 33 million men in the United States.
You are definitely messing up that math.
Am I?
Yeah, I don't know about the 20% of males.
Why would the statistics not extrapolate though? That Ryan seems to be repeating exactly what would be on a data sheet. If you were to create a data sheet and look at it, Ryan is going through what that is.
Yeah, it would be 20. So 20% of women would be 33 million women. You agree?
But that's at one
Wait,
point.
Don't we have like 300 million people in the U.S.? Or
there's 350 million.
Yeah, so 20%.
That's what I went by.
Yeah, and so half of that is 165. Yeah. So half of that is 165. 20% of 165 is about 33. So that's what I'm saying. If 20% of women are assaulted, as the CDC data suggests, then or attempted to be or successfully, right?
So 1 out of 4 women are raped.
5. 1 out of 5 are attempted.
Or
both attempted and actual in the same, which is insane. But that's what
you're
crazy. That's not insane. Why is that insane?
Not insane at all.
I'm sorry.
Because there's
over the course of their life, right?
It would be good to delineate between them.
Is an attempted murder not as bad as a murder? Like,
they're just different. All I'm saying is we shouldn't lump them both in. We should say, we could even say there's this many attempted, this many completed. The total number is. But
Josh, for the conversation that we're trying to have right now, if we're talking about the men,
right,
which is what we are doing,
I'm going to go to bed.
Men, so
I wish you all good night and
right?
Good luck.
Good night.
Take care.
Did the zombie just leave?
Yeah.
Like, absolutely fucking destroyed.
Before you go forward, Ryan, Jason says it's easy to disprove others would have as much judgment for it. Look at trans. They blame everyone for the high unaliving.
I don't think it's not like trans people are blaming everyone for that. It's just statistically that like people who are in bad, like unsupportive environments who are trans are more likely to. So it's not like really blame anybody. We're just pointing at the data and what it suggests, which is it has nothing to do with blame, right?
4 out of 10.
You just proved Jason so hard. You just proved Jason
This
right
is-
so
this
hard,
is-
bro.
This is also coming from the far right, right? This is the postmodern
Jason's
fascism.
not far right.
That is,
What the hell?
This is the postmodern fascism that is perfectly willing to put.
It's so weird that you
child
literally
sex
are
predators on
proving
TV,
him
Bro, let
right.
him-
and talk about how much they want to muck duck them, right? This is
so
what non-judgment
Muck
looks like.
duck.
What is muck duck?
Muck
Sounds
duck is
filthy.
a suitable word for.
Is it this?
I thought
Muck
that was
duck?
like a food
Is that how that works?
food
Muck
thing.
duck.
Mukbang is what you're
Muck
thinking of.
Oh.
It's Sarah.
Making up his
I
own
have a
words.
song. I have a song. It's about
Oh,
taking out a
boy.
45 and popping somebody.
We should probably put that song away, Duck, for a lot of reasons.
Stop being a goofball.
Okay, Alexander says, I would also caution selection bias here. The men who do/can fight for their kids are more likely to be in the position to win or have an ex willing to share custody. Flo, when you had to do yours, were you in a position where did you have a lot of money? Did you have a lot of say? Did you have a lot of power in that moment?
I mean, as far as inside the relationship or in the courtroom, like I filed first, so I was in a better position in the courtroom.
Were you more likely to win just based off of your life?
No, filing first is what gave me an advantage. We were married when I filed for divorce, right? And so,
well, that's good.
You don't say.
I mean, so like, how could I be? We shared a life, right? So how could I be in a better position than her since we're living like the same lifestyle? Except that she's insane and I'm less.
Differently insane.
You gotta get the drop on him. You gotta file for divorce before you get married.
You do gotta get the drop on him. Well, there's a 1 month waiting period before they'll even serve them in my state. So that was kind of an awkward month to hang out. Like nothing's going on here.
Some of them are up to 90 days too.
Mine was a full year of separation. We have to be living in separate households, and not having sex or anything of the such for 1 full year before
mine
we
was
could
6
proceed
months
forward.
That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. So if for any reason during that 1 year separation, let's say we both got randomly drunk one night and we're like, let's fuck, right? That 1 year thing could start over again, because the judge sees that as potential reconciliation.
Yeah.
So if we did that and then
they know, Sarah.
Right,
I'm
and we admit to
getting
it.
there. Hold on.
Well, they could
we
use it
did
against
that,
each other. Yeah.
thank you. If we did that and then we went to court, and if they wanted to potentially push the divorce and push anything else out, they could do that by saying, well, we had sex. Can you prove it? Yep. Here, I took pictures of her later that night or whatever. Whatever. Or here's the texts or what. If you can prove
I brought
it.
the condom.
I kid you not. My ex-husband tried to actually say that we had held hands once, and that was a reason for reconciliation. But he referred to
Reset
a
the timer.
moment. Right. He referred to a moment when my son, he was obviously not really happy about the whole thing, and I think we were at one of the other kids' games or something, and we, of course, were sitting not next to each other, but our son was in the middle. But our son took our hands and put them together, right? And we're just like awkward because you don't want to upset the kid,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it's like,
So you give them false hope.
right. So it's like that awkward. But he actually told that to the judge as a way to try to extend and push it out a whole nother fucking year.
Oh my god.
And I was like, no. Mm-mm. The judge was, of course, like, no,
Not buying it. That's
I'm
good.
not buying it. But yeah, it depends on, it's all state to state. But what most people don't understand is most states actively want you guys to reconcile. They give you a cool down period depending on what time frame, right? Now, California don't give a fuck. They're like, fine, you want it, goodbye, bye, get in, get out. But most states promote a reconciliation period, and they want you to try. This gives you time to settle down. This gives you time before you even get into the courtroom. This gives you time to work with a mediator. And as time goes on, you should essentially be cooling down instead of being all pissy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It also
Or it gives
costs
you
them
time
like
to still be married to someone who's fucking someone else.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, you have to accept that well, I mean, you're legally separated though. Like you have stuff already in place, you're legally separated, all of those things. Like you're recognized as I'm no longer with you. So anything you do from that point isn't held against you. Like so adultery doesn't count, right? It depends, it's state to state, but like adultery doesn't count because you're legally separated and you're working towards a divorce, right? So, yeah. They
Well,
can't
like
hold it
Virginia
against.
doesn't recognize separation as a state. You're either married or you're not. Now they do care a whole lot about adultery post separation, but yeah, state to state it gets a little weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
you
depends
can
on where
file
you
as
are.
separated though. I'm pretty sure, right?
But well,
No, literally, there's no legal status of separated in Virginia. You're
Even-
married or you're not married.
Oh, in Virginia, because I think like even on taxes, there's like a separation box that you can.
Well, you
married
can-
but
you can
separate.
file
That's
separate.
that's
Head of
anywhere.
household.
Yeah,
No,
married filing separate is a whole different thing. You could actually be married, living under the same household, but it's a tax benefit to file your taxes separately and let your wife claim certain credits and let you claim certain credits, or let her claim everything and you claim this. And in the way, and most accountants, no, most accountants will actually run through your tax return both ways. They'll run it married file joint, married file separate, in order to ensure that you get the most tax benefits.
Yeah.
Isn't this like
I also-
opening an entire ecology for divorce? That seems so it seems very, again, not logical and not irrational in any of the way that humans do well when they're being irrational.
I mean, it's
Well,
just
So
the reality of what happens, I think, right?
What does that
providing
mean? That doesn't
providing
mean anything
structure isn't a bad thing for people who are irrational.
That's absurd.
Oh, it's absurd to
women?
provide structure? Tell me how that works.
No, I was responding to Ghosty. I was responding to Ghosty to say that a response to something that is illogical and also not irrational in any useful way is just reality. It isn't. You're choosing that.
Are you saying
You
like
are not
the
your
divorce?
choices.
Are you saying the divorce culture is like irrational? Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, and if I understand that people have to make a decision, they have to be discerning while they're making that decision. But that still seems like itself should back on up into something that is more about like, well, how do we as humans manage these complex sort of emotional transactions? And if it is the case that we have to spend a year apart, that doesn't seem like that comes alone. That seems like it comes with some other form of conversations or some other form of like mitigation.
Well, if we just kept the government
year is
out of
crazy.
our fucking business, then we wouldn't have to worry about it now, would we?
My
Right.
man.
And typically what happens too is those
Whatever makes
decisions,
you happy,
those
Sarah.
judgment calls aren't made until after the mitigation part. So the mitigation part happens, and then because mitigation can't resolve these matters, then a judgment has to be made.
I was just saying it's reality because like divorce is messy lots of times. Like people have been together for.
You're probably
years.
not equipped to be married then, Ghosty. If you think that's the answer, is it's just reality. What do you want me to say? Nothing? You get to talk and no one else does?
I'm just telling you that these things
You're
are
not
in
that
order.
offended. Stop acting that offended.
I'm not offended. I'm confused as fuck
strong,
right now.
Punching again.
I'm a strong
It's punching.
advocate for
Congrats. You made it.
prenups.
I'm actually
If anybody
confused.
gets a prenup, make
There
a
you
lot of
go.
these decisions while you're in love and happy and stupid. Okay, do all of these decisions. Yeah,
Agree to
there's
50-50 custody now.
yeah, and you can even agree to like concepts on the off the nose, right? Not everything's going to be ironclad. You know, we do recognize life changes and things maneuver differently, but put caveats in there. But do all of those simple, basic things now. Of like, this would be my idea if we broke up tomorrow. Or if we had children, or if we made $1 gazillion next week, and then broke up. Like, this is my idea. Because when you're happy and in love and stupid, you agree to because I just want you to be happy, baby. You're all dumb and drunk love. So, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be mean to you either. Ghosty, I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's because you're goofy as shit, bro.
It's fine. I'm good.
I gotta
was just
take
confused
off.
more
I
than
wish-
anything.
Yeah,
My
I
God.
wish I could
Can we
stick around to get
celebrate this
booted.
moment? Hold on, Doc. Can we celebrate the fact that you did not get booted off panel tonight?
Thank you, Jason. Thank you,
W,
chat.
Doc.
I saw my hero Alex in chat too. So Alex was the guy that put in a ton of effort to save me. So I, before and now after as well, I love seeing Alexander win in any of the streams I'm watching. So that was cool. Bye, Cuckable Mug.
Here, go ahead and do your song as your
When
outro.
Andrew keeps on farting and nobody seems to care when Mr. E is just peeing and still nobody seems to care. So buy a cockable mug. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. To your heart, my love, open the door. Let my love open the door. That's it. That's what I had. That's what I had for that or whatever. So hopefully that was good enough. Have a good day, everybody.
Very nice.
I hope you
very
all are
nice.
happy. And yeah, keep up that stank lifestyle
Did
y'all
you
are
like
living.
smell
I
your
love
finger
you.
just now?
Duck loves you.
Did.
He probably did.
It's okay. Same team, folks. Let's go. Have a good night.
You're depraved.
He is getting better on these panels.
Madness. Utter madness.
I love Duck. As much
Actually-
as I hate Duck.
Wanted to speak to that last super chat. I know we kind of went down a bunch of rabbit holes. Well, I wanted to say something about it if you don't mind pulling that one back up, the Alexander one we were just looking at.
Oh yeah.
Rabbit holes
I
are
think,
fun.
I think this is like a really good point and like a really interesting nuanced point that like Josh could have brought up something like this earlier when we were pressing him on it. But obviously he hadn't he wasn't really engaging with the argument. Otherwise he probably would have thought of something like this that is actually a compelling adds nuance to like why there are men who might perceive them like who might not file because they perceive a more risk, but that would imply that they are specifically men who are in less of a position to win, which I guess also adds that there might be other factors at play.
Yeah, I mean, my theory for court is you have to be dragged into the courtroom with a needle in your arm to not get custody. And why I say that is like it's got to be some crazy circumstances why you won't be able to see your kid at least one day a week or something. And it could be a move or maybe you were, I'm not saying you, Joshua, but like somebody could be abusive or an alcoholic with a history of DUIs or things that the judge looks at it as, is this the best interest of the kid to put you in their place? They're not looking at you as man or woman. They're looking at you as what is the best interest. If both parents are working, both parents live within 20 minutes of each other, both parents are good, normal, outstanding citizens doing their normal shit, 9 to 5 grind kind of stuff, your chances are probably that you're going to get 50-50 or somewhere around there type of split. But if you come in with like a drug history, a criminal history, you're in and out of jobs all the time, you're not stable, you're moving from one place to the other all the time, things of that nature, like that's not the best interest of the child. The judge is looking for stable parents on both sides and healthy ones at that.
So I have a quick question for Ghosty, seeing that she is the positive on this topic, correct? You would be saying feminism helps. So you don't have to like go into it. If somebody else wants to ask you to go into it, would you also say that masculinity helps the family court system?
Yeah, I think men's activism has also played another part into getting this legislation passed, for sure.
Win, Ghosty. Thank you. Win.
I would agree. Healthy masculinity would tend to align with a lot of like feminist values. So,
how so?
It's going to value things like people's individuality and not like putting people like painting people with a broad brush because of their gender or whatever. Like,
so like well, it depends like what you call a healthy man, right? I guess people are gonna like consider different things, but like obviously I would think a healthy guy is someone who takes care of himself, hopefully takes care of their mental health, cares about, I mean, if you have a family, cares about your family, puts your woman on an equal, like,
place.
with you. On equal with you.
It's hard to make a 1-to-1, right? Because there is no kind of masculinism because men have already had equal rights. So like there's no movement for men's equal rights. There's a burgeoning, like, kind of blossoming movement for men's rights as things kind of like shift and move in the kind of rights field, but historically there hasn't needed to be a masculinism.
Well, this is kind of why I asked, even though I said I wouldn't necessarily go into it. Kind of do actually want to, because for the longest time I've recognized that the courts, in my humble opinion, also are swayed, but they are swayed for various different reasons that I'm sure that I don't know if Joshua actually even really considered these things, but I've kind of noticed. Take, for instance, welfare programs. From my experience, I've noticed that women are more likely candidates for welfare programs. Now, it's most likely because they end up with the children or end up, in these positions where they're needed, where the welfare is needed. Whereas the men, essentially, they can pretty much just go out and get a job. That's what people tell them. You can go out and get a job. So when I look at quote unquote men's rights that you guys were talking about, and whether the family courts are swayed for masculinity, I also agree that it is beneficial for it. In fact, I would say that the 14th Amendment is a primary advocate for it. And this is why when Joshua brings up the 1983s, I'm so happy that you bring that up. When your rights are violated, it doesn't matter what sex, gender, creed, nationality, none of it matters. What matters is that your rights were violated and that you can actually seek remedy for that. It's called prayer for relief, but you have to take it to court. And so for young men out there who don't know it, study the law, study the legal concepts, understand that these things can be remedied. So I appreciate both of you.
Oh,
I'll amend my answer really quick on masculinism. I think that the next step for a group of people who already have their civil rights would be to advocate for the human rights of all. So that would be the next step on positive masculinity, as far as like a 1-to-1 to feminism. Men arguing for the human rights of all human beings, because if our natural urge is to protect people who are less strong than us, then giving them the blanket of rights would be the next kind of logical step as far as like protecting people with rights.
Well, and I want to really reinforce this. Ghosty bringing up in her opening 50-50 custody, that did move me. That is very much a men's rights issue. When you say I'm fighting for men too, I don't know about all of the other feminists out there, but Ghosty's all right.
Most
too.
Thank you.
Like there's a couple sides to feminism. I mean, even I can't get on board with feminism because it's taken such a weird, strange turn, especially over the last few decades. But the most normal women, like myself and Ghosty, would promote men's rights across the board. We want you to come take your babies. Most women say, come get your babies.
Yes.
Give me a fucking night off. Come get your babies. Most women want that. This is why they track them down in court cases and go after them to make it happen. They're like, come get your fucking kid. Right. Like, and that's what we see across the board. And we don't want to see you not be fathers. I mean, even I would say, like, fathers are especially a father to daughter relationship. It is one of the most vital relationships in all family orientation, right? Because the father treating his daughter and being in his life and doing all of those things carries on to the next generation. How he treats her is what's going to carry through to how she and her family are going to get along after that. That bond is very important. I'm not saying sons are anything less than, but that relationship with a father and daughter is like vital. It's a vital piece. I don't think anybody should be stripped of that. That was the one thing that I sat and thought about forever and ever and ever. Like, God, I could just get the fuck out of here and go, and he wouldn't care. Her dad wouldn't care. Like, he wouldn't want to do anything with her. But instead, I forced myself to stay and try to nurture that relationship. And, you know, it has its advantages, but there's more disadvantages to doing it at this point. But generally, most women don't want to see that. We don't want to see you not see your children. We don't want to see you not be a part of their lives. It hurts us more to hear the children say, "Where's my dad? You know, why isn't dad here? Can I talk to dad? When do I get to see dad next?" Most of us don't want to see that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Fathers take the lead.
And to get some just support and time to yourself too, honestly. Like, that's what I hear from a lot of mothers, is just like, I need a break.
Yeah. Well, even at that, I mean, if you're playing a supportive role and an active role in your child's life, like, we have even more reason to nurture that even more so. If you're a fucking asshole and you cause the child more issues,
And you're
like
basically a
by
second child to her now.
yeah,
At this point.
if you're making issues for the child, like, oh, yeah, baby, I'll be there this Saturday to pick you up at noon. Daddy's coming to see you, and then you don't show up, and you're causing heartache to the child. That's a problem, right? We're not going to cultivate that any longer if you continue doing more harm than good for the child. But if you are an active parent and you're doing your things, more than likely, I'd imagine, just based off of my experience with women and men, that more likely they're going to continue to cultivate that environment even more so, because you want to see that. It's good for the kid. Most moms want their kid to be happy and love their parents.
Shame more women to do that. Once we get them all on board, perfect.
That's the thing. I think more women are on board with that. And I mean, and you're seeing that in the data that most women they show up for court, they do the thing they're supposed to do. And the issue is that men are not filing, they're not fighting for it, and they're not doing their duty. We can wash your underwear, but we're not going to fucking fold it and put it in the drawer. You can handle it yourself. Like it just gets to a point where we can only do so much. We can't make you do these things that you have to do. And that's the data that we showed you earlier.
We seem to be in the middle of a kind of like responsive time, right? Women went through this like enormous social change over like a half century, and now men are like, we're right in the middle of our kind of like response to it, and how we have to societally, socially shift to make up for this, I guess what a lot of people on the right especially call like the masculinization of a lot of women, or at least just giving them equal rights in my eyes, and equal access to society as a whole. So now like the crisis to me is just like a crisis of where they fit in the world, and like guys need to refigure that out. And if they want to have these women who have all of these specific kind of behaviors, like they have to be the kind of people who evoke those kind of behaviors, right?
Yeah, and I
also think to what you said a minute ago, Sarah. I was curious, like, do you think that a woman or a person has to believe every single tenet ever thought up to the newest ideological like thing in feminism to be a feminist? Can you just believe in the first two waves and still be called a feminist?
No, because I mean, I sit
I
more
don't think
on
it's all or nothing.
I think it's more on the conservative side of things. Like me, I sit more on the conservative side of things, but the parts that I will battle are the ones where the data shows otherwise, and people are just being assholes and saying, well, women bad, but the data shows otherwise. Well, women do this, and the courts
but
are
you
biased.
believe in
Well, the
most of
data
the
shows
waves of
otherwise.
feminism, right? Like,
No,
you agree with
I
them.
don't.
You
I think voting, I would put in
don't-
property owners, man or woman,
But
whatever.
you wouldn't do it,
but
you wouldn't gender
owners.
it, right?
I wouldn't gender it, but that's
Okay,
only
so you-
because make the rule of property owners.
Do you
because that was
considering
the
your mothering
original-
time to be labor? Do you consider it to be work?
I think it's work for anybody.
Well,
I mean,
that's a
not like
feminist thing. Do you
like
think that when
I
you and
should
your
be
husband
paid
split, there
for
should be
it.
some kind of equitable distribution of property?
That would be called duty then, not work.
Because if you believe in that, that's first wave feminism.
You said duty.
Even no fault divorce. No fault divorce is another second wave thing.
If well, I would have. I would have never married him to begin with if I even had all of those factors in play, right? So I would have never even been here if it were all of this. I would still be living at home with my father and marrying the guy that he told me to marry many moons ago.
see, that's the thing. I think most people, except like the absolute knuckle draggers, are somewhat what we would consider somewhat feminist. I think it's like I hate to say the word, but it's a spectrum. You know, you don't have to believe it all.
I think the people that push the patriarchy bullshit and red pill talking points bullshit are probably more feminists than feminists are, quite honestly. But I think a lot of people have a lot of things flipped around. But in terms of like being a feminist, am I going to go fight for feminist stuff? No, absolutely not. It's not. I don't feel any need for it.
Free the titties.
Free the titties.
But you like having your own shit, not being told what to do, and being able to fuck who you want to fuck, right?
No, I would much rather a dude come into my house, marry me, and just fucking tell me what to do and where to go and pay the bills. And
but you want to be able to choose to do that, right?
You
don't
until you get to that point. To shoot down as a defense statement. If she said here she wanted him to come in the house.
Sometimes outside the house.
Flows by in a flight right now.
Everything is consensual.
Your Honor, it's right here. I clipped it and everything, sir. No, I mean, I would like, even when I was married, I was a stay-at-home mom. I still went to school part-time to finish my degrees because my husband knew that was very I love to learn. I was totally okay with staying home. Like even when I started working, I was like went back in part-time and just kind of shifted slowly until it was like, oh well, now the kids are completely at school and I have nothing to do during the day. You know, so
You worked and went to school.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. Women went to school even before feminism stuff happened. There's nothing wrong with that, and it was not seen as. It's like it was the elite that went to school.
Yeah, well, also for a long time, like schools before specific like feminist movements, like schools were allowed to discriminate against people on the basis of gender, right before laws were passed to make that illegal. So like it's true that some women could still go to school, but like the schools themselves could refuse access for people on the basis of being women, and that was what feminism fought against.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't throw myself. I wouldn't throw myself in that category. I wouldn't own that title by any means. To me, it's like it's a nasty word at this point. And even at that, I still don't agree with the bulk of feminism. There's a few things I can be like,
it's been made ideologically partisan.
Yeah, I can be.
The term itself.
Yeah, I mean, I could be on board with a few things, and I only argue the things where the data shows, right? And it's like this bias against men bullshit, right? No offense, Joshua, but like when the data's there and people are trying to say otherwise because, well, women bad, you know, and it's like, no, but the data shows otherwise. Like now you're just like, I just look at it as it's on its nose. You're just being mad and upset.
We would have still been in the Garden of Eden if it weren't for you bitches.
I don't think being a stay-at-home mom though makes you like from the way I see it, I feel like the majority of people, honestly, normal people are basically feminists. They kind of believe in the basic feminism stuff. But I mean, I guess you can make the distinction, like, would I go out and fight for feminism? That makes you a feminist. I guess I can see that distinction. But I don't know. Even for me, like, it kind of took a while to be like, yeah, I'm a feminist, because it has this super bad reputation and people see it as the radical feminist immediately. So it took me a while to be like, hey, wait, fuck it. This is what I believe in, though. And this is the actual feminism, to be like, no, I'm a feminist. And this is what feminists are. This is what women who actually want equality and care about women and care about men, but just to be respected socially and have equal opportunity, etc. That's like what feminism is to me.
We need to go back when y'all were 3/5 of a person.
What's up?
We need to go back to when they were 3/5 of a person. I don't know why we changed that.
But yeah, that's the thing. I was having a little moment there. You had to ruin it.
In that same context, then, Sarah, would you also be of the mind that masculinity is not beneficial for the courts?
I mean, I think masculinity is a good
different
thing.
question. It's a weird ass question.
Yeah,
No, wait, I'm
I think
confused.
masculinity is a very good thing. I think
This is what the point I was
femininity.
trying to make with the masculinism comment I made a minute ago. It's there's no one to one.
It took me a second to click on that one.
Like the argument you that would be the inverse is patriarchy, right? Like it's kind of that's more the opposite here than like feminism kind of tends to push against patriarchy.
Is it?
Or men's
Is that a fair
rights.
Well,
Taking
but
away
see,
women's rights be
even
good
in
for the
the well,
court.
hold on. Even the patriarchy ruling, women were like men couldn't just divorce their wives and not do anything and support them. They had to fully financially support them. The women stayed in the house and had everything. You like if you were gonna divorce your wife, you better have a little side bank for you to move out and take care of yourself on that. Like you had to do it, and if you didn't take care of your wife and kids, like you'd get the shit beat out of you, right? Like they
All of
didn't
those
fuck
things men
around.
could do because they were the only one with means.
I feel
Yeah,
like
but
you guys
also
are
I
splitting
agree.
hairs
Patriarchy is
here.
bad
You're
for
just
men and
you're
women.
just splitting hairs because when
One
I say
of the-
masculinity, it's patriarchy. It's putting the man above the woman, as in his rights. He has more rights, regardless of who he is. The man has more rights in the patriarchy and in masculinity. So it's just kind of
Masculinity is
splitting
not about
hairs.
having more rights. Masculinity is about being like a.
Well, if we're talking about the court, yes.
That's the point
Why is
though,
that
Clay.
involved in having more rights?
The point
Well,
of
even
feminism
at-
is to try to
hold
get
on,
equal
hold on,
rights.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Patriarchy is
hold on,
unequal
hold
rights.
on.
I specifically
Even at
referenced
that,
the court.
and I'm surprised, or maybe you did bring this up, Ghosty, but if you didn't, I'd be surprised why you missed that. But feminism helped push women into more independent roles, thus removing men from that obligation to taking care of them if they divorced them. So Joshua, feminism legit helped men be more financially responsible for themselves post-divorce, and not the woman wasn't as dependent, and removed the man from that accountability to taking care of a woman even after he leaves her.
I mentioned that kind of with them when I said just them entering the workforce in general. And then I think that got brought up when we were talking about the alimony a little bit. But yeah, I didn't go deep into that. But yeah.
Yeah, feminism actually completely removed men from having to take care of women post-divorce. Like completely removed them.
No.
Well,
outside of child support, what I'm saying
not
is
completely. No, not completely. You could say, here's the thing.
Alimony is
Sarah. I'm
very
gonna give
rare
you
now.
one tiny piece of, if I may give just one unsolicited tip. Easy
careful.
way, easy way to make nice is there's a nice common ground we'd agree on. I absolutely agree that feminism, getting women to the workplace, and all of these programs to elevate women in the workplace now has created an environment where there is less of a burden on men to provide for everything a household gets. And that is an advantage of, it's not solely the men's responsibility.
Yeah.
One of the things I like to do, and where I think I'm very good faith, is I want to acknowledge all sides of good arguments. And there is a good argument there. It's just, it's not what we're talking about today, at least on that angle. But no, like fair. Some of that is entirely fair.
I
It hasn't
wasn't sure if
completely
that was going to be part. That's why I mentioned too in my opening statement. I was like, now whether women entering the workforce is a good thing, that's a different discussion, because I wasn't sure if you were going to go down that road. But it seems.
Oh,
like
I thought you were
agree
walling
with
that
me,
off. You're like, that's for another time. Like, not like in a harsh way, but just like, well, I'll mention this, but this isn't what we're about today. So I didn't. But yeah.
No, yeah.
No,
just,
and
yeah.
It really did change. And it also just, I mean, in terms of just getting away from poverty, right? Capitalism's done more to raise humans out of poverty than any other system. And being able to have two people able to work, right? The fact of the matter is also modern appliances, a lot of the work women used to do, just in terms of laundry, dishes, all of these other things. Like machinery does a lot of that now, and we have less kids. So it's just more time in general that folks can go in on. The super chat makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of capitalism, what the fuck is going on tonight? Did everybody spend all their money at the bar Wednesday night? Is that what you did?
Cyber Monday.
Oh,
After
everybody
Black
went
Friday.
shopping today. You little twats should have had some in the
Well, they
piggy
should
bank
just
saved
buy a
for
Cocoa
me.
Bowl and
Leftover
unplug
money.
then.
You little twats.
She's the real charmer, this one.
I'm like total in dickhead mode today. Nuke says with the big 10 of something, fucking jerks, start the super chats. Yeah, you little jerks. You little jerks. And then Alexander's helping to carry you guys as well. Says taxes payment. I love capitalism. Works at its finest. But we'll
Capitalism
probably
is great for winners.
It's yeah. But we'll probably close down in about 20 minutes since it's kind of a slower night anyways. And my chat wants to be a bunch of twats.
That's good. I'm going live in exactly 20 minutes.
Perfect. I'll set up the rig.
And it's shameless drama grift.
What's the drama
on? We'll see when we get there.
Well, give us a teaser. Fuck.
So, I don't know if you tuned in. It's kind of some backstory, but basically, I'm fighting with Landry. And so all day today, he's been going around doing, like a kind of a PR tour wherever he's welcome. And so I'm basically just going to sell me reviewing that shit. I haven't seen it. I've just dabbed in. I know it's there. I know people want to see it. I'm disinclined to give him a ton more, free attention, but I'm certainly willing to whore out for the peoples if they want it.
Well, I heard you got doubled up last night on the super chat, so he's officially banned from here too.
Yep, he's
on or parole or bail or whatever.
He's on the inmate roster. Yes, there's a new inmate roster up. There's 3 people on it. So
very nice. Yeah, so I liked that. Did you like that? You should say thanks for the extra grift, Sarah.
That was a great extra grift, Sarah. Y'all should send her some money, broken.
You're welcome, Flo. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And buy a cuckable mug.
Yeah, buy a cuckable mug. Anywho, if we run, I don't know, if you run the whole feminism idea, I still think guys disagree with me maybe, but I think in some weird degree, guys have it easier now, even though it's still harder in other ways, but you have it easier in you can go 50-50. You don't bear all of the weight anymore, not even just in divorces and so on and so forth, but in other scenarios, like guys can do a 50-50 dinner payment right now, whether whether that gets him date number 2 is another thing, but they can say, hey, feminism, right? You're independent. INDEPEN.
You know what that's called, right? That's called liberation. You have liberated the men.
I just don't expect men to pay things for me unless it's like a real set date where they're like, hey, I'm taking you out to this place, and I'm like, but if they're just asking me to a cafe or a bar or something, I never expect for them to pay for all my drinks or
I do.
Order me. I don't.
I'm expecting Ghosty to pay.
Well, no,
lots of times they offer, but it's and even then I'm like, okay, you can buy me the first one, I'll buy the next one. I don't know, that's the kind of person.
No, I'm not buying the next one. You're buying all of them.
Well, no, feminism has done a really great job.
To your point, Sarah, I think I think it's broadly agreed upon. I mean, from the feminist perspective, that fighting against patriarchal, enforcement of patriarchal values has been a good thing for men and women. Patriarchy harms men and women, and it's bad for all of us. So feminists agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I would say that it does. It does good and bad, just the same as patriarchy does good and bad. We all can go through and cherry pick the good. We can all go through and cherry pick the bad in any effort. But in this instance, with what they're saying, we could run that drill and say feminism has done good things, such as because Joshua was saying that feminism has destroyed the court systems, when we can actually show data that says otherwise.
So I wanted to actually touch on the masculinity part, which, by the way, the opposite of patriarchy would be matriarchy, not feminism. Just remembered that, by the way. So when I say masculinity, I'm saying the opposite of femininity. And I wanted to touch on that because I wanted to see your views on equal application of the law. Okay. So regardless of whether you're for, against, you're for both being applied or for neither being applied. Because if you say I'm for masculinity, but I'm not for feminism, what you're telling me is that you're not for equal application of the law. And hey, look, everybody has their views and you're more than welcome to have it. But when you say that men should be treated differently than women, or women should be treated differently than men, what you're telling me is that the 14th Amendment is not good.
Well,
no, like for some reason people keep like using feminism as some kind of like proxy for like female dominance. Like I don't understand.
That's not what I did. So I'm trying to figure out how you kind of gathered that part.
That's what it sounds like.
It doesn't. I actually literally just explained it. I said whether you're for it, against it, or if you're for both being applied, or for neither being applied, or actually there's a fifth option, you just don't give a fuck. There's a few different options that you can have, right? But if you're for matriarchy or patriarchy being applied differently, what you're telling me is that you're for unequal application of the law.
Wait, but now you're talking about patriarchy and matriarchy. I'm not for. I'm not in favor of either of those systems. No, like a gender being
feminism pushed equal application of the law.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it didn't.
The whole point.
No,
that's what it's trying to do. That's what it's always been trying to do.
I think because he's counts. I think because it's feminism, he probably assumes it's for women only, pushing or giving special advantages to women and so on and so forth.
Correct.
I think,
but that's just like a fundamental misunderstanding.
Right, exactly what I said. Trying
masculinity
to turn it into something into female dominance.
Hold on. Masculinity in the court or in the law would also do the same.
Wait, what?
You
keep saying masculinity.
Status quo already for hundreds of
femininity
years.
and feminism are not the same.
Yes. So what happens if you push men's rights over women's rights, what are you going to do? You're going to tell me that that's not good. But as soon as you say feminism, that's women's rights over men's rights.
No, it's not over. It's not over. Feminism was meant to men's rights.
Advocating the equal rights of women.
Long time ago, men's rights were up here with the amount of things that they had rights over and what they could and couldn't do and their level of standing in the thing. Women during that time were down here. What feminism did was to bring us up to the level playing field. Now, what is currently happening is there's some groups who are trying to push women over. Now, that is bad. Nobody agrees with that. That's bad.
Right.
Feminism simply was to meet men and women on the same level playing field so that it's equality or equity or whatever across the board.
You can also care about two things at the same time. Like you can care about women's rights and men's rights. So,
well, what Marx explains is that the end of both ideologies is that one is superseded over the other, regardless of which one. And it doesn't matter if you go to socialism, capitalism, all of the ideologies, they're all isms, okay? And what you're doing is you're putting one ideology over the other, and the end of that is that the 14th Amendment no longer applies.
Isn't that
That's
how it
Marxism.
already was, though?
No,
one
it's
literally Marxism.
Was over the other?
Yes, Marx said the struggle of the classes is a political struggle.
Yes, right. And here's the thing. I would like to see equal application of the law. That's me. Now, if that means that we remove all of the ideologies, that's one way to go about it. But you can't sit there and tell me that it's okay to apply certain applications of feminism. But then when somebody comes in and says, I kind of like this application, but I want it applied to masculinity. We should let the fathers have the children multiple times and increase that DEI version of the court system for men.
Yes.
You get it?
I don't think anybody said
go,
that
brother.
tonight.
Right. But I know that. But what I'm noticing, and I'm appreciative of, and this is the reason I actually really bring it up, is that when Ghosty answered about masculinity, she said yes. She said yes. And I appreciate that because, I have no problem with both being applied equally. Right. Mm-hmm. But, and no offense to you, Sarah, you're more than welcome to have your review of it. Feminism as an ideology being applied in the courtroom, but then not being applied in the courtroom, but then applying masculinity. I love the idea that fathers should have their children. But if we're going to apply it equally, then both parents need to have their children.
But feminism doesn't advocate mothers should always get their children. It's literally like the opposite. It's like
literally they can even kill them if they want.
Men. Thank God, men don't have to grow babies in their belly. That's a whole different conversation. But
it's not. This
feminism would argue, as Ghosty.
It is a whole different conversation.
No, it's not, because what if I, as a man, decide that at
the
2
intersection
years old,
of rights is a whole different thing.
That baby boy ain't serving his purpose no more, and he's eating way too much food of mine, and he just needs to go to the grave.
Put him up for adoption.
I'm sure
He's
that
not growing
all of us would not agree that is a good thing.
We also don't value a fetus as like a fucking grown
child.
child.
We do.
I'm saying
this right here. This is why I don't claim feminism. Right.
But some feminists are pro-abort or anti-abortion.
Some are.
But masculinity.
I guess overwhelmingly though, it is.
I also believe masculinity, and here's my actual view of it: feminism and masculinity should neither be applied to the courts. Neither one. Equal application of the law. If you're
That's
good
the point
parent,
of feminism.
You're doing good.
Jesus Christ.
No, that is not the point of feminism, stupid. That is not the point of feminism. The point of feminism is to give more rights to women.
No, that's not. That's not what
the only right way
Clay.
Yes, it is.
Clay. It's not
equal.
Are we equal?
Here's where men started. Here's where women started. Okay. Men had more rights a long time ago. They could vote. They could do all this shit. Blah blah blah. Okay. And now women were brought up to equal with men. Now we can all vote. Now we can all go to school. Now we can all work any jobs we want. Now we all pay taxes. I wish we could take that one back.
So then what more application of feminism is needed?
Social.
So what more application of feminism is necessary at this point for the law?
I guess I mean, just keeping it, honestly, because there's people who are literally like, let's take away the 13th Amendment.
Well, hold on, Clay.
And 19.
Hold on. We had Title IX came in when I think I was still in like high school. I think when grade school when Title IX came through. And that was just so we could be able to play sports and had equal opportunities to that. But even at that, Clay, now you have the transgender stuff coming in and taking over women's spaces. So all of that shit that women fought to have their own thing, now the transgender thing is coming in and getting all over it.
Guys, remember
the inevitable end of Marxism.
And the patriarchy never gave you guys that problem. Not once.
No, that's not true. I don't agree with that.
Well,
it had a whole bunch of worse problems.
Yeah, put men over women all the time, and that was literally the aim of the law at that point in time. So no, I see us all as equals. I do, 100%, and I do believe that none of that should be applied in the courts, because as soon as you start applying it for one, then a 1983 comes out of that.
When did feminism put itself over men?
I mean, are you not? I don't get it. Like, are you not paying attention? Like, do you know what the women's rights movement is?
Yeah.
Why don't you give an example?
Yeah.
It's not women specifically. It's that if a man believes that he is a woman,
I'm not talking about
I'm not talking about fucking
stuff.
And now he has abortion rights, which is insanity.
Wait, how would he have? How would a trans woman have abortion rights? She doesn't.
I think bringing insanity into the law is insane.
Clay, what are you talking about? This is insane. Trans men can get abortions.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
You're deflecting from the point. I asked you has feminism put women over men, and you start talking about trans.
When a baby's in the womb, okay, a man has no reproductive rights in certain places.
I mean, that's just nature.
It's not nature. That's the law.
Wait, do you agree men and women are different?
Oh, duh.
Okay, well then why would we expect the exact same issues here? Like women have a different ability in this case that is regulated totally separately.
Men have a different ability too.
Like,
we
I
can
don't
go on
have
a warpath and put all the women in cages. Should we do that?
Well, you can't because better men would stop you. Right?
I don't have the right to your sperm because I'm married to you or something.
No, we literally could put all the women in cages.
No, you couldn't do shit.
We
No, you
don't
couldn't.
do that because we all agree that that is wrong. Society at large agrees that putting all the women in cages and just using them for chattel is wrong, okay?
Well, Republicans are less and less on board with what you just said. But
when we talk about reproduction,
no, he's right, Clay. You agree that yes, changing something from being a choice to being forced is wrong, right? That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Oh wow,
right.
Crazy.
Yeah, correct. She was not forced to have the baby. No,
Unless
she wasn't. She was not forced to get pregnant.
No, that's an interesting use on that one because the whole force argument, everyone, even most of the most extreme on it, are like, no, if she was forced into it, that's an exemption, and that's less than 1% of those.
Yeah, but how do you prove that? Man. How do you prove that even within 3 months?
You have to go through a court to do it, basically. Right?
How do you prove what?
Like lots of rape kits don't even come back for multiple months. So by the time then you're like 6 months pregnant and it's too late. Like I knew a rape kit that didn't come back for over a year. Literally, the result.
Don't even worry about it. Just unalive them.
Also, proving that shit is just hard to begin with in general. Lots of time, rape kits don't even prove sexual.
You misunderstand the point immensely. The point is, if a woman's been forced into a pregnancy, all of the pro-lifers, almost all of them, only a tiny subset would say not in that case.
Right.
And so the argument, so even though almost the entire group, Ryan, you're better than this. Even though the entire group that would be critical of this is like, that's one exception. That's the argument that the other side makes. And it's very bad faith because that's not what 99% of the issue is.
Well, it's not bad faith because number one, we're pointing to in reality, people actually would have to then prove that they were assaulted to be able to access an abortion under those laws. Oh. So it's not bad faith. It's just realistic. It's actually engaging with how these things work in the real world.
So back up. Is pregnancy a naturally occurring event or does it require two consenting or at least two adults?
It requires two people to have sex, yeah.
Okay, so we know when this happens. And we certainly know if we didn't want it. And so the question becomes, why is it that we are calling this forced when it was voluntary?
Well, what we're saying is forced is the staying pregnant part, right? So we're saying, the idea is that if someone tried to get an abortion, you would force them not to in your
Why do we have to go downriver from that though? Why can't we go all the way back to before you crashed, before the pregnancy happened? Why do we just blow past all of that?
Well, you understand
consent is a constant thing. Yeah, you have to continuous thing.
I agree with you.
No, clearly not.
No,
just backing it up to one thing that's
because pregnancy puts you in any kind of danger. You have to consent to it at any time, otherwise you're being forced. Why do you think we have forced pregnancy laws for ethnic cleansing and stuff like that?
Okay,
so when you change something from being a choice to being forced, it becomes immoral.
An example here. So I had a really large Thanksgiving dinner. Okay, and I feel like I'm really stuffed, and I shouldn't be stuffed with a bunch of food. So right now I'm just going to go ahead and have somebody cut me open and pull all that food out of me because you know what? Hey, why not, right?
You're comparing a stuffed belly to an actual child. Right
well, I mean, that's
also the state's not going to stop you from going to the bathroom
for the rest of your life.
A child? Wait, I thought it wasn't a child. It was just
it's not illegal to be bulimic.
If you're forced to keep the pregnancy, then yes, it's a child.
Your argument not so consistent.
No, if you're forced to keep the pregnancy, then it's gonna be a child. Also,
what
guess what?
feel.
Even if it was considered a child when it was a fetus, I still wouldn't give a fuck. I'm one of those people where I believe in abortion, even if it's like a little baby with a beating heart up until 20 weeks or
Don't
16
believe
to
in
20
equal
weeks.
protection under the law. Feminism for you is not equal protection for the law.
How?
Alexander says, why do men keep forgetting that women can use pew-pews too? The monopoly on force doesn't exist with men anymore.
Kind of exists with money.
Arguments.
I do agree that they have them, but can they use them? Sarah can. She's an exception to the rule.
All these hypotheticals are so dumb.
Tons of women who shoot.
No, I've been watching that show, Cops, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I done seen some.
How many bad men cops have you seen, by the way? Do you keep track of all those too?
I actually filmed the Cops, so yeah, women cannot use guns. I'm gonna tell you right now, they do not have the ability to. Sarah can. She was trained, right? But when it comes to like the average woman versus the average man on the police force, no. Women are just absolute trash. I mean, how many women in a wrestling ring do you believe are going to beat The Undertaker? Hell, none of the men can.
I don't know what that has to do with guns.
But you know what we can do as women?
I hate to break it to you, Clay, about wrestling, but
we can bat our pretty little eyes and put on our pretty little smile, and we could say, "Oh no, can you help me pick this up? It's really heavy."
And it works great in court too.
I'd rather pull the trigger.
I would pick it up for you. I pick it up for you and I put it down.
You're good at emotional, making you feel guilty about shit too.
I get that all the time for men. Or I used to.
All right, Rocky, we're about to shut down, so throw something out there, Rocky.
Oh shit. Okay, feminism was started in the 1920s by the Rockefellers and the Small Hats. It was a design to destroy the family unit. It was created to get the women in the workforce so that the men, would let their children be raised by the school system that was also created in the 20s by the Rockefellers. It's the control grid, the go to the government schools and get taught a bunch of lies. They promote, now they promote everything. Now they have these people coming and reading your children books, and they, it was by design. Okay.
Damn, that's crazy.
You're fucking crazy.
Sarah, I have a clip that I think would be funny to play here.
Oh, yeah.
I just loaded that up. Yeah. So this is the all-female SWAT team competing against the men. You'll notice the women here, they're having just a fucking go of it. Now the guys here, they're like, all right, we're going to go across here. And they're like, cool, we're done. Now the women started earlier in the clip. Still haven't figured it out.
Why is there Arabic writing in the top right? Or is that?
Because I think it was in international games. I think it might have even been in, I forget where, I'd have to look it up, but it was an international competition. And it's just, I think it makes me laugh so hard.
Damn, that's crazy.
Feminism brought that for us, right?
Yeah, but nobody's saying that women are stronger than men, and nobody's.
Yeah.
I think most people agree and recognize that. Yeah, we acknowledge that most men are physically more capable than women in a lot of things.
I get that. But
however,
it sounds like they're saying women are just not.
However,
even
y'all die from a man cold while we're over here pushing babies out of our vaginas, out of a tiny, inksy, teensy little hole. We're pushing a whole ass baby and still willing to do it again and again and again. Kiss my ass. You can keep all your stupid physical fitness competitions. I'll knock you out with a fucking cold.
Facts.
True.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I literally, I just wanted to say too, I know I was able to yodel a little bit, but part of the reason I didn't want to is because I do actually have a little thing in my throat right now because Like yesterday, it was absolutely horrible, but I took a bunch of cough medicine, knocked it out real quick. Is it the
great.
The Fisherman's Friend? That stuff? Oh my goodness, that stuff is great. Just knocked it right out.
I literally wanted to say one thing really quick.
Hi, Alexander.
Hey.
What's up, brother, man?
Subway. So my point was, we lived in a time where any man could kill any woman or hold her down through force. We now live in a time where any woman can kill any man or take him down through force. If she has a gun or gets a surprise drop on them, they can do it. We're not in a world where a guy can walk into any room and be the strongest person there if they're all women. This isn't that world anymore. So we need to let go of that way of thinking and stop talking about who controls the force or who allows someone else rights, because it's just a stupid idea at this point.
Well, even at that, I mean, if you really think about it, how I've always viewed men in this situation is they are our glorified bouncers. We own the bar club. Y'all are our bouncers, right? We say, oh no, bad people over there, do something, and then you guys go and do it. And then we say, oh no, bad people over there, and then you guys go and do it, right? But like essentially you're just doing what we tell you. Like, you're protecting us because we hold the key to your children, so you have to.
And even when men ran like tribes and stuff, the women were often telling them what to do and how to do it. Like it's not like men built society on their own and women were just sitting around idle, taking care of babies.
Yeah, no, they contributed actually like a lot to the society and how everything functioned. I know, like, women hunted, women fished, women made nets, women rose to children, women taught children how to hunt, women gathered, women helped with shelters. Like, if you're thinking that fucking cave women were just sitting on their ass, twiddling their thumbs, not doing anything, just like having a girl
Cleaning
chat,
the walls.
you're fucking crazy. Like,
Well,
you gotta think about how unfit women, like, cave women were.
This is one of the things that Christianity has given us. It's kind of stamped out the divine feminine like history, especially in the West. There was a whole lot of like feminine traditions that kind of got stamped out by the patriarchal systems.
And our contribution to
Yeah,
society.
We don't have that history anymore.
You know, my wife's a tough lady. She had 7 children, so yeah, and she was tough. She's tough. I love my wife. I never forced her to have children. We wanted children. I don't know where everybody gets
had
that
7
men
children.
are trying to force women in marriage to do shit. That's not my marriage. I mean,
no, it's not most people's marriage
even
today,
at that,
but it used to be.
Even at that, things shifted as technology and industry shifted. Women no longer needed to do anything, like, because you guys were doing jobs. You weren't running farms and ranches and or cropping and shit like that. Like, things changed. Men went to work instead of working on the homestead. So women didn't, like, you were trading out your homestead. You were trading out your homestead for a paper dollar that bought you food, and then you sent your wife to go buy the food, right? So we simply traded the system of men and women's synchronicity into, oh well, it's, guess you just go to place, make money, and I'll stay home with children. Whereas it would have originally been both man and wife on homestead or at home, wherever, and operating together to feed themselves, clothe themselves, bathe themselves, and do all of those things on their home. We've changed with industry, and therefore women didn't need to go anywhere.
But I feel like that's why they lost a lot of purpose.
Me and my wife,
because they used to contribute
have been
so
married
much.
for a long time, and
just didn't adapt.
I live off grid, so we work together. My kids work to get firewood. We homeschooled, got away from the system. But then I had to go overseas to make a few extra bucks, but and I had to sacrifice being with my family. So I went and made some big bucks so I could, support the family. And that's a sacrifice men sometimes have to do. But, she stayed home. and that was hard because I
7
wasn't there.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Couldn't
wasn't
imagine that
there
being
to
easy.
get the firewood. She had to get the kids. The kids were doing firewood by then. You know,
Yeah.
they were,
So it sounds like you both had to make sacrifices. You know, she had to
yeah.
pick up the second
It's
second
hard work. Marriage
person
is
being at
hard work,
home,
man.
that you had to pick up being away from your family. So and most people don't recognize that. Well, one thing we hear is like, oh, women just sit at home doing nothing, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, we're both doing something. We're both making sacrifices across the board. Stop negating the other person. Now, if you have housemaids and nannies and all that shit, and you're not doing something to contribute, then yeah, you have an excuse. But how many people live in that lifestyle?
Yeah, women
know?
in the military don't really mix on the front line. I've been on the front line. There weren't many women. I mean, I didn't see any women on the front line. And so don't give me this shit that women are
What is this
equal
obsession
and
with
all
the
this
front line?
crap.
What are you talking about?
I believe that
Nobody's on the
women and
front
men
line.
are equal, you know, in the house. That I ask her
30 years, it'll just be
advice,
robots on the
she
front
asks me
line.
for advice, but
I mean, here's the thing: if you want to hear his opinion, you kind of have to shut the fuck up.
What?
What if I don't want it? What if I don't want
FG
to?
and Ryan, they have this bad habit of just
I barely talked for the last fucking hour.
I was literally just interrupted.
Shut the fuck up, Clay.
To hear your opinion, Rocky, but you know what? These assholes just don't want to hear it.
It's true. I
yeah,
agree.
this
I don't wanna hear it.
generation is kind of screwed up, in my opinion. I'm lucky my family and my children are already, you know, in their late 20s, 30s, 40s. And, you know, they're not, I don't know, this generation is going to have a hard time listening to these type of people that they're listening to and shit. I feel sad for
Well,
the
we've
whole
created
thing.
this men versus women war, and I don't know why. Like we're supposed to be working together for the sake of our children, whether you have children or not. I think the children have always been the party that's been left behind out of every new era, every new culture war, every new whatever. It's always they're always the last ones left on the fucking list, and always get the leftovers of whatever shit comes down. And I think that if everyone actually thought of, okay, how can I actually help the future of society? How can I make it better? You make the kids better. You do what you need to do for the best interest of the kids, not only in your relationships, but in the world as a whole. And I think that's the fucked up part. We leave them behind. We forget all about them, and we're more worried about fucking dumbass shit like materialism and commercials and Santa Claus. We worry about stupid shit that we don't need to be worried about, and we put our focus on I don't know, fucking like just all of this other stuff that's not.
Yeah.
If you fix the kids,
I agree with that.
If you fix the kids, you're not going to worry. You're not going to have all of these other issues later, because their generation, when they grow up, they'll already be fucking normal and shit will fall into place.
Yeah, sometimes it can become a cycle. Like,
see, I think it's also a matter of like you have to worry about the generation raising the kids though, because they're the ones fucking up the kids.
Which is why it's got to start somewhere. It's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Be the one that breaks the cycle. Yeah, it's got to start somewhere. Speaking of starting,
I could have had my father's bad habits, but I tried to, and my children don't want to have my bad habits, but maybe they can learn from my good habits and leave my bad habits behind or whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect.
It's funny
When you grow up and you become a
interesting
man,
because sorry, go ahead.
You got to stop blaming your fucking parents for every fucking thing that's wrong in your life. Take responsibility for your own fucking choice. I'm sorry.
No, say it loud and
No,
say
really,
it
go for
proud,
it.
Rocky. Go ahead. Go on with your bad self. And then after this, we'll do closing thoughts from everyone.
Well, I've noticed that a lot of one of my children likes to blame me for everything, and he's doing the worst. He's got the worst habits and the worst everything, but yet he's one that blames me for everything. My other children don't blame me. And they're doing really good. You know, they're self-sufficient. They don't complain. Anyway, stop blaming your parents for all your stupid decisions you made in your life and blaming boomers. Oh, it's the boomers' fault. You know?
Okay, boomer.
I'm a boomer.
Is he freezing?
Anyway, I
Yes.
love all you guys. It's just sometimes you gotta, tough love. You gotta tell people the truth, and sometimes you gotta give your kids a whooping.
Preach.
The way it is.
Fair enough. All right, Clay, let's start with you. Your final thoughts to the panel, sir. We're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to head on over to Dusty's. I'm going to raid you guys over that way. So if you guys do want to continue paneling, he will gladly host all of you, although I think he's doing drama content right now. But the topics shift like the wind over there, so you never know. Clay, kick us off, please.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Sarah's 100% the best. She's absolutely the best. So thank you, Sarah, so much. Joshua, Ghosty, really appreciated the debate. I was having trouble following it at first, just because I was looking for like statutes that would implicate feminism or anything like that, or court cases, because that to me is the real application of law. But no, I believe you both held your positions pretty well. Feminism, as far as Ghosty is concerned, she would also accept masculinity being applied. So I feel like you're very much consistent in your view. So that's awesome. Equal application of the law. 14th Amendment. Thank you. And also, yeah, Dusty's a great guy as far as I'm concerned. Well, maybe not great. He's all right. I'm going a little too far. Big bro. Like, I love the cuckable mug. You guys really buy a cuckable mug. It's awesome. Thank you, Sarah.
Most certainly welcome, Clay. You are the best advertiser across the board. Effigy to you, sir.
Well, thanks for having me on, as always. Head back to the original prompt. I think it kind of goes without saying that feminism has been a positive influence on the courts, mostly because I think any movement that expands the rights for a group is expanding the rights for all of us, whether it be any way of the feminism, whether it be making the equal distribution of community property, making sure that marriage is viewed as an economic partnership, whether it's solidifying that non-monetary contributions to a marriage are actually considered work, no-fault divorce, solidifying domestic violence laws, making sure that marital grape is considered grape. You could just go down the list, and every time that feminism scores a victory in the courts, it expands rights not for only for that group, but for everybody, which is pretty much the way rights work. But yeah, I think it's overwhelmingly obvious that it's helped everybody. So yeah, everybody have a great night. Always good talking to y'all.
Thank you, Effigy. Thanks for popping on, you little shit talker. Every time I see you blabbing in the chat, I'm gonna call you up every time. So you might as well just either shut up or just
fucking call me out. I should have just hid in the bushes.
Yep. Rock E to you, sir. Your final thoughts.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like final thoughts. So peace.
Tell everybody
love.
to fuck off.
I love y'all. I hope y'all. I pray for you, Father. Pray for these people on panel. Amen.
Perfect. All right, yeah, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with mostly what Effigy said. I think it's clear. Feminism has done lots of great things for society in general, not just family court system. I was really frustrated for a while there with that specific point that we like. It seemed like a lot of Josh's argument was really leaning onto this idea that men know that they can't file or they shouldn't file for custody, basically because the courts will wreck them. And I mean, the best argument in response to that didn't even come from Josh. It came from Alexander Wren, who donated that super chat that mentioned that, there are men who are actually fighting for it are probably people who are more likely to win, which is probably true. But that just speaks to that there are actually conditions by which people are likely to get custody and conditions by which people are less likely to get custody. So it is possible that men who are less likely to fight are told to do so in situations where they probably shouldn't, because they are actually going to get a bad situation But that wouldn't necessarily be because the courts are biased against them. It might, it could be, right? That's a possibility. But another possibility is that there are circumstances for which they are less fit, right? So if the courts through feminism and egalitarianism as a goal, right? If they are more likely to focus on what's best for the kids, and then men, if the courts are doing that, and then men still end up being less likely to get the kids, that might just suggest that those men are less fit for the job, which is possible. And there's also possible the other way. But yeah, again, we didn't really get to explore that too much. But yeah, feminism W, patriarchal L as usual. Appreciate you guys. YouTube.com/radicalcoder. I'm about to go to sleep, but it's been a good night. Always good seeing you, Sarah, Ghosty, and Josh.
Peace.
Take care.
Good night, Ryan. Thanks for joining. All right. And then there were 3. Mr. Stacy, to you, sir.
Well, we don't like talking about where the judges and attorneys come from, and I'm gonna go back to what I've said a couple of times here, and I stand by it. It really did move me that Ghosty brought up 50-50 custody, because that really is a men's rights talking issue, and if we're talking about balancing things, it was actually grounding language towards that. Also, Ghosty, thank you for being so polite. It's been nice to actually be able to engage with some things. It's frustrating sometimes to engage in a discussion if you just keep getting pushed back on everything. As you were making points, I was trying to go along with them, at least for the sake of the argument, to hear you out on things, and I certainly felt like you did that a bit too. But yeah, I stand by. I believe that feminism has ideologically hijacked family courts, and hopefully it's going to be purging itself out. But that's where I am on it.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason, and for joining tonight. It was a very nice, peaceful debate, which is very rare. So it's been good. Ghosty, to you, please.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much made all my arguments at this point. My brain's kind of dead, but I will say about this debate, lots of people think I'm some crazy yelling feminist, but I think this debate proves I match energy. Like, if you're not screaming at me, I'm not screaming at you. I'm willing to have conversations with people, like even people more extreme than Joshua. Like, I'm willing to have calm conversations with, but a lot of people are just all about screaming and shit. So anybody who's open to it, like, this is a perfect example, I think, of having an actual conversation with somebody without like the disingenuous shit. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
I also appreciate letting me interrupt you at times. I tried to be brief with it, but usually if someone's looking for excuses to fight, that's a good one that they'll fight on. So just again, I appreciate your consistency on that. Yeah. Sarah, you did so great. You did another one of these, almost 5 hours.
Yes, thank you, Sarah.
Almost 5 hours.
No, that's normal for us. Like when we get into the 9-hour place, that's where that's where it gets rough. But not bad for coming back from Thanksgiving and being off for 4 days. It felt weird coming downstairs to sit and stream. It was just kind of like when you're not doing your normal, because I would have had a Thursday night and a Friday night and probably a Sunday night, so missing like 3 nights, and then oddly walking downstairs like, what am I doing? I'm like out of routine. So yeah, but that is a fun one. It was a good one. Quiet night. Obviously, everyone's still in vacation mode, but that's not a bad thing. I think that's an okay thing. Not a whole lot of yelling tonight, which means not a whole lot of yelling from me either. And apparently I called you Jason again, Joshua.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm like looking at his name, and then I don't know why I keep doing it too, because that's not the first time I've called you that. So my deepest apologies. Well, I can feel a cold coming on. We're also getting snow in the morning. So the kids are probably going to be home from school tomorrow. So pray for me, everyone. I don't believe I'm streaming tomorrow night, but I will be back Wednesday for Sleepy Tomato. We're going to go over Sneeko's newest shindig going on. And I believe we got Throwdown Thursday. We have a guy who believes that CRISPR, the genetic editing, is ethical. I haven't met anybody who actually stands on that side of things, so I'd be very interested. So if you are interested in Throwdown Thursday on the CRISPR argument, you know where to be Thursday night. I'm really excited for it. And he's, I believe, has his doctorate. I believe he's some type of scientist of some. I don't know. Whatever. Or maybe he's just a doctor. But he comes over from the TikTok side of things. So new faces, new topics, new things. And yeah, we got stuff going on this weekend too. But we'll get there. Outside of that, had a really great time. Thank you, everyone. And go follow over to the Powder Dusty, and you know you can fuck off or something like that.